Chapter 12. The Director. "Right this way, Mr. Director," Master Adams said from the main room. It was much darker than it had been a moment ago, now that the wardrobe was closed, and Kevin heard his trembling breathing more prominently in the enclosed space. His heart was beating fast, and he hoped to God that Mr. Adams wouldn't need to retrieve anything from the wardrobe. "Go on ahead. Take a seat, Mr. Director," Mr. Adams said from the other room. The sound of chairs being pulled was followed by a moment of silence. Then Mr. Adams continued, "Mary, I'm sorry. I don't have any extra chairs in here." "That's all right, Mr. Adams." The nurse's distinct voice came from the same room. "She's with them too?" Mr. Adams cleared his throat. "So, I hope the camp is up to standards this time, Mr. Director. We've had to make a few changes since your last visit here. It's better." The director spoke with a deep and calm voice. "Not ideal, but better." Kevin heard Mr. Adams clearing his throat before he said with an audible awkwardness in his voice, "So, I assume you didn't come all the way out here just for an inspection, right? Is there anything I can do for you, sir?" "As a matter of fact, you can," the director's confident voice claimed. The sound of a chair creaking was heard momentarily before the director continued. "I need you to organize another choosing." Silence fell on the room for a moment before Mr. Adams spoke up. "Well, I guess we could host one by the end of the weekend. I need it done today," the director sternly said. "I see. Well, usually when we host the choosing, we pick the camper you specifically chose for departure, and two for the trial, which we randomly choose. So, let me just see here." The silence that followed was so deafening that Kevin heard his own heart thudding rapidly against his chest, so loudly that he half expected the counselor and the director to hear him, even from that far away. The sound of a drawer opening preceded Mr. Adams saying, "Here's the list of campers for you, sir." "Thank you," the director responded. The silence lasted much longer this time. Kevin turned his head sideways to listen more carefully, but he couldn't hear anything. Just as he swallowed through his dry throat, the director finally spoke up. "All right, I've marked the camper that I need." Mr. Adams said with a hint of curiosity in his voice. "I don't want to get in your business, Mr. Director, but I really think you should reconsider and choose a different camper." "Does it really matter who I choose?" the director asked. "With all due respect, this camper should wait a little longer. He still needs a lot of work. Plus, he's been very problematic lately, so we need a little more time to bring him in order." "All right, fine. So, who do you recommend then?" "Let's see," Mr. Adams said. "All right, you can go for 4-3. He's proven to have extremely high intelligence and ability to adapt to volatile situations." The director said as the sound of chairs creaking reached Kevin again. "All right, fine. Then the one I chose initially, put him for the trial. There's a lot of money at stake here, and they don't like to be disappointed." "Understood, Mr. Director," Mr. Adams said with more calmness in his voice. "There's one more thing I need to mention," the director said with audible hesitation. There was a prolonged moment of silence before he continued. "The clients were extremely satisfied with the success of the camp's business so far. You know what that means." A disappointed grunt came from the nurse, but the director ignored it and finished speaking. "We will have another batch of campers on the way soon." "Are you joking?" Mary raised her voice. She sounded like she was on the verge of tears. Mr. Adams raised his own voice to match hers as he said, "Now, Mary, I know this hasn't been— I can't do this anymore, Marvin. You said that this was the last batch for the last 3 batches. How much longer are we going to have to stay here?" Kevin didn't even need to perk up his ears anymore since the voices came through so loudly and clearly. "Mary, please calm down," the director said with his usual tone as if he wasn't talking to an upset woman. "I promise you, after this one is done," before he could finish his sentence, an angry stomping of footsteps rumbled across the floor before the sound of the door opening and slamming shut, leaving the entire room in utter silence. This lasted for a moment before someone in the room sighed, and Mr. Adams said, "I apologize for that, Mr. Director. Mary has been under a lot of stress lately." "Yes, I understand. As long as she doesn't jeopardize the camp. I take it you'll keep a close eye on her?" "You can count on it, sir. Now, let's celebrate another successful batch, shall we?" A chair scraped against the floor before Mr. Adams said, "Let me just retrieve one thing." Footsteps began moving toward Kevin, and he held his breath. He heard Mr. Adams rummaging in the room somewhere close to the wardrobe. It sounded like he was opening and closing something, followed by the distinctive sound of glasses clinking against each other. He saw a silhouette moving past the crack of the wardrobe to the left, and then rummaging some more before moving back in the opposite direction. The footsteps faded into the other room, and Kevin was able to breathe a momentary sigh. "I always save the best drink for when you come, Mr. Director. I know that this one is your favorite," Mr. Adams said victoriously, as the sound of liquid being poured reverberated in the main room. There was a clink of glasses clashing together, and then silence for a prolonged moment. "Good. Really good," the director said. "Now, I can't stay for much longer, so I trust you'll do all the preparations for the transportation of the camper." "Of course. You can be ready to leave as soon as we finish the choosing, Mr. Director," Mr. Adams politely said with a chuckle. "Good." The director loudly exhaled after the sip he took of whatever the strong alcoholic beverage was. Kevin heard the sound of chairs sliding once more, and the director said in the midst of it, "I will join you shortly. There's a call I need to make." "Understood, sir. I need to assemble the campers anyway." Mr. Adams had apparently shot up from his own chair. A jingle of keys mixed in with the loud lumbering of footsteps. The door swung open, and Kevin heard Mr. Adams talking to the director about something that he couldn't make out, before the door shut behind them and the lock clicked. Kevin remained inside the wardrobe for a solid 10 more seconds, before daring to open the door just a crack. The coast seemed clear. He stepped out, tentatively glancing at the entrance to the main room. His heart was racing so fast that he thought it was going to just stop suddenly. He peeked into the main room and realized it was empty. 2 half-empty glasses and a glass pitcher full of brown liquor stood still on the desk. Pulling the key from its concealed spot in his sock, Kevin tiptoed to the door and placed the key inside the lock. Steadying his hands as much as he could, he turned the key. The lock resounded much louder than he hoped it would, and he could only hope that no one stood right in front of the door. He gently turned the knob and opened the door slightly ajar, enough to peek outside. He glanced left and right. The hall was empty, but he heard some voices in the distance, and then a loud whistling noise echoed through the entire main lodge, startling Kevin. They must be gathering the campers for the choosing. Kevin pulled the key out of the keyhole, hesitantly stepped outside, and shut the door gently. He locked it behind himself, feeling overwhelmed by an inexplicable sense of dread. He hastily tucked the key back into his sock and looked left and right. Still, no one around. The whistling came again, followed by a loud, masculine shout. "Come on, campers! Line up! Everyone to the choosing grounds! Now!" All Kevin could think at that moment was that he had to get back with the others before someone noticed him. He proceeded down the hall and turned left. He saw a commotion of campers making their way around the few counselors and merging into a big group outside the main lodge. He kept his head down as he tried to blend with the meager crowd of campers in front. He glanced to the right at Mark, and the two of them exchanged worried looks with each other before another shout interrupted them. "Hurry up, slowpokes! Hurry the hell up!" It was Baldwin. The whistling was now much more frequent and louder, and it seemed to echo from throughout the campgrounds, close and far, sometimes overlapping with other whistles. Campers from all directions were converging toward the trail leading to the choosing grounds, all of them looking equally worried. "Did he see you?" he heard Mark's voice say to his side, mixed in with the cacophony of hushed murmurs and footsteps on the soft ground. "No," Kevin briskly said. "You're so lucky." Mark shook his head. "You have no idea," Kevin frustratedly retorted, staring in front of him at Steve's back. The group was awfully quiet, although some worried murmurs rose here and there. The murmurs soon got much more confident until they turned into audible, decipherable sentences. Even then, most of the conversations revolved around speculations as to why another choosing was called. "So, what happened?" Mark asked. "I couldn't make the call. It's a receive-only phone." "Oh, darn it!" Mark gasped, his face visibly contorting into visible disappointment. "We'll just have to find another way out," Kevin said, determined to not give up. After around 5 minutes, the incessant whistling and shouting seemed to fade away and then completely stop. The campers themselves got quieter, probably at the sight of the choosing grounds in front of them. Even Kevin himself felt uneasy now that they were getting closer. Seeing the choosing stage made it real and scary. He suddenly remembered the camper who pleaded with the counselors not to send him away, and then the scream he heard in the middle of the night. He wondered if the camper was still okay. The campers began taking up seats in front of the choosing stage, most of them looking even paler than they were a few minutes ago. In a matter of minutes, the commotion died down, and everyone seemed to be accounted for. Someone's gonna get chosen for the trial. Mierda. I knew this would happen. They need to feed the Firwood Wraith more often. Dios mío. Javier's voice came from one of the seats. Kevin glanced at him to see him with his hands clasped together in prayer. There's no such thing as ghosts, Clean Ryan retorted. You're being stupid. Shut up. Here they come, Steve retorted. Everyone went silent, with all the heads turning to look behind themselves. The counselors were approaching the choosing grounds like a herd, striding with long steps toward the campers. They proceeded to climb on top of the stage, taking positions at the far back. Dwight, you have Mr. Adams's notepad? Baldwin barked. Yes, Mr. Baldwin, Dwight obediently said, raising the notepad above his head. Just then, Kevin noticed that he also had 2 backpacks that he was carrying over one shoulder. Good. Do a roll call, Baldwin ordered. Dwight stepped forward and began calling out campers' names with much more authority in his voice than he ever displayed, talking to any of the counselors. Once everyone was checked as present, Dwight stepped back in line next to the other counselors. As soon as his pounding footsteps faded, unnerving silence filled the air with nothing but the sound of the soft breeze blowing between the branches. Even the counselors were utterly quiet, staring blankly in front of themselves as if they were part of the campers' ranks. They would usually talk to each other, share jokes, or whatever. This time, they seemed just as distressed as the campers. Kevin wasn't sure if the director's presence simply put them at unease or if they expected to be in some sort of trouble, but he didn't care. His thoughts were on the escape plan. Although he was devastated at not being able to make the call, he was glad he managed to get out before anyone could spot him. Eyes up front, camper! Mr. Baldwin broke the unpleasant silence when one of the campers looked somewhere to the left. His piercing voice was so commanding that the camper immediately jerked his head back in front and sat even more still than he did up until that point. This effect seemed to transfer to the other campers as well as they stood still like statues. Although he couldn't move, Kevin darted his eyes around, glancing at the worried counselors' faces. They were pivoting their heads and shifting the weights from one leg to the other, but were so still that they could have easily blended in with the campers. Incoherent murmurs started filling the air from somewhere behind the choosing stage. Within seconds, Kevin recognized the voice as one belonging to Mr. Adams. Sure enough, Mr. Adams and an older man appeared on the right, slowly making their way toward the stage. Kevin stared at the old man with his peripheral vision. He had slick, white hair and flawless facial features despite his age, which made Kevin think he took really good care of himself with skincare products, or Botox injections. His suit was perfectly tailored for him, and looked out of place in the summer camp environment, which threatened to put a stain on it with every breeze that blew. His shoes were so shiny that they looked like he had just polished them, despite walking on the grass and dirt of the campgrounds. So, you're the director. That pretentious smile, that expression radiating self-importance, that expensive suit, all of it cried out malice so obviously that he could play a villain in any action movie. Mr. Adams was talking about something to the director, scrupulously staring down at his higher-up from his height. The director calmly walked beside Mr. Adams, staring in front of himself, not giving any indication that he was listening to the head counselor. When they finally climbed the stage and stopped in front of the campers, Mr. Adams finished explaining whatever he was so quietly talking about. The director nodded bemusedly, not dignifying the counselor with even a glance. Dwight rushed to give Mr. Adams his notepad, where the head counselor wrote something down and clicked his pen multiple times, vigilantly returning it to his front pocket. The director observed the campers with scrutiny. Kevin felt the campers wanting to move their glance away, but were unable to, due to strict orders. 2 bulky men appeared on the right side of the campers, striding in unison toward the director. Immediately, Kevin realized that the 2 men wore black uniforms with the name Security on the sleeves. His eyes fell on their sidearms. Kevin's thoughts raced back to the first day when he arrived in Camp Firwood. He remembered seeing those 2 armed security guards escorting a camper somewhere through the main lodge. He felt a knot forming in his stomach. Oh, this place is bad. Something really bad is going on here. As if on cue, Mr. Adams placed his notepad behind his back and shouted, "Campers, please welcome our director." "Good afternoon, Mr. Director," the campers chanted in unison. Kevin wasn't quick enough to react to this, so he simply hoped that no one would notice his lack of synchronicity. Mr. Adams brought his notepad forward and squinted at it before saying, "Campers, recite." The campers recited in unison the Camp Firwood core values. Kevin still couldn't follow through, but he tried mouthing the words, only managing to throw the word discipline here and there. Once they were done, Mr. Adams looked at the director as if looking for confirmation or appraisal, like a dog. The director continued staring at the campers, still not giving any indication that he was aware of Mr. Adams's gaze. Mr. Adams faced the campers and said, "Campers, it's your lucky day. We get to have another choosing. What that means is that some of you get to go home earlier. Just like usual, we'll choose a well-behaved camper to go home and 2 random campers for the trial." He stopped for a moment, scanning the campers with his surveillance camera-like gaze, before saying, "All right, the honorary camper for departure today is..." He stared for a long moment, seemingly keeping the campers on the edge of their seat. Everyone held their breaths in anticipation of what was to come. "Camper Van, Cabin 4, Mr. Adams exclaimed. A few disappointed grunts escaped the mouths of some campers, swiveling their heads in search of Van. Nerdy Van stood up from his tree stump and, as if in a trance, made his way through the ranks of the campers and all the way up on the stage, next to Mr. Adams. Mr. Adams smiled at Van and said, "Congratulations, Van. You were a great camper. Did you want to say goodbye to your friends before leaving?" Van looked at the penetrating gazes of the seated campers and opened his mouth momentarily. He then closed it and looked at Mr. Adams. No. I just want to leave, please." "Very well." Mr. Adams grinned before motioning the director toward the camper. "Mr. Director, he's all yours." Van's confused expression changed into one of fright as he stared at the director approaching him with a friendly smile. "Right this way, camper," the director said, just in time for the 2 security guards to stride behind and follow him. Van cast a glance at the seated campers, and Kevin wasn't sure if he saw in his eyes shock over getting picked for departure, or fear over not knowing what was in store for him. The director, the guards, and the chosen camper were soon out of sight, and Mr. Adams had to remind the campers to stare in front at themselves. He smiled a PR grin and said, "Now, as usual, I'm going to start with the same question. Any volunteers?" Silence fell on the camp, so deafening that Kevin heard his own spit sliding down his throat when he swallowed. Mr. Adams pivoted his head left and right, zealously staring at the campers. "Me!" One voice pierced through the air to Kevin's far right. All the heads turned in the direction of the voice, seemingly not caring about the stare-forward rule. Ninja stood up, and, with a wave of his hand, started making his way through the ranks of the campers. "I'm going to put these Firwood Wraith rumors to rest once and for all," he said confidently as he climbed onto the stage. "Attaboy, camper! That's the Camp Firwood spirit that we've been trying to encourage since the start," Mr. Adams said in his patronizing tone. "What's your cabin and number, camper?" "Cabin 4, number 2, Mr. Adams," Ninja clearly enunciated. Mr. Adams looked down, scribbled something in his notepad, and said, "Okay, you have 4 days of survival, camper. Now, we still need 1 more, so let's see here. I'd also like to volunteer." Tough Norton's voice came through. "Sorry, camper. We only take 1 volunteer per choosing, but I'd be happy to mark you down for next time if you like." Mr. Adams grinned at Norton. Norton put his head down, and the way Mr. Adams turned back to his notepad indicated he was expecting that answer from the camper. "Okay, so the second camper for the trial is..." He looked up from his notebook, darting his eyes around the campers. Kevin felt his heart thumping violently, even worse than it did back when he was in the office wardrobe. Cold sweat started to envelop him, and he rubbed his sweaty palms against his pants. Mr. Adams continued staring at the campers with a half-smirk on his face. He was enjoying torturing them like this. "Camper Kevin, Cabin 4, the head counselor finally exclaimed, and his voice penetrated through every other sound in the area. Kevin felt like he had heard Mr. Adams from a tunnel, and yet his brain didn't register that it was his name that was being called out. Even when the heads of the other campers started turning toward him, he refused to believe that it was happening. It couldn't have been happening. There were so many campers. Why did they choose him? "Camper Kevin!" Mr. Adams called out again, but Kevin refused to budge. "Kevin!" The other campers began calling out his name, and like a brick to the face, he finally understood the predicament he was in. Kevin stood up and shook his head. No, this must be a mistake, Kevin shouted, staring at Mr. Adams up on the stage. I just arrived this week. I don't know anything about survival. That's why you have your fellow camper here with you. Now, come on up on the stage. Kevin remained entrenched in his spot. Mr. Adams's grin furrowed into an angry expression, and Counselor Baldwin began taking steps toward the stage stairs, locking eyes with Kevin. Camper, now, before I add another day to your trial, Mr. Adams said with a stern tone, and Kevin knew that he had no choice but to obey. He shot Mark one glance, who stared back with worry in his eyes, pale-faced. Kevin then proceeded to make his way between the seated campers and climbed on top of the stage, stepping past an angry-looking Baldwin and stopping next to Ninja. Even as he stood on the stage, staring down at the frazzled and now more visibly relieved campers, he still couldn't believe this was happening. Camper Kevin, you have 3 days in the trial. 2 as default and 1 negative point, Mr. Adams said, and motioned Dwight to come closer. Dwight rushed over with the backpacks in his hands and shoved one into Ninja's hand before proceeding to violently slam the other onto Kevin's chest. He leaned in closer and said, "Have fun out there at night with the Wraith, loser." He then returned to his position next to the other counselors. "Inspect your backpacks, campers. Make sure everything is there," Mr. Adams said. "You should have 3 MREs, a flask of water, knife, battery flashlight, lighter, first aid kit, antibiotics, water purification pills, a hatchet, a rope, and some other minor things." Kevin dug into his backpack, his hands violently shaking. He pulled out what looked like an MRE. He observed the contents, seeing that it was a transparent, airtight package that consisted of multiple compartments. From what he could tell, there was a compartment with meat swimming in some kind of red, oily substance, 1 compartment for rice, 1 for a mixture of vegetables that looked like someone's vomit, and at the bottom, a power bar. The other 2 MREs looked even less pleasing, one being a packaged mac and cheese, and the other being a can of something. After rummaging through the rest of the things, he realized that he had everything that Mr. Adams mentioned should be inside. That's a start. But what the fuck? How do I survive in the woods? He looked in Ninja's direction, seeking some kind of solace. Ninja had just zipped up his backpack and put it over his shoulders, staring at Mr. Adams for further instructions. Kevin mimicked his movement and looked up at the head counselor. "Campers," Mr. Adams said loudly, "this is a great honor in Camp Firwood. If you pass the trial, you get to go home earlier. If not, you come back here, and we extend your time. Find shelter before dark, and make sure not to eat your MREs until you really need them." He looked at Counselor Baldwin, who looked like he was itching to toss someone off the stage, with his veiny forearms' muscles dancing with each clench of his fist. "Mr. Baldwin, escort the campers," Mr. Adams said politely. Baldwin wasted no time turning Kevin and Ninja around forcefully and shoving them in the direction of the stairs. Kevin almost tripped, but managed to regain his balance. He followed Ninja, who seemed to know exactly where they were supposed to go. He went toward the thick tree line at the far back of the choosing grounds. The forest edge looked darker than usual to Kevin, and he couldn't help but imagine monstrosities lurking in the shadows beyond what his eye could see. It felt strangely like walking into the embrace of the Firwood Wraith. Ninja seemed unaffected by any of this because his walk was confident and full of life, massively contrasting Kevin's timid steps. A few times, Baldwin had to shove Kevin and mutter a "move it" in order to prevent him from slowing down. Once Ninja was right in front of the first fir, he turned around. Kevin got next to him and did the same. Baldwin put his hands on his hips and said, "Well, what are you waiting for? Get going." Kevin refused to budge, wanting to offer one final act of defiance before he was sent off. But not only that, he wanted to glance at Mark one more time. It was impossible to tell at this distance if Mark was staring at him or something else. "Sorry, Mark, but you'll have to plan an escape on your own." A moment later, he complied and followed Ninja, stepping off the campgrounds and into the dark unknown of the forest. Chapter 13. The Forest. As soon as they stepped amongst the trees and were on the uneven terrain of the forest, the visibility got much lower. Kevin and Ninja put some distance between themselves and Baldwin, who eagerly stood on the forest edge, probably to make sure they left. The rays of gray light gleaming between the tree branches and canopies were sparse, and it was getting darker by the minute. The sounds of forest life grew much louder here. The chirping of the birds saturated the air from all directions and echoing throughout. An occasional unfamiliar sound pierced the air somewhere in the distance, but it sounded like a harmless bird rather than a dangerous predator. The lush green thickets of fallen trees and bushes and moss-covered ground made the area difficult to traverse, but it wasn't like they had to reach a destination. Or was it? Maybe this was a blessing in disguise. Maybe they could find their way out of the camp and back to civilization in 3 or so days. No, that couldn't be the case. From what Kevin saw from the watchtower, there was no way they would be able to navigate their way through the woods to the other side. Not to mention, they had no idea what was on the other side. For all they knew, it could be just more trees. Kevin still couldn't believe what just happened. He was picked in the choosing, and now he had to spend 3 nights in the woods. But what would happen after that? How would he know when the trial was over? He wanted to ask Ninja about the details, but he figured they had more than enough time to talk in the next few days, provided that the Firwood Wraith didn't get to them first. Ninja took point through the woods, and since Kevin was sure that he had way more experience, he simply followed him. Once they were far enough away so that the green pasture of the choosing grounds was no longer visible, Kevin started to understand just how disorienting the woods can be. He looked back and had no idea which direction he should go to get back to the camp. How was any of this part of the summer camp activities? What if the campers got lost? That thought was extinguished when he realized that the counselors probably didn't want the campers to come back alive. They're sacrificing us to the Firwood Wraith. His thoughts raced 1,000,000 miles a minute. The conversation Mr. Adams and the director had. Now, the choosing. He didn't even have enough time to warn the others. Ninja pulled a tiny compass out of his pocket and glanced down at it, stopping in his tracks. Kevin stopped next to him, looking down at the object's needle. It pointed between north and northwest. Ninja looked up over yonder, squinting as if he was measuring something. Okay, so we should remember that the camp is around southeast, in case we get lost. We should continue going for a little bit and then set up camp when it gets dark. Why? Can't we just stay here for 3 days? Kevin asked. No. They apparently send the guards patrolling at night to see how far we've come. If we're too close to the camp, they wake us up and force us to move farther in the middle of the night, Ninja retorted. How do you know that if you've never been in the trial? The counselors told us that. There was a camper who returned to the camp in the middle of the day once, and they added 2 extra days to his trial before sending him off. What a bunch of bullshit. So what the hell are we supposed to do? Ninja scratched his chin before continuing to walk in the direction his compass was pointing. We find a campsite, make camp, set up some snares, and if possible, find some food. Then, we start looking for a source of water in the morning. There's apparently a lot of creeks around here, so we should be able to find something before we get parched. And then what? Ninja shrugged. I don't know. Wait, I guess. We survive for the allotted number of days, and they should let us leave, I hope. Kevin refrained from mentioning anything about the Firwood Wraith. He didn't exactly believe it was the Wraith that stalked the woods, but the thought of having a pack of wolves or a bear around didn't exactly make him feel safe either. They walked in silence for a few minutes, the sounds of the woods surrounding them. Kevin appreciated the silence, but he figured he'd only be able to go for so long before the forest sounds began driving him crazy. He decided to make some small talk with Ninja. Hey, where'd you get the compass? Rob swiped it off Torres when he had compass training. Wait, sneaky Rob? He swiped the thing off Torres? How? He asked. He literally just snuck up behind him while we were walking back, and he somehow managed to pickpocket him. Ninja shrugged like it was an everyday occurrence, not bothering to look back at Kevin. Kevin never really spoke to Ninja alone or in detail, so he wondered if this nonchalant behavior of his was his personality, or if he was simply trying to not show his nervousness. So, you and Rob have been planning an escape? He asked. Yeah, Ninja said, a bit louder this time since he was a dozen yards away, and the rustling of leaves under his feet drowned out his voice. Kevin began feeling irritated with Ninja's brisk answers. He gritted his teeth and asked, Well, how many campers are actually planning to escape? A lot, Ninja said. Kevin opened his mouth to ask for additional information, but Ninja interjected before he could say anything. There has been a group of us planning an escape for weeks now, ever since the second choosing took place. More and more campers were going missing, and we knew we couldn't just sit idly. So, what have you guys tried so far? Kevin asked as he ducked under a branch Ninja had brushed against, which swung back and almost whipped him in the face. Lots of things. Getting our cell phones back was the first thing we wanted to do, but that proved to be impossible. The storage is always locked tightly. The next thing we wanted to do was send a small group out into the woods, but most of the campers wouldn't even want to hear about it. Plus, this is probably hundreds of miles of wilderness we're talking about. No way they'd make it anywhere, even with Caveman Bill. And Bill is no longer with us. Huh, Kevin simply said, more perplexed by the length of Ninja's answer rather than the answer itself. The next thing we wanted was to hijack the director's car, but we didn't want to get into any legal trouble on top of everything, and that was the best case scenario. The worst case would be we get shot up like Swiss cheese by the guards. Yeah, I get it. Well, if we survive the trial, what then? We just get to go home? That's what the counselors claim, but I've never seen anyone come back from the trial. Kevin scratched his head for a moment, observing Ninja's nimble movement through the inhospitable terrain. So, why'd you volunteer? He asked. What do you think? I want to go home. And you're not afraid of the woods? You mean the wraith in the woods, right? Ninja briefly looked at Kevin with a conniving rictus. Nah, I don't believe in that shit. A forest is a strange place, and all sorts of animals can make strange noises in the night, but I don't think that's anything supernatural. What about the campers who said they saw something outside the windows? Imagination. I've snuck out at night multiple times and wandered the campgrounds and never once saw anything strange. They had just made it to a more open area where firs were sparser, leaving more of a walkable terrain between them. The trees stretched far up in the sky, their canopies blocking out most of the sunlight, reminding Kevin of the gigantic elven tree houses he saw in the Lord of the Rings movie. It felt tranquil, walking under such behemoths and having so much more visibility throughout the forest. So, you've been sneaking out at night to find a way out, huh? He asked Ninja. Yeah, but made no progress, Ninja forlornly responded. Kevin gave him a moment to add information to that, but none came. So he asked, anything you did manage to find while out there? No, Ninja said. Why are you being so weird? You're freaking me out. Kevin blew a fuse. Let's just focus on finding a good campsite, Ninja said with the same tone. This made Kevin even more irritated, but he sighed and silently thought to himself, all right, screw it. Just focus on the trial. That's the most important thing right now. Ninja refused to say a word throughout their trek through the woods. He occasionally stopped long enough to glance at his compass, mostly when they needed to go around a thicket, a fallen log, or slope. They appeared to be on the right route being the direction opposite the camp as much as possible, despite Ninja having to redirect them a couple of times. Daylight was fading too quickly for Kevin, until he realized that black clouds above their heads were blocking any meager sunlight from penetrating the woods. Pretty soon, he felt the first droplet of rain on his face. From there, the rain intensified until Kevin heard the droplets hitting the soft ground and above in the branches. It wasn't anything serious that would force them to stop immediately, just light droplets that were cold on Kevin's face and exposed arms and legs. The sound of rain drumming against the ground and fallen leaves soon increased in intensity, but remained constant after that. The rain wasn't enough to even soak the soil or make any mud, so traveling through the forest wasn't any more grueling than before the rain started. Shouldn't we collect this rainwater somehow? Kevin asked. Nah, no need. Like I said, there are some sources of water probably nearby. The counselors said that there are bear traps around here. Is that true? Ninja shook his head. No, or if there are, they are so scarce that you'd have to have extremely bad luck to step into them. So, I think the counselors lied. If they wanted to place bear traps, they would need to tend the traps daily. Plus, you can't set bear traps wherever you want just like that. You need a permit and stuff. In short, the counselors were probably bullshitting us to prevent us from running away. And do you think there may be some traps that people abandoned? Like, in the middle of the woods here? Kevin asked, his curiosity piqued. Don't think so. Traps are set with specific purpose and precision. I don't see the point of setting a trap in the middle of a forest, especially if it's not bear territory, Ninja said. Throughout their entire interaction, he hadn't made eye contact with Kevin, but rather focused on the path ahead. How do you know all of this? I used to go camping with my old man. He made sure to teach me everything about surviving in the wilderness. Kevin raised an eyebrow, intrigued that Ninja was willing to open up to him. Why? Kevin asked. Ninja chuckled and shook his head. The sound was surprising but not unpleasant. Well, he started. He has a certain belief. Uh-huh, Kevin said. This time, he patiently waited for Ninja to continue, which he did a moment later. He's a very firm believer that we may or may not experience the apocalypse in our lifetime, one way or another. He thinks that it's essential to know how to survive in the woods because we may not be able to survive in the city with all the people fighting over supplies. So he often took me out camping. Doesn't sound like the type of camping one would enjoy, though, Kevin said. Nope, it was hell. He refused to bring any rations and forced me to identify and survive off edible berries and mushrooms. He'd often make me sleep out in the cold if I didn't make my shelter right. He also taught me how to make bird and rabbit snares, and how to hunt other wild animals like deer, foxes, and squirrels. Jesus, it sounds horrible. Kevin listened to Ninja's story, enthralled but irked by his father's cruelty. So why'd he send you to camp? Because I refused to shoot an elk. He thinks I'm too soft and wanted me to become more hardened. He says he would have forced me to shoot a human if it were legal, just so I could get practice for doomsday. What a dad, Kevin somberly said, suddenly feeling a little more grateful for his own parents, despite them putting him into this hellhole. They walked in silence for a minute or so before Kevin mustered the courage to say, Hey, if you don't mind me asking, how exactly does your dad think the world will end? Ninja shrugged. I don't know. I don't think even he knows. He often raves on about nuclear wars, bioweapons, and deadly viruses, that kind of thing. Says it's going to be survival of the fittest. He made quotation marks with his fingers. Huh. All right, Kevin frowned. What he really wanted to say was that his dad was a nutcase, but he kept that to himself since he wasn't sure how much Ninja actually respected his dad. He sensed no hate or a change in his tone when he spoke about his dad. But then again, maybe he was just naturally bad at having an intonation. He wanted to ask about his mother too, but decided that it would be best not to prod and instead share a little bit about himself. Hey, my own parents are unbearable to live with. That's why I was always out with my friends Amy, Henry, Rick, and Lewis. My parents didn't like me hanging out with them and constantly complained about what a troublemaker I am. Eventually, they ended up signing me up for camp. That's rough. I'm sorry to hear that, Ninja said. It sounded like patronizing until he added, Why exactly did they send you to camp? Kevin shrugged. Well, I organized a party in their private yacht. My friends drank a little too much. We ended up crashing the yacht and sinking it. Seriously? Did anyone get hurt? Nah, it was right next to the coast. We crashed into some stray rocks, but my parents were pissed. Ninja produced a sound before saying, So, you're a rich kid. I guess so, even though I don't really get to share in their riches. So, not the spoiled rich type, huh? I'd like to think so. They walked on for a few more minutes before Ninja asked, Where are you going to go after we're out of here? Kevin lowered his head down. He actually didn't know the answer to that question. He hadn't even thought about it during this whole time. The first person that popped into his mind was Amy. He wanted nothing more than to see her right now and tell her how much he missed hearing her laughter, seeing her smile. But he didn't want to sound soft in front of Ninja, so he said, I still haven't thought about it, actually. He noticed Ninja glancing over at him, so in order to get the heat off him, he asked, What about you? Where will you go? Back to my mom's place. She and my dad don't live together. It's probably something I should have done a long time ago. There's the missing detail. Your mom's not a doomsday prepper? No, she left my dad because of that, among other things. I decided to live with my dad because I felt sorry for him. Thought he was going to be lonely and needed some coping. There's the missing detail. Your mom's not a doomsday prepper? No, she left my dad because of that, among other things. I decided to live with my dad because I felt sorry for him. Thought he was going to be lonely and needed help coping. Turns out, came right back around to bite me in the ass. How about that, huh? Yeah, that's irony for you, Kevin scoffed. The light drizzle had already dissipated by then, leaving behind it the smell which Kevin could only describe as forced scent, a mixture of grass, trees, and something he couldn't recognize. So, what do you think about the Firwood Wraith rumors? Ninja asked. Kevin looked at him to see if he was making fun of him or being serious. He had a stern look on his face which Kevin took as a sign that he wasn't joking. Well, I'm not entirely sure, to tell you the truth. I don't believe in ghosts, but I did hear someone scream the night I had watchtower duty. Someone scream? You sure it wasn't an animal? No, this scream was definitely human, but I also heard some kind of whistling, something I didn't recognize. Ninja said. I guess Camper Carlos may have seen something out there. Kevin considered Ninja's indifferent statement. Carlos? Was that his name? Yeah. I never spoke to him personally, but he seemed like a good guy. Well, I hope he made it, Kevin said, despite not believing that the camper was still okay. He gritted his teeth. He wondered if revealing to Ninja what he heard the other night was a smart idea. Based on his responses, Ninja firmly believed that whatever was stalking the woods was an animal, but he himself had no idea what kind of animal it could be. How much longer do you think we have until we reach a good camping spot? He asked. Not too long, I think. They had been walking for what Kevin thought had to be close to 2 hours now, and he was starting to get tired. Ninja, on the other hand, looked like he was ready to go for 2 more hours. He could probably run a marathon and leave Kevin miles behind. At some point, Ninja began paying attention to the ground for any potentially harmful objects or animals. Kevin joined him in action, asking what would happen if they stepped on a trap that happened to be covered by leaves that were blown on top of it, but Ninja assured him that they were in no immediate danger. As they got further into the forest, Ninja got more talkative, which was quite unnatural for him. He gossiped about the counselors in Camp Firwood, especially focusing on Dwight, stating how he was an asshole and needed a punch to the throat. He proceeded to loudly elaborate about the way Dwight had once given him the chore of cleaning a septic tank in the kitchen. It was apparently so smelly and dirty in there that he ended up putting on a gas mask when being lowered via the rope. According to him, he couldn't get rid of the smell of stale water on himself for over a week, much to the complaints of the other campers sharing the cabin with him. By this point, Ninja was speaking awfully loudly and emotionally, his tone reaching a crescendo, and Kevin was afraid someone unfriendly might hear them. Ninja's tone continued to increase until it sounded like he was an actor in the theater, trying to speak loudly and coherently enough for the people in the back to hear him clearly. Kevin was so taken aback by the camper's sudden talkative mood that he asked him what had gotten into him. His shock was short-lived when Ninja told him, equally loudly, that they needed to talk so they could warn the potential bears who might be nearby. What? How was that going to help? Kevin asked. Ninja clasped his hands around his mouth and shouted in a random direction. Glad you asked, cocky Kevin. His voice echoed throughout the woods. He put his hands down and continued speaking in a normal tone. The bear actually doesn't want to run into us any more than we want to run into it. So by shouting, we are giving it a warning that we are here and that he should stay away. Hypothetically speaking, if we do happen to have rotten enough luck to run into one, what is the best option to fight them? Well, depends on what kind of bear you run into. Ninja scratched his cheek. Let me remember. Just a second. If it's a black bear, then lie down. If it's a grizzly, then pretend you're dead. No, wait. Was it the other way around? He said the last sentence to himself curiously, placing one hand on his chin. You don't know? Kevin said, not so much because he was terrified, but out of surprise that Ninja would know all the things he knew about surviving, but forget something as important as how to survive a bear attack. No, I do. Give me a sec, he said and raised his hand toward Kevin in a stop sign. He stared at his feet and mumbled, If it's black, fight back. What? Kevin asked, not realizing that Ninja was still half talking to himself. Ninja snapped his fingers in a eureka moment and said enthusiastically, Right, now I remember. If it's an American black bear, you fight it back. Make loud noises, shout, flail your arms, that kind of thing. Eventually, the bear will hopefully get scared and run away. Bears are such pussies, Kevin huffed and shook his head, laughing at his own statement. Now, if it's a brown bear or a grizzly bear, then you lie down and pretend you're dead. He's going to toss you around a little bit and leave when he gets bored. It's recommended to stay on the ground for at least 20 minutes to make sure the grizzly is gone. What about just climbing a tree or something? No, are you crazy? Ninja looked offended. You don't even want to think about that option. He said it so dramatically that Kevin couldn't help but assume that he was simply doing it to scare away the potential bears. He imagined them discussing this topic in a normal situation back at camp. How do you survive a bear attack? Kevin would ask. Lie down and pretend you're dead, Ninja would say with his robotic tone. Kevin couldn't help but chuckle slightly at this thought. Ninja ignored this quirk and continued. Bears are excellent climbers. First of all, you never even want to run because that makes the bear want to chase you even more. They will attack only if they feel threatened or you walk right into their territory, and if they have cubs. Right. Well, that reminds me of a fable I read as a kid, Kevin said. Which one? Ninja asked. Kevin cleared his throat and began. It was about these two guys walking through the woods. They suddenly ran into a bear and panicked. One guy climbed a tree while the other dropped on the ground and pretended to be dead. Oh? Ninja's intonation returned to its usual robotic self, but he seemed intrigued nonetheless as he glanced in Kevin's direction every couple of seconds. Yeah, so the bear came along and approached the guy on the ground. It got close to his ear and stayed like that for a bit before just walking away. Once the bear was gone, the guy on the tree climbed down and regrouped with his friend, happy that they both made it. He said to his friend who was on the ground that it looked like the bear was whispering to him when it was next to his ear. He cleared his throat again and looked left and right, between the rows of trees, suddenly feeling a little paranoid. So the friend told him the bear did say something to him. The guy asked him what, and the other guy said, "That's some friend you got there, to leave you for dead while he scrambles up the tree to save his own life?" Ninja looked at Kevin again, now wearing an expression like he was hanging on every word. "Okay. Then what happened?" he asked. That's it. That's the ending," Kevin said awkwardly, feeling like he had just told a joke without a punchline. Interesting." Ninja simply retorted in a way that sounded like it wasn't interesting at all. They continued walking in awkward silence for a minute. Ninja glanced at the compass before saying, "Well, anyway, if you ever forget how to deal with bears, there's a simple way to remember it." "All right, what's that?" Ninja raised an index finger and theatrically proclaimed, "If it's black, fight back. If it's brown, lie down. If it's white, good night." "What?" Kevin let out a hysterical chuckle. "Yeah, black bears need to be fought back. With brown bears, you need to pretend you're dead. With polar bears, well, you're dead if you run into them. There's no fail-safe technique against them? Nope. The best way to survive a polar bear is to avoid running into one in the first place." Kevin laughed at Ninja's statement. Ninja looked at him seriously, which made his obliviousness even funnier to Kevin. It must have been because he was away from the camp, but he felt more free, and as a result, he was probably able to laugh more at dumb jokes and situations. He had stopped thinking about what he experienced today back in Mr. Adams's office, and was more relaxed now that he had spent some time in the woods. Ninja patiently walked in silence while his partner laughed his ass off. It felt good having a conversation with Ninja. He couldn't imagine being alone in the woods, especially at night. He felt much safer with someone as experienced in camping as Ninja. They made it past a tiny creek flowing downhill and winding in various directions, disappearing under two moss-covered rocks, and emerged in a much more open area with sparse trees. Ninja stopped and said, "Okay, I think this is a good camping spot." "Finally!" Kevin sighed in relief. The gray light had transformed into dark orange, and even though it was only around 7 p.m., it was seriously dark in the woods. Kevin hadn't considered that before they set out, although he was sure that Ninja knew it all too well and knew how much time they had before it got completely dark. Kevin's feet were killing him, and he immediately dropped his backpack on the ground and slumped to the nearby root of a tree. He was overcome with immense relief to finally sit. Ninja, on the other hand, placed his hands on his hips and glanced around, looking like he was searching for something. "Aren't you tired?" he asked Ninja. "A little. Let's take a short break, and then we can set up camp," he said. About an hour later, Ninja and Kevin were huddled outside of their shelters, sitting around the circle of rocks they made, which would serve as their campfire. Dry branches were messily stacked inside the rock circle, but the fire was not yet lit. The shelters they made were similar to the ones they had to make a few days ago during training. They found a few bigger branches they used as the foundation to form the pyramid, and then they used thinner, longer branches to line up along the bow, serving as the rooftop. Kevin's shelter was barely big enough for him to fit inside, and he hoped he wouldn't knock anything out of place during the night, since he assumed sleeping on the pile of leaves he brought inside the shelter to serve as a mattress would be uncomfortable enough for him to toss and turn. Ninja was working on setting up some snares, all the while explaining to Kevin how to make them himself. Kevin was having a difficult time carving the twigs as proficiently as Ninja, especially since he had no idea how they worked. But since Ninja had already made a few, it didn't matter. "We just need to catch one rabbit and we're set for a little bit," he said. "Unless the rabbit is really small," Kevin said, to which Ninja shrugged. The forest was much darker than 30 minutes ago and was getting darker still by the second. The dim shades of orange were quickly replaced by marine, and eventually black, while the crickets started their shift in the woods. When Kevin asked him about the time, Ninja glanced at his watch and said it was only a little past 8. Kevin wondered what the other campers were doing around this time. Right now, they were pretty much finishing dinner and were getting ready to go to bed. For the first time since he arrived at the camp, he envied them. He and Ninja went to place the snares around the camp. In other words, Ninja did all the work. He set up the snares by burying one small stick in the ground and attaching another one to a nearby sapling with a tiny string of rope. He then wedged the 2 sticks together into the pre-carved crags, so that the one on the sapling worked like a sling. He finally attached a small piece of wire he had in his backpack to the sling stick in order to make the actual snare. So, the rabbit hopefully goes through here, and then it triggers the trap and gets caught. Now I get it. Kevin snapped his fingers at the metaphorical light bulb clicking above his head. With that, he helped Ninja set up the remaining snares. It was just about completely dark by the time they were done, so they lit up the campfire and sat around it on the ground, listening to the crackling of the wood and embers. The warmth and the light of the fire were comforting, especially now that the woods were engulfed in darkness. Kevin couldn't see past the shelters he and Ninja set up opposite of each other, and it terrified him. The longer he stared, the more he started to imagine pairs of eyes staring back at him. He averted his gaze and focused on the fire instead, tossing in 2 pieces of firewood that he and Ninja chopped up earlier with the hatchets. The flame gyrated violently for a moment, the crackling intensifying before it stabilized. Ninja unzipped his backpack and rummaged through it until he pulled out the airtight MRE. He took out the knife, ready to start opening the packaging. "Dinner time, I guess," he said with a shrug. Kevin decided to dig into the mac and cheese instead, since it looked like a smaller meal, and he didn't feel too hungry. He would have skipped dinner altogether had he not heard the rumbling of his stomach. The mac and cheese were surprisingly good, despite being a little soggy. He couldn't help but think about how Mark would have loved the meal. He hoped to be able to save at least 1 MRE for him when he saw him again. He wondered if he was ever going to see Mark again. If he passed the trial, would he be sent home right away without saying a proper goodbye to the other campers? But then, another thought crept into his mind. What if we don't survive? He cast a suspicious glance at the dark behind Ninja, staring at it for a prolonged moment before averting his gaze. He had finished his mac and cheese and tossed the packaging on the side when Ninja raised his hand and said with a full mouth of meat and vegetables, "Whoa, whoa." He swallowed with effort and said, "We don't want to toss it around. It can attract animals. We'll throw them somewhere far away later on." "Sure," Kevin said. Once Ninja was done with his meal, he wiped his mouth and said, "You want me to throw the stuff, or will you do it?" Kevin really didn't want to go into the darkness of the woods, away from the comfort of the fire, but he also didn't want to be dead weight. He deduced that it would be good training for him to get into the dark and see that there was nothing there that can hurt him. "Sure, I'll do it. Just tell me where and how. Just go some ways in whichever direction, 100 feet or whatever, and toss the packaging there," Ninja said as he burped. "Got it." Kevin picked up the mac and cheese packaging and Ninja's messily sliced up packaging and pulled a flashlight from his backpack. He flicked it on and began walking in one direction. "And be careful not to step at the snares," Ninja said. "Yep." Kevin illuminated the ground with a flashlight as he walked, careful not to step somewhere where he could twist his ankle. He barely missed stepping into one of the snares, managing to see it in time before pivoting around it. Once he was some distance away, he looked back toward the campfire. It looked small, but still comforting, even from this distance. He suddenly realized that he was surrounded by pitch black, save for the beam of his flashlight, and it sent chills running down his spine. He scanned the area around him just to make sure nothing was there and tossed the empty MREs on the ground. Snap. Kevin instantly jerked his head in the direction of the sound, pointing his flashlight at the source. He saw a figure, a thin, pale figure staring right back at him. No, not a figure, just a goddamn tree. He exhaled in immense relief, feeling his heart beating heavily. He scanned the area a few more times with his flashlight to make sure nothing was there. And once he felt like nothing would jump on him from behind, he made his way back to the campfire with hurried steps. "Well, I think I'm going to get some shut-eye," he said as soon as he returned. "Already?" Ninja asked. "Yeah, I haven't been getting enough sleep since I arrived at camp." Ninja chuckled and said, "Well, maybe we can finally get some more sleep out here. I doubt I'll be able to sleep too much in a place like this, but I'll certainly try," Kevin scoffed. He carefully slid into his makeshift shelter. Ninja tossed a few more firewood pieces into the fire, causing it to crackle, and got into his own shelter. Kevin made sure that his backpack was right next to him and firmly held onto his flashlight as he lay on his side. He couldn't help but feel like he did, back when he was a little kid, afraid that if he left one part of his body uncovered, the boogeyman would come and grab him. Now that he was fully exposed, he felt entirely naked. "Well," Ninja said as he yawned, "at least we won't need to worry about anyone waking us up in the early morning." Kevin wasn't sure if he was right. Chapter 14. The Firwood Wraith. Kevin shot his eyes open and was instantly wide awake. A whistling of some sort caught his attention, too close by for comfort. Or was it just his dream? It was still dark, and the campfire had long since died, leaving only traces of embers, ashes, soot, and charred wood. Kevin raised his head and looked toward Ninja's shelter. Ninja was awake too. Kevin could see his silhouette propped up on his elbow, his shoulders visibly tense. Kevin dared to crawl forward ever so slightly to get a better view of the area, but it was too dark. He wanted to turn on his flashlight, but he wasn't sure if it was smart. He was waiting on Ninja to give him a signal of some sort. His silent prayers were answered a moment later when he saw the beam of Ninja's flashlight come to life. Ninja crawled out of his shelter and pivoted the flashlight in various directions while holding his hatchet. Kevin turned on his own flashlight and crawled out to join him, swiveling the beam frantically, scanning the trees. A few times, he thought he saw something that looked like a figure, but then realized it was just the shape of a tree or bough, and his mind playing tricks on him. "You heard that too, right?" Kevin asked, not looking at Ninja. "The whistling? Yeah, I did. Was it an animal? No, I don't think so. At least, I've never heard an animal that sounds like that. It was too rhythmical, too musical, made by a human." That sentence sent shivers down Kevin's spine. If Ninja said it, then it must have been true. Whatever was out there was no animal. They continued scanning the horizon in silence, the beams of their flashlights dancing in various directions, illuminating only small portions of the woods. Snap. Kevin and Ninja jerked in the direction of the echoing sound, but saw nothing. Their flashlight beams were now trembling and swaying, sending the shadows of the nearby branches and saplings dancing ominously against the background. "That's not good," Ninja reticently said. For the first time, Kevin sensed some sort of apprehension in his voice. He looked entirely cool and collected up until then, but now his voice seemed to quiver slightly. Kevin looked at him and, in the dark, saw his face staring wide-eyed in one spot, his mouth agape. He followed his gaze but still found nothing moving around. "Why is it not good?" Kevin asked. Ninja's delayed answer came a few seconds later. "Because branches only snap when something heavy steps on them." As if remembering just then, Kevin ducked into his shelter to retrieve the hatchet. He flipped the flashlight into his left hand so that he could handle the hatchet with the dominant hand as he impatiently continued scanning the woods for any activity. A rustling noise came from the opposite side. Both Kevin and Ninja followed the source of the sound with their flashlights. Nothing. Snap. Kevin was quick this time. He jerked the beam of the flashlight to the right, in the direction of the sound. He thought he saw something retreating behind a tree trunk uphill. He froze, keeping his beam trained on the tree. Did he imagine that just now? No, there was something there. He saw the leaves at the foot of the tree trunk shuffling momentarily, and, at the edge, just barely visible, was a part of something. Maybe a shoe? Another whistle came through, much louder and closer this time, but it wasn't from the tree trunk. It was in the opposite direction. Kevin gasped and shot around but saw nothing. He quickly turned back to look at the tree where he just saw movement a second ago, but whoever was there was gone. "Ninja?" Kevin asked, feeling panic welling up inside him and threatening to take over. "Keep your hatchet close," Ninja said. The two of them were practically back to back with each other, the beams of their flashlights fervently scanning the area, but to no avail. A lonesome pebble skittered somewhere in the distance, uphill from where Kevin had just seen the movement. It rolled down the leaf-covered hill and came to a halt right in front of Kevin's feet. Kevin shone the flashlight down on it and then traced the source of where it might have rolled down from. A figure peeked from behind the same tree trunk, not bothering to hide from the light pointed directly at it this time. Kevin saw a pale, mouthless face with black orbs for eyes, staring back at him. He froze in place, unable to budge. It felt like he was locked in a staring contest with the creature for an eternity. And then, the creature jumped in front of the tree and screamed a muffled scream with its non-existent mouth, the skin stretching across the gap where the mouth should be, rushing toward Kevin with a hand raised above its head. Kevin couldn't see what the creature was holding, and he had no intention of waiting to find out. Oh, fuck! Ninja, run! He barely had enough time to tap Ninja on the shoulder before he started running in the opposite direction. He heard Ninja's stifled scream, followed by the avalanche of footsteps. The muffled screams of the creature behind them reverberated in the air, stopping every few seconds to inhale and then continue screaming the same psychopathic scream. Kevin jumped over a root blocking his path and continued running as fast as his legs would carry him. The adrenaline didn't even allow him to look at the ground for potential threats of traps, roots, rocks, or anything else. His and Ninja's panting filled the air as the beams of their flashlights violently bobbed up and down in the night, intermittently illuminating portions of the woods before engulfing them back in darkness. The screams of the faceless creature behind them seemed to fade away, but only slightly. The campers had managed to scramble up a hill and continued running for a while when Kevin realized that the screams were no longer following them. Feeling a sudden burn in his lungs and legs, he stopped and turned around to see Ninja catching up with him. He scanned the hill with his flashlight, asking between breaths, Is it gone? Kill the light, Ninja said as he flicked his own flashlight off. Kevin immediately did that, just then realizing how stupid it was to broadcast their position to the entire forest. As soon as his light was off, too, complete and utter darkness enveloped him. For a few seconds, he couldn't see a finger in front of his nose. But then, his eyes started to adjust, and he could make out some details that he was staring at just before the lights went out. Trees here, branches there, a rock on the side. Okay, listen, Ninja whispered while panting. We need to... A whistle pierced the air. Kevin couldn't tell the distance, maybe a few 100 feet away. Too close for comfort. Run, he said to Ninja, and the two of them turned around and began running again. The whistling now came intermittently with brief pauses in between, and it always seemed to be equally distanced, despite the fact that they ran from it. They had made it to a part of the hill where it descended steeply into a ravine below on the left side, while a cliff face sat on their right, leaving them with only a narrow passage in between. They carefully had to sidle on the path while hugging the cliff face to avoid falling into the ravine. Ninja went first, walking with his back against the wall, and Kevin followed him closely behind. They didn't have too far to go like that, maybe a few dozen feet by Kevin's estimation, but looking down into what looked like an endless abyss made that distance feel much greater than it actually was. A minute or so passed since they last heard the whistling, and then it came again on Kevin's left. He couldn't see the Firwood Wraith in the darkness, but he knew it was there, and he knew it could see him. He hurried his steps up, panic overwhelming him. The whistling was getting closer by the second, and at this rate, it would catch up with him any moment now. He expected to see the faceless creature pop in front of him and pull him into the darkness of the woods while he thrashed and screamed. He expected to feel cold fingers wrap around his wrist and yank him like he was nothing more than a plaything. The thought of it made him shimmy to the side even faster. This was a mistake, because in the next moment, he felt himself stepping on Ninja's shoe and losing balance. His foot slipped forward. He tried holding himself with the weight of his other foot, but it slipped under him, and the next thing he knew, he was sent tumbling down the hill. "Kevin!" He heard Ninja's voice from above as he futilely tried clawing at something to grab onto. At first, he simply slid against the moss, and then his side bumped into something, exploding with pain, and he was sent rolling down the hill, overcome with a sense of vertigo. Just as quickly as the rolling started, it stopped, and he was on the ground, no longer tumbling. His side hurt like a bitch, and he wondered how much damage he had sustained. The whistling from above continued, but instead of following him down, it proceeded in the direction where Ninja was moving. In seconds, the sounds began fading away and, within a minute, were completely gone. Kevin was left with utter silence and an aching body. At first, he refused to move. He wasn't sure if moving was what would catch the Wraith's attention, and he didn't want to test that theory. After what felt like minutes, he decided that he had to move before the ghost returned to finish him off. He slowly stood up, not wanting to put too much weight on his hands and legs, unsure if he had broken something. When he was sure that there was no pain in his limbs, he touched his side. He winced at the pain, but whatever the injury was, it wasn't bad enough to immobilize him. Yet. He rubbed his index and thumb together to feel if any blood came from the touch, but luckily felt nothing wet. Probably just bruised up real good. He had no idea which direction to move in, but he reckoned that it didn't matter. The priority right now was finding a safe place. He still had his flashlight with him, but refused to flick it on. The hatchet he dropped on his way down the hill, and there was no way he'd find it in the dark. With no way to determine which way to go, he decided to go for the most logical solution, putting as much distance as possible between himself and whatever the fuck that thing was. He hoped that Ninja managed to escape it. He was agile and fast, so he should be able to outrun it. But then, another terrifying thought came to Kevin's mind. What if the Firwood Wraith was actually much faster than it let the campers believe? Maybe it could move with lightning speed, but was just messing with them, building up their fear? That would explain why they heard whistling coming from various directions back at the camp. Kevin couldn't get the Wraith's face out of his mind. Pale, stretched against the skull-like features, with no mouth. Even though Kevin swore he could see the jaw moving, as if to open the mouth, the skin against the mouth tightened with its muffled scream. He shuddered at that. He kept glancing over his shoulder, paranoid that he'd see that face staring back at him from behind a tree trunk. He was tempted to turn on his flashlight, but he knew that the risk outweighed the reward in this case. He imagined himself being in the Wraith's position, scanning the woods for Kevin, and seeing a flashlight flicker to life somewhere in the distance before dashing like a bloodthirsty animal toward its seemingly unsuspecting prey. I gotta find some shelter, ASAP. He had made it through the thicket of bushes that scratched his legs. He tried to be as quiet as he could, but the rustling and snapping were probably heard loudly. For the first time since he arrived in the woods, he was grateful for the loud wildlife that surrounded him. It made him feel less lonely, less exposed. If he was going to die here, at least, he knew it wouldn't be entirely alone. Surrounded by nothing but trees, even though he doubted the animals would come to his aid like in some sort of Disney movie. The exhaustion was starting to get to him now. Although he was no longer winded, his legs were wobbly from the intense running. He was sure that if he survived, he'd have sore quads in a day or two. As long as I survive, I'm not complaining. I'm never complaining about anything ever again. His thoughts raced back to the campers, who were probably sleeping peacefully in their cabins. He imagined Mark snoring at this very moment, feeling momentarily angry at their obliviousness before realizing he was overreacting. It wasn't their fault. He had been walking for around 30 minutes by his estimation when he decided to sit on a nearby collapsed tree trunk. The adrenaline had completely subsided since the chase, and the fear of the Firwood Wraith somewhat, so he figured that taking 5 minutes for a break would be a smart thing to do. He was no good running if the Wraith caught him in a tired condition like this one. He exhaled deeply, but tried not to produce a lot of noise in the process. He swallowed through his sand-dry throat, and just then realized how thirsty he was. He had left his backpack back at the camp, and, with it, all the relevant supplies, including food and water. Now, he had no idea where he was or which direction he should go in. He couldn't even remember what Ninja told him, which direction the camp was in, and even if he did, he didn't possess the knowledge to orient himself without a compass. He had no idea what time it was either. Was dawn coming any time soon? He couldn't stand being in such thick darkness. As tranquil as the woods were at day, they were tenfold scarier at night. What was going to happen to him? Would he die in the woods of starvation or dehydration? Or maybe he'd eat some berries and get poisoned along the way, vomiting and shitting until he had no more strength and died? Or maybe he'd get torn into bits by the Wraith. They're sacrificing us to the Firwood Wraith. The campers were right all along. I can't fucking believe it. The panic subsided slightly, and desperation started to overtake him as he began hyperventilating. How the hell did he get into this situation? He wasn't supposed to be here. He was supposed to be back home. He was supposed to be spending time with his friends. He was supposed to be out on a date with Amy. Tears filled his eyes at the thought that he may die here, and that he would never get the chance to tell Amy he had feelings for her. She would move on with her life, maybe feel somewhat sad over the loss of her crush, if that was even what he was. But eventually, she would move into college, find a boyfriend there, get married after graduating, have kids, and so on. The same would be for Rick, Henry, and Lewis. They would continue hanging out, and Kevin would be just a friend who tragically died in a summer camp back when they were teens, who they occasionally mention in passing. Kevin's tears flowed freely, dropping onto the ground below him. He suppressed his sobs as much as he could, which resulted in uncontrolled gasps for air. A whistling noise broke him out of his self-pity. Kevin raised his head, perking up his ears. He wiped the tears from his face and stood up from the trunk. The whistle was close by, but he couldn't tell where exactly it had come from. How was it here already? The whistle came again, playful this time, like an owner calling his dog to come to him. It was closer this time. Was it even worth running? Would running give away his location? The forest had gone somewhat silent, and, with no other plan in mind, Kevin decided to hide. The collapsed tree trunk was leaning against a part of the ground with a ditch near the middle, perfect for hiding. Kevin climbed over the tree trunk and crawled under it into the ditch, using the tiny gap between the trunk and the ground as a peephole. He could see the area well from here, and he was sure that there was no way that the Wraith could see him unless it came from the other side. The good thing about the hiding spot, though, was the fact that the side Kevin was hiding on was riddled with a rocky, uneven gradient, which no one would want to traverse in their healthy state of mind, so there was no way he could be ambushed from behind. Not by a human, anyway. The whistle sounded again, much closer, a few dozen feet in front of Kevin. Kevin squinted in the dark and darted his eyes all around the area in front. At first, he saw nothing. Another whistle, followed by the sounds of steady and heavy footsteps. They were coming from somewhere on the left side, but Kevin couldn't see anything there. The footsteps were getting closer and closer, as if the person walking was not maliciously hunting someone, but taking a casual stroll. They sounded like they were right in front of the trunk, and sure enough, in a moment, Kevin saw the tip of a boot stopping in front of him. He clasped a hand over his mouth, doing his best not to breathe loudly. The boots shuffled in place before taking a step forward. The person wearing the boots seemed to be shifting weight from one leg to another, occasionally pivoting around, seemingly inspecting the area. Then, 2 taps came on the trunk above Kevin. Kevin felt the vibration of the knocks, and his heart leaped into his throat, but he refused to move. If the Wraith really found him, he stood no chance of crawling out of the ditch in time to start running. If it didn't see him yet, then he couldn't risk exposing his position. A moment of petrified silence filled the air, as Kevin waited in anticipation of what was to come. He expected to feel sharp nails digging into his back any moment now, or being snatched by the ankle and pulled out to be mauled to death. The boots proceeded to move out of sight to the right. Kevin closed his eyes and silently exhaled into his hand with a quivering breath. When he opened his eyes, an eye was staring back at him through the gap. Kevin screamed, backing away as much as he could from the face. It was the same face from before, the pale, mouthless face with black eyes. He managed to crawl out of the ditch much faster than he ever thought he'd be able to, and turned around to run up the inhospitable rocky terrain. He felt something grab his shirt from behind, which gave him a sudden burst of energy. He flailed and twisted his body, feeling like his shirt was going to rip any moment, but the grip suddenly loosened, and Kevin was propelled forward, climbing up the gradient with an agility that would make Ninja jealous. He felt a hand wrap around his ankle, and momentarily lost his balance, catching himself before he could stumble back down the hill. He held himself firmly with his hands against deeply embedded rocks, and used his other foot to kick the hand holding him. He couldn't even see who or what was holding him. He saw nothing except that pale face looking up at him with the same expressionless look. He felt the grip around his ankle loosening, and he wasted no time continuing the climb, stumbling and slipping along the way. He heard a frustrated grunt behind him, sounding muffled like before. He was sure that the Wraith was furious now, and was done playing around. It was going to hunt him down and kill him just like it probably killed Ninja. By the time Kevin had climbed the elevation, his entire body was screaming at him to stop and take a break, while his brain told him to keep going. He panted along the way, unable to take in a proper breath. He got up from all fours and began running, tripping, and falling along the way. The whistle was right at his heels, and it urged him to stand up and keep going. He was a second too late because, just as he was about to stand up, he felt a weight on his back, pushing him to the ground. He slammed with his chin on the ground, but ignored the pain. He felt some of the dirt getting into his mouth, but that was of no concern to him at the moment. He had to get away. He tried pushing himself up, but as soon as he lifted his body mere inches off the ground, he was pushed down again. He felt a hand grasp his shoulder with a vice-like grip and spin him around onto his back. He saw the Firwood Wraith standing above him in its full glory. Its black eyes stared down at Kevin, and even though it had no pupils, Kevin knew that the Wraith was staring directly at him. He felt cold fingers wrap around his neck and squeeze hard, even though he saw no limbs or torso. The blank piece of skin where the mouth was supposed to be stretched slightly, and a muffled voice left its mouth. "I got you now, kid." The voice surprisingly sounded like it belonged to an average adult male rather than a ghost. Kevin couldn't breathe. He repeatedly tried detaching the fingers from his neck, but they were pressed against it too firmly. He began hitting the ghost's invisible arms, trying to focus on the elbows to get the grip to loosen, but it wasn't working. His vision was getting progressively darker, and even the meager details that he was able to discern thus far were beginning to fade into nothingness. The strength of his arms was waning, and he wasn't even sure if he was hitting anymore. "Amy, I'm sorry," he thought to himself as the sounds around him began fading away. And then, the grip on his neck loosened, just like that. He heard a grunt, and with his slowly regaining vision, he saw the Wraith falling to the side with a smaller figure on top of it. Kevin coughed violently, trying to take in desperate breaths of air. He saw the Wraith and the other figure wrestling on the ground. The Wraith threw a punch at the figure, causing it to topple over. The Wraith then withdrew something from its back and jumped on top of the figure. Kevin saw a glint in the Wraith's hand as it tried bringing it down on the figure. A knife. Kevin had to help the figure, whoever it was. He didn't think. He didn't know if the figure was his friend or something else, but he knew for sure that the Wraith wasn't on his side. He looked for anything nearby that he could use. His eyes fell on an object on the ground that oddly resembled his hatchet. He scrambled for it and, upon grabbing it, stood up and looked at the two figures wrestling. The Wraith was turned with its back toward him. Without thinking, Kevin charged it, raised his hatchet above, and brought it down on the pale head of the Firwood Wraith. All struggling instantly stopped, and the Wraith fell sideways without a sound, with the hatchet embedded in its head. The figure pushed the Wraith and scooted away from it. Kevin was focused on the body of the Wraith. A million thoughts were racing through his head. Had he just killed someone? What the hell is that creature? But as he stared at it, he realized that it couldn't have been a ghost and never was. The mask with the pale face slightly slid up, revealing not a ghost, but a human face, a mouth frozen in a half-agape grimace. The person was wearing something that looked like a black sweater and black pants with black gloves. "What in the hell?" Kevin confusedly asked. He approached the figure and tentatively knelt next to it. The mask was stained with dark red on top where the hatchet was still embedded. Using 2 fingers, Kevin pulled the mask gently up, revealing the full face of the man that tried killing him. He couldn't have been more than 30. His open eyes vacantly stared at nothingness, and the realization that he just killed a human being made Kevin sick. He turned to the other side and emptied the contents of his stomach onto the ground. "Oh, God," he mumbled with shaky legs. He felt like he was going to faint. "You had to do it. Otherwise, he would have killed you." The voice of the figure came from behind him. Kevin had all but forgotten about the person until he spoke. He quickly shot around and faced him. It was a boy around his age. At first, Kevin was baffled as to why a teenager would even be in the woods at this time. But then he saw his shirt. It was dirty, and the logo, although somewhat faded, was still discernible. The circle wasn't full anymore, and one of the trees was missing inside it, but there was no mistaking it. It was the uniform of Camp Firwood. The person who just saved Kevin's life exhaled and said, "My name's Bill." Chapter 15. The Cave. "Bill? The missing camper? Caveman Bill?" Kevin asked. His head was spinning, and his brain had trouble processing what just happened. The campers were being sent into the woods to die. But it wasn't the Firwood Wraith killing them. It was a person. But who was he? And why was he hunting the campers? Bill nodded. And who are you? I haven't seen you around the camp. My name's Kevin. They call me Cocky Kevin. I just arrived this week. Bill frowned. He put his hands on his hips and asked, How many campers did they bring along with you? Just me. I was brought by my parents, Kevin said. Huh, Bill said with a timor of bafflement and looked down. Silence ensued for a moment. Kevin couldn't help but glance at the dead body of the attacker. His vacant eyes were staring directly at Kevin, making him uncomfortable. He averted his gaze and locked his eyes with Bill again. There's no time for talking now. We need to get to safety, Bill said as he glanced at the dead body with a furrowed nose. He knelt next to the head and, with a groan of disgust, grabbed the hatchet handle with both hands. He tried pulling it out of the skull of the attacker, but instead ended up moving the head along with it, unable to pull out the blade. He groaned louder and stood up, putting one foot against the dead person's head and using both hands to yank the hatchet out. It came loose with a sickening, wet sound of what Kevin imagined was being produced by the skull and its contents. He still couldn't believe he just killed a person. The gravity of that hadn't hit him fully yet, and he wasn't sure if it was going to at all. But he had no regrets. It was him or the attacker. And the attacker didn't look like he was about to show any mercy. Bill stared at the blood-stained blade of the hatchet for a moment before going to a nearby bush to wipe it on the leaves. Once he stood up and turned to look at Kevin, he said, Come on. We need to move. Kevin blinked a few times in perplexity. Move where? Did Bill have a hiding spot this whole time? How the hell did he survive for a whole week in the woods with this person prowling around? Wait, go where? Kevin asked with a shake of his head. There's a hidden cave nearby. Come on, the others may come back soon. The others? Kevin didn't think he could be even more confused than he was now. Before he had time to contemplate what he was just told, Bill had already turned around and began walking down the rocky hill where Kevin had just been chased. No time. Come on, he said, motioning Kevin with a wave of his hand to follow him. Kevin happened to see the outline of his flashlight a few feet away from him, which was really lucky. He didn't even realize he had dropped the flashlight while running away from the fake wraith. He grabbed it, ran a few steps to catch up to Bill before saying, Wait a second. Another camper was being chased. We have to find him. Bill turned to face Kevin with a forlorn look in his eye. Listen, we'll look for your friend, but not right now. It's too dangerous. We'll wait until morning and then look for him. He turned around, but Kevin spoke up again. By morning, he could already be dead. The camper turned around once again and said, this time with a hint of frustration in his voice, If we stay here, we're as good as dead ourselves. We're of no help to the camper if we look for him now. We'll wait until morning when we have more visibility, all right? He waited to see what Kevin would say. He swayed the hatchet back and forth in his hand impatiently, making Kevin feel like he expected an answer right there and then. Okay, fine, he said to Bill. He knew that he was right. Looking for Ninja right now in pitch dark would get them nowhere, and going around the woods shouting his name and hoping he'd respond didn't seem like the best option either. They needed to get their bearings and then look for Ninja. Bill seemed satisfied with his answer, so he nodded and turned around. He prudently began stepping down the hill, using his free hand to hold onto the embedded rocks and crags in order to avoid tumbling down. Kevin joined him, careful with each step. Descending was much slower than climbing up, but then again, there wasn't a killer with a creepy faceless mask chasing after him. Kevin had a million questions, which he was sure Bill had the answers to, but now was not the time for talking. He would wait at least until they were on flat ground. Every minute or so, Bill turned around to see if Kevin was still there. He seemed quite good at navigating the rocky hill, which made Kevin assume that he was either an athlete or an expert survivor in the woods. He then remembered that Rob told him Bill was called Caveman Bill due to his amazing survival skills in the wilderness. He couldn't help but consider how lucky he was. First, he was stuck with Ninja, whose knowledge about the woods was already exponential, and now Bill, who was even more skilled. Hey, thanks for saving me back there, Kevin said, once he hopped off the final rock and onto the moss-covered ground. Well, you saved me too. That guy was going to stab me, Bill said. Who was that guy anyway? And what did you mean when you said the others might come back? Kevin impatiently asked. No idea. All I know is there's more of them, Bill said. I don't know if they're living in the woods or whatever, but they hunt the campers who get sent for the trial." He paused for a moment while he jumped over the log where Kevin had hidden just before the attacker found him. Then he continued, "The camper I was with, Camper Victor, he got killed right in front of me. I had to run away before they could see me. Jesus." They walked in silence for a little bit while Kevin processed what Bill had told him. "Why do you think they're hunting campers?" he asked. "No idea. For fun? For meat? Doesn't matter." "For meat?" Kevin was about to hysterically chuckle, more out of relief than anything else. He first thought that Bill was sarcastic, but then realized that having meat-eating killers hunting campers wouldn't be an impossibility. Nothing was a surprise anymore. "I don't know," Bill said. "Maybe there's some kind of sick fucking cannibals or something. Maybe there's some kind of deranged freaks like those creatures in Wrong Turn." "Wrong Turn? You know, the horror movie?" Kevin scratched his head. Bill realized that Kevin didn't get the reference, so he sighed and said, "Never mind. Either way, we're not safe. The counselors were sending us to die, and they knew it, I'm sure. If they didn't, they would have sent someone to pick us up by now." "Why would they send us to die?" "I don't know. Money? Although if these are some hillbillies living in the woods, I doubt they'd be able to pay them. Gotta be something else. Maybe a pact with them to stay in the woods or something." Kevin grunted. "How did you manage to survive for so long?" "Holed up in that cave I mentioned, and had a little bit of help." "From who?" "I'll introduce you later." They had walked past a wide creek, and Kevin asked Bill if it was safe to drink the water, to which Bill told him that it was risky without water purifiers. He said that he had water stowed away in his cave, so he just needed to hold on a little longer. Kevin didn't even realize how parched he was until that moment. His throat had been dry ever since he'd woken up in the middle of the night. However, he failed to think about it up until then due to the adrenaline. The temptation to drink from the creek was insurmountable, but he really didn't want to contract a disease that would leave him in pain or dying. He got food poisoning last year when he ate undercooked chicken, and it wasn't pleasant. His parents had gone on a trip to the Bahamas, leaving him home alone for an entire week. He hadn't insisted on going with them, and they hadn't invited him, so the alone time came at a great time. His parents were thoughtful enough to supply him with all sorts of food that would last him for the week, including canned goods, frozen pizzas, and some other stuff. But there was also meat in the freezer. When Kevin got sick of eating frozen pizza for 3 nights in a row, he decided to fry some chicken breast and cook potatoes on the side. He had followed the recipe guide he found online to the extent he thought was important, and when he cut into the semi-cooked chicken, he ignored the raw middle, shrugging it off as unharmful. The taste wasn't too bad, considering that he himself cooked it, and he was fine until the following afternoon. He then began experiencing severe stomach cramps, followed by diarrhea, nausea, and vomiting. He got so sick that he couldn't even drink water without vomiting it, but at the time, he didn't even think that it might be food poisoning. His Aunt Kelly, who had been calling him every day to make sure he was okay, got a little worried, but he assured her that it was probably just a virus. The following day, when he came down with a fever and the other symptoms didn't subside, Aunt Kelly insisted on taking him to the hospital. He was severely dehydrated by then, and the doctor said that had he not come to the hospital, he would have suffered sepsis. He was put on IVs and given strong antibiotics and had to spend 5 days in the hospital. Kelly informed his parents right away, but Kevin's parents decided not to cut their vacation short, deeming his condition stable enough. When they returned a few days later, one day before he was released from the hospital, they made sure to scold him for worrying them so much and making them call off their cruise. They made sure to remind him of his accidents with every chance they got, and it didn't take Kevin long to take the hint that they were pissed, not because he got poisoned, but because he ruined their vacation. "So, who's the other camper who was sent on the trial with you?" Bill asked. "Ninja." "Fuck, man," Bill cursed aloud. "They chose Ninja?" "Not exactly. He volunteered." Bill chuckled before returning to his serious demeanor. "Well, he always was brave. A lot of the folk at the camp thought he was just an excellent liar, but he's no bullshitter. Did you know he snuck out of the cabin on the first night and went around the camp, avoiding the patrolling counselors?" "Yeah, I heard about that. I guess he and Tough Norton are the biggest legends around the camp, huh?" The dark was finally beginning to clear away, and the sky was transforming into gray, with the first clouds in the sky starting to become visible. Dawn. Thank God. Dawn. Kevin didn't even care if someone attacked them now. Daylight was approaching, and with it came immense comfort. With the dispersal of the night, nothing could hurt him. Not for a solid 18 more hours or so until the next nightfall. He dreaded the thought of staying another night in the woods, but chased it away for the moment. He wanted to cherish the daylight. "We're almost there," Bill said as he ducked under a branch and disappeared behind a tree, a rustling noise reverberating along with him. Kevin followed him through the thicket of densely packed trees. At some points, he had to walk sideways to pass through the narrow pathway between the trees. Visibility was getting better by the second from the ever-increasing sunlight, and Kevin saw more details on Bill. He had unkempt, chestnut hair, which he assumed may actually be blonde when clean. His uniform was exactly the same as his own. However, Kevin saw how it was worn out, probably from the time spent in the woods. Most of his uniform was caked with either dried mud or dirt, giving him a sort of a camouflaged, soldier-like look. Whenever Bill put some distance between him and Kevin, he was more camouflaged in the environment, so the muddy stains on his uniform actually served him well. Kevin also noticed bloodied scratches around Bill's elbows, forearms, and legs, indicating that the forest was not gentle to him. He couldn't help but be impressed by Bill and his ability to survive not just the woods themselves, but the deadly killers who were after campers. "This way," Bill jetted his head forward. The sun had already begun rising by this point, and orange gleams of the light fell through the branches, illuminating portions of the woods, allowing for clear visibility of the surrounding. Kevin looked in the direction Bill was pointing, toward the side of a cliff that blocked their path. The cliff stretched a few dozen feet upward, and it didn't look like there was a nearby way around. Kevin opened his mouth to ask Bill if he was sure he knew where he was going, when he saw his companion heading toward what looked like a vertical crack on the cliff face. That must be the cave. The crack looked too thin for anyone to squeeze through, but when they got close enough, he realized that it was actually much wider than it looked. Bill went in first, sidling sideways to squeeze inside. He disappeared in the pitch black of the cave entrance, leaving Kevin momentarily exposed out in the woods all alone. He quickly squeezed inside the cave, getting enveloped in complete darkness. It took his eyes only a few seconds to adjust before he started seeing outlines of naturally formed cave walls, floor, and ceiling. The narrow passage they had gone through suddenly swerved to the left and then widened, opening into a large area, big enough to be called a room. Kevin expected the room to be engulfed in darkness. However, some of the light from outside seeped inside the cavern, illuminating portions of it. He clicked his flashlight, instantly illuminating the area with his beam. The cavern looked crudely roundish, with the ceiling tall enough even for someone like Mr. Adams to stretch inside it without banging his head. Kevin noticed a sleeping bag on the left side of the room and, next to it, cans of food and bottles of water. Bill shielded his eyes from the beam when Kevin inadvertently pointed it at him. He reached down for one of the full bottles and tossed it to Kevin. Kevin fumbled, nearly dropping both the bottle and the flashlight, before clumsily managing to catch it. He couldn't remove the cap fast enough, and when he began drinking, he was doing it so fast that his throat started to hurt. The water was cold, and letting it slide down his throat was the best feeling in the world at that moment. When he removed the not-quite-empty bottle from his mouth, he took a few deep breaths. "Thank you," he said. Bill stared at him this whole time with an indifferent look in his eyes before pointing to the cans on the floor. "You got food here if you're hungry. Sorry about the mess, by the way. I wasn't expecting guests." Kevin pivoted the flashlight in various corners of the room. He noticed that there were a bunch of empty, open cans of food strewn about the cave floor, looking like a squatter's den. Based on the number of cans, it looked like Bill had been here for a while, probably about as long as Kevin had been in the camp. "I'm not hungry right now," he said. "I really just need a moment to take a break." "Yeah, you do that. You can sleep in the sleeping bag. Don't worry about snoring or anything because this place is pretty well isolated from the usual danger zones. Plus, they only seem to come out at night. I still don't know who exactly they are." "Neither do I, buddy," Bill shrugged. Kevin slumped down in the sleeping bag with his ass, feeling immense relief. It wasn't until then that he started to realize just how exhausted and beaten up he was. His neck was painful, his hands and knees were all scratched up, and his side still hurt, albeit much less than it did back when he hit it. He lifted his shirt and pointed the flashlight to the hurt spot, but saw nothing major except a big red scratch across his side. It wasn't bleeding, though, and the pain wasn't serious, so he hoped that it wasn't so severe that he would feel it in a day or two. "Okay, listen," Kevin said. "I'm going to take a break for 10 minutes, and then we can start looking for Ninja, all right?" "Sure. Try to get at least a little shut-eye, though. You're no good to me if you're unfocused. You got it. Kevin gave him a thumbs up, slumping onto his back. He groaned when his side warned him with a pang of pain not to do anything like that again. Okay, I'm going to head on out, Bill said. Wait, where are you going? Kevin suddenly got skeptical. What if this was all a ploy to get him trapped inside the cave so they could finish the job? No, that didn't make any sense. Why would Bill save him in the first place? I'm gonna try to see if I can find Ninja's tracks out there. Do you happen to know which way you went before you guys separated? Bro, if you asked me to show you the spot where you and I were just 5 minutes ago, there's no way I'd be able to take you back there, Kevin chuckled. Bill nodded but showed no signs of disappointment before saying, All right, well, you get some sleep. I'm going to take my hatchet with me. Why? Don't you trust me? Kevin asked, feeling a little paranoid again. It's not that. It's just that I need something to defend myself in case they're still out there. And I don't want you getting all jumpy when I come back. Fuck it. Fair enough, Kevin said, turning his head toward the ceiling. He expected specks of dust to fall into his eyes from the ceiling, but it didn't happen. Bill stopped at the cave exit and said, All right, sleep well, buddy. Yeah, I'll join you in a bit. Bill turned and silently left the cave. Kevin felt his eyelids getting extremely heavy all of a sudden. He allowed his eyes to close, ignoring the burning sensation in his scraped knees and hands. Bill is right. I need to get some shut-eye. That was his last thought before he passed out. He woke up to the sound of footsteps echoing right next to his head. At some point during his sleep, he must have turned onto his uninjured side. He opened his eyes and, through his blurry vision, saw a large figure kneeling next to him. Although he couldn't see clearly who it was, Kevin was sure of one thing. It wasn't Bill. He jerked his head up and began scooting backward, his vision clearing up. The person in front of him was a calm, bearded man with messy, unkempt hair and dirty overalls. Groundskeeper Andy? Kevin asked. The groundskeeper was fixated on something on the ground in front of him, not glancing at Kevin even for a moment. Kevin looked at the ground and saw an open first aid kit on the ground, the contents neatly placed inside. You get any injuries? The groundskeeper's rough voice came through, reverberating through the cavern chamber. No, I'm fine, Kevin retorted, still skeptically staring at the groundskeeper. I can already see from here that you're lying to me, boy. The groundskeeper finally looked up at Kevin, his glare shooting daggers in the camper's direction. Where's Bill? Kevin asked. Andy looked down at the first aid kit again and took out the alcohol. He'll be back soon. Come on, let me patch you up. He removed the gauze and bandages and stood up. Kevin stared up at the man as he took one step toward the camper before he stopped. He seemed to notice the suspicion on Kevin's face, so he sighed and said, I ain't gonna hurt you, all right? If I wanted to kill you or bring you back to the camp, I could have done so already. Now, come on. What he said made sense. With that, he reluctantly allowed the groundskeeper to get closer to him and began tending to his wounds. He winced every time the alcohol touched the parts of his body where the skin had been scraped, but the groundskeeper assured him that it was necessary in order to avoid an infection. Upon cleaning the wounds, it was determined that there was no need for gauze and bandages, only band-aids for his knees. Kevin already started to feel his scraped knees burning whenever he would contract or extend his legs. From experience, he knew that it would take a few days for the scab to appear and then fall out. Make sure not to pick at that wound, all right? Andy said, and try to stay out of trouble while I'm gone. In fact, try not to go out at all unless Bill is with you. He stood up and returned the remaining items into the first aid kit before closing it shut. You eat anything yet? Not since last night. What time is it anyway? Kevin asked. Almost noon. Bill came by my cabin to tell me he managed to find a camper, so I immediately came out here to see what condition you're in. You're the person who helped Bill this whole time? Kevin raised his eyebrows. The groundskeeper didn't respond. Why? Why are you helping the campers? I got my reasons, Andy sternly said. And that reminds me, I'm gonna need my key back. Kevin's heart jumped into his throat. His and the groundskeeper's eyes were locked in a staring contest, but he couldn't will himself to look away. The groundskeeper apparently noticed this, so he sighed and looked down at the ground, shaking his head. Sneaking into the head counselor's office was reckless and stupid. What if they caught you? But they didn't, Kevin defiantly said. I caught you, didn't I? What do you think they would do if they did? Throw me in the woods with some murdering psychopath? Kevin was calm enough now to start making sardonic remarks. The groundskeeper shook his head like a disappointed parent. This prompted Kevin to look down at his lap in embarrassment. He was right. Sneaking into the office was risky, but it was the only choice he had. Silence hung in the air for a prolonged moment. "So, about that key," the groundskeeper said. Kevin hadn't even remembered that he had the key tucked away in his sock until the groundskeeper mentioned it. He refused to show it to him yet, though, not until he got some answers. "I'll give it to you, if you tell me who you really are and why you're helping us," he said as confidently as he could with a poker face. Andy looked away for a moment before facing Kevin's direction with a glint of compassion in his eye. "My name is not really Andy. That's an alias I assumed before I joined the camp. Suppose you want to know what exactly I'm doing here. Well, might as well tell you. Not like I'd get in more trouble than I already am for helping you. Besides, I already told Bill anyway." He straightened his back and reached inside his overalls into the front pocket of his shirt. A moment later, he brought out a photograph, staring at it with a look in his eye that seemed like he was reminiscing. Kevin noted a profound sadness in his eyes. Andy grasped the picture gently with both hands between his thumbs and forefinger. He outstretched the photograph in his hand toward Kevin, giving it to him. Kevin tentatively took the picture and looked at it. He had seen this before. It was the photo he found in Andy's cabin back when he rummaged through it, looking for the key. The boy in the photo smiled innocently at the camera. "That was my son, Owen." "Was?" Kevin stared at the photograph for a moment before returning it to the groundskeeper. The groundskeeper pulled the picture closer to himself and held it in his hands in front of himself, staring at it. He bit his lip painfully, slightly nodding at it. "He would have been 14 today. His birthday would have been a few weeks ago," he said, not taking his eyes off the picture. "What happened to him?" Kevin tentatively asked in a low tone, afraid to offend the groundskeeper. Andy cleared his throat and stood up, walking to the back of the cave where another sleeping bag had been placed on the ground. He must have brought it with him. "He went missing in Camp Firwood last year," he said, facing away from Kevin. He sniffled. Kevin saw him wiping his face with his knuckles, probably trying to remove the formed tears. He cleared his throat again and placed the photo back in his chest pocket. He then turned around and made his way back to the first aid kit. He was visibly redder in the face, but was trying to hide it by not looking directly at the camper. "He went missing? Here?" "Yeah," Andy said. "Owen was living with my ex-wife Angela, his mom, at the time. We thought that it would be good for our son to take some extracurricular activities during summer. So we signed him up for the summer camp. Owen was ecstatic. He really looked forward to some activities where he could potentially improve his painting and get to play more sports." He took a moment of pause, staring at the passage leading outside the cave. The now slightly stronger light coming from outside illuminated half of the groundskeeper's face. "Just 2 weeks in, Angela called me. Said that the camp called in and said Owen ran away and went missing. They said he got bullied by the other kids and that's why he ran away. Now, that didn't sound like my son. Not one bit. Everyone liked him. He was a natural leader and a role model for the other kids. He wouldn't ever run away like that. I knew something else must have happened and that camp was hiding it." Kevin stared intently at the groundskeeper, practically on the edge of his metaphorical chair. He hadn't even realized that he leaned forward and had his mouth agape. Andy continued. "I still worked as a police officer back then. A search party was organized to look for him in these woods, but I personally wasn't allowed anywhere near the place. My superiors said my emotions would impact the case, so I stepped back and let them do their job because I trusted they would do everything in their power to find my boy." He sighed deeply and shook his head as if remembering something bitter. "Anyway, they never found any traces of him. The case is still open as far as I was told, but that's just about all I know." "So, what do you think happened to him?" Kevin interjected. "That's where the story gets interesting, son." The groundskeeper smiled woefully. "A few months after Owens' disappearance, after the funeral with the empty casket and everything, I started to hear some murmurings about other kids disappearing in the summer camp called Camp Firwood. I went to investigate, but could never find any official information. I went to talk to the parents of the missing kids. They'd always deny their kid going missing. One of them even said they never had a kid to begin with. But it was suspicious because they all said pretty much the same things. It was like they rehearsed their story beforehand. Not only that, but as soon as I told them I'm a cop, they seemed to get frightened for their lives, despite smiling the whole time. It may have been that whoever operates this camp, probably the director, threatened to keep them quiet. He shook his head once more, wrinkling his nose in disgust. That's when I got suspended and eventually fired from work for snooping around too much. Too many things lined up, and I knew I was onto something. I continued investigating for a while and found the right people who would help me get a job as a groundskeeper in Camp Firwood. I changed my identity because they probably knew who I was by then and were tracking me. Once I had a fake new name, I applied for the job. The groundskeeper said it matter-of-factly, as if working for a secret criminal organization that kidnapped children was no big deal. He continued, "They didn't run any special background checks or whatever. Just warned me not to ask any questions and pretend I don't know anything if anyone came knocking. I've been observing the camp ever since." He looked at Kevin for a prolonged moment before turning his attention to the first aid kit on the ground again. "How long have you been here?" Kevin asked. Andy, or whatever his name was, snapped his head back in Kevin's direction and said, "About 10 weeks, maybe a week or two more. The camp always closes after summer and only opens during the summer school break." Kevin frowned. "So you've seen the campers get elected in the choosing and sent to die? And you did nothing about it?" He asked this with slight anger in his voice, intending on letting the groundskeeper hear his frustration. "Don't be so quick to judge, son. I didn't know up until a week ago what exactly was going on, until I went into the woods the night Bill got sent. I couldn't do anything else even if I wanted to," Andy replied. "I'm alone here, and they have armed guards. Now, I'm not sure if they would harm your kids, but I know for sure that they wouldn't hesitate to shoot me if I proved to be untrustworthy. So, I had to lay low while figuring out what's going on. What is going on here? Don't know. That's why I'm here. To find out what they're doing with the campers and find my son. Can't you just call your buddies at the force? Have them raid this place and rescue us?" Kevin asked. The groundskeeper shook his head. "Haven't you been listening to what I just said? Whoever these people are, they're in cahoots with the police. They're probably paying them some real good money to keep things quiet. But if I find evidence, they'll have no choice but to support me. Hell, with the right type of evidence, I can forward the case to the FBI, have all the corrupted policemen arrested." A moment of silence filled the air while Kevin contemplated everything the groundskeeper just told him. A secret organization abducting kids and sending them in the woods to die. If Andy personally signed up his kid for Camp Firwood, that eliminated the possibility that the parents were willingly sending their kids to die. That still didn't answer one important question, though. "What happens to the kids who were chosen for departure?" Kevin asked. "Like I said, I don't know. They don't tell me anything. I'm just the groundskeeper. I see them getting escorted by the director out of the camp, but that's all. You think they just let them go? To maintain the image of a somewhat functional camp?" Andy didn't answer. He scratched his bushy beard and picked up the first aid kit. "Do you think Owen is still alive?" Even Kevin felt the sting of his own words. The groundskeeper looked at him. Kevin expected anger, but there was only insurmountable sadness on his face. He sighed and said, "I don't want to have my hopes high, but I pray to God that he is, son." Kevin reached into his sock and felt the key. It was still there. He pulled it out and handed it to the groundskeeper, who snatched it and put it in his pocket, his facial expression suddenly changing back to the usual, frigid one. The weight of what the groundskeeper just told him started to dawn on Kevin. That boy was someone's son, and he had a bright future ahead of him until the camp took it away. The same went for the other countless campers who were snatched away. But what happened to the ones who were chosen for departure? The choosing, the murders in the woods, there was so much going on. And Kevin knew at that moment that this camp was way more dangerous than he initially ever could have thought. At the back of his mind, he somehow knew it all along, ever since the day he arrived, but the rational part of him refused to admit it. He wondered How many times he had a close call, getting into some serious trouble that would have the counselors organize repentance for someone to get sent into the woods to die. The thought of it made him sick. So, what now? Kevin abruptly asked to shake those morbid thoughts away. Now, Andy said, I need to go back to the cabin before they get suspicious. He stood up and turned to the exit of the cave. Aren't you going to help us find a way out? Kevin asked. Andy shook his head. I'm working on it, but there's not much I can do. Besides, I need to find out what happened to Owen. But what about us? We could all end up like him, Kevin protested. Andy frowned slightly, making Kevin regret saying what he did. I'm not leaving until I have closure and I see all the people responsible for Owen's disappearance rotting behind bars, he said sternly before calming his tone. Besides, I don't have any means of contacting the outside world, not without leaving the camp. They don't let me keep a phone either, and I have no idea where exactly we are. Just then, the groundskeeper raised a forefinger and maintained a focused gaze. Kevin listened, and then heard it. The sound of footsteps at the entrance of the cave. The groundskeeper reached into the side leg pocket of his overalls, pulling out a handgun, which Kevin immediately recognized as a Beretta, thanks to his video game experience. The groundskeeper pointed the gun at the entrance with both hands, retaining a steady posture, which unexpectedly contrasted his usual groundskeeper-like hunched form. The light from the entrance was obscured, and then gyrated left and right until a figure emerged inside the cave. As soon as he did, Andy grabbed the figure with one hand and, with impressive speed, tackled him to the ground, pointing the gun at him. Hey, what gives? Bill squirmed on the floor. Andy sighed and helped him up, putting the gun back into his pocket. The pocket was wide enough to easily conceal the handgun, so unless someone specifically touched the groundskeeper's leg on the exact spot, there was no way they'd see the sidearm. Kevin remembered seeing the groundskeeper the first time, wearing the same overalls. He shuddered at the thought that he was probably armed this whole time. What a badass. He couldn't help but smile. I told you 1,000,000 times not to sneak around, Bill, the groundskeeper said. Bill dusted off his mud-caked clothes, to which Kevin raised an eyebrow. He noticed that Bill had a bow in his hand, as well as a quiver full of arrows hanging off his belt. Kevin's first thought was how he wanted a bow for himself, even though he didn't know how to use it. Sorry, Mr. Andy, Bill said, and I told you not to go out there alone, but wait for me so we could track him together. That's what I wanted to tell you, Mr. Andy. Bill looked at Kevin before turning to the groundskeeper and saying, I found him, sir. I found the second camper's tracks. Chapter 16. Ninja. You what? The groundskeeper asked. Where? Close by. We need to go look for him now, Bill excitedly said. No, can't do, son. I have to get back before I become even more suspicious than I already am. Wait a few hours, and I'll come here so we can look for him. In a few hours he could be dead. Kevin couldn't help but notice how Bill sounded exactly the way Kevin did a few hours ago. If I go with you now, they'll know something is up, and then we'll all be dead. Wait for me, and I'll come help you later, okay? Bill hung his head down, apparently agreeing with the groundskeeper. Andy put a hand on his shoulder and said, You kids stay put. Bill, if any adult comes in here, shoot 'em with your bow. Don't hesitate, because they sure won't. With that, he picked up the backpack he left in the corner of the cavern, stuffed the first aid kit inside, and left. Bill and Kevin sat in silence for a while, staring at nothing in particular. Kevin was starting to feel hungry by this time, so he ended up opening one can of baked beans and eating it with a plastic spoon Bill had stowed in the cave. Once he was done eating, which took only a few minutes, he gulped half a water bottle and wiped his mouth. After what felt like minutes, Bill looked at Kevin and said, So, want to go look for Ninja? Kevin was already starting to like Bill. Andy said we should stay put, he said sarcastically as he frowned. Yeah, you're right. You're right. Bill nodded and looked down. You got another bow around here? No, just the hatchet. I can give it to you if you want. Okay, sure. I'll take the hatchet. I want it back, though. They had already stood up by then and were preparing to leave the cave. Bill's bow hung around his torso and shoulder diagonally, and he was handing Kevin the hatchet. Bill went through the passage first, shouting from the exit for Kevin to bring one bottle of water. Kevin stuffed a full bottle in his side leg pocket and followed Bill. So, what if we run into those killers again? He asked. We won't. They only come out at night, I think, Bill said from the front without even bothering to look back. You're not sure? I'm like 80% sure that we're safe. Fair enough. Bill pointed in a random direction and began leading the way through the woods. The day was bright, the beams of the midday sun piercing much more prominently through the trees and brightly illuminating the woods. Bill's stride was confident and long, and Kevin had to walk much faster than his natural walking pace to keep up with him. He wasn't sure if Bill's pace was like that naturally, or if he got it from the camp, or if Kevin himself was simply slow in the woodland terrain. They went through dense and sparse thickets, climbing up and down hills, for what felt like 20 or so minutes in silence, before Kevin finally spoke up. How did you form a partnership with the groundskeeper? Oh, you mean Andy? Bill asked. Is there another groundskeeper that I don't know about? The question was ironic, but Bill still answered with a brisk no before continuing. He tracked me down. I found that cave, and he saw my tracks and found me on my second day in the woods. I was really lucky, too. I thought he was there to finish me off, but he brought a bunch of food and drinks, and even this bow he took from the storage so I could defend myself. What a guy. Yeah, I would have died without his help here. I actually snuck back to the camp a few times during the night, but Andy warned me not to do that because it was too risky. Wait, you're the one who was making the sounds outside the cabins that the campers complained about? Bill sighed. Yeah, I wanted to see how Michael and the others were doing, but I accidentally made more noise than I was supposed to. One of the campers saw me, but he probably didn't recognize me in the dark. Kevin groaned at the mention of Michael. I can't believe you were friends with a guy like Michael. That guy's a dick. No, he's not. Bill looked offended. What's your problem with Michael? I got no problem with him. He's got a problem with me. He's been nothing but hostile toward me since I arrived. Claims I'm in cahoots with the counselors. Kevin made a quotation mark with his fingers. Thinks I'm responsible for you being sent into the woods. Bill made a grimace, which oddly reminded Kevin of a popular reaction image meme, which circulated the internet around that time. Bill shook his head and said, Okay, I admit that he probably should have used better logic there. But given the current predicament we're all in, I don't blame him for being paranoid. We agreed to look for each other once this was all over. So I guess he thinks I died in the woods and probably blames you. Great. Well, why didn't you tell him you're alive? I wanted to. And I tried waking him up by tapping on the window near his bed, but he never woke up. Instead, someone else did. Yep. The rustling of their feet through the grass filled the air until they stepped onto the flat, dirt ground, which muffled their footsteps. Kevin walked behind Bill, but at times he was next to him when the path was traversable enough for both of them. So, who were you friends with in the camp? Bill asked. Kevin looked at him, not sure if he should answer that question. He then realized that he wasn't talking to the counselors, so he didn't need to worry about Bill using that information against him. Mark? Beryl Mark? The most obedient camper in Camp Firwood? Bill let out laughter. Why's that funny? Now it was Kevin's turn to feel offended. Bill's smile dropped, and he suddenly looked uncomfortable. Sorry, I didn't mean it like that. It's just, you don't look like the type who would hang out with Beryl Mark. What's that supposed to mean? Kevin asked with a frown. He wanted to sound harsh, even though he wasn't offended anymore now that he knew that Bill just misspoke. He still wanted to fuck with him, though, since he found his fumbling with words amusing. Nothing, Bill nervously said. I mean, you look like a person who doesn't really hang out with well-behaved people like Mark. I mean, you look like one of the cool kids and, oh, relax, man, I'm just messing with you. Bill nervously laughed before he said, Oh, haha, fuck you. Kevin chuckled, and they continued walking in silence for a few awkward minutes. Kevin felt that he might have offended Bill, so he decided to gauge him with another conversation. You know, I broke into Mr. Adams's office just before I got sent here. You what? Bill turned around with a complacent smile, his tone saying that he didn't believe Kevin. He's not offended. That's good. Yeah, I actually stole the office key from Andy's cabin, and with the help of Beryl Mark, he emphasized his name, we managed to break in. Damn. Are we talking about the same Mark here? Bill chuckled. But why'd you do it? I wanted to use the landline phone Mr. Adams has in his office. Oh shit. I can't believe we never did that. Ninja suggested it once, but we were all too afraid to try it. One guy did try it, though. He got sent for repentance, and we never saw him again. So you're either crazy or brave. Kevin felt a proud smile creeping up on his face. It felt good to become so well known amongst the campers as one of the most daring members in such a short time. Well, the campers did give me the name Cocky Kevin. Bill looked back and produced a huh sound before saying, Because you broke into the office? Kevin shook his head. No, because I called Dwight a zit-faced douchebag. Bill stopped this time and stared at Kevin. He had a half smile on his face, and his eyes were wide. Come again? Bill asked. Kevin stopped as well, letting out a sigh laugh. It was my first day, and he was ordering us around. I wasn't used to it, so I just called him that name. Bill slapped his knees and let out a loud guffaw. Kevin felt uncomfortable at that, but only because he wasn't sure if anyone would hear them. You crazy bastard! Bill shook his head before continuing to lead the way. Kevin was beginning to feel a little thirsty from the baked beans, so he uncapped his bottle and took a swig. He gave it to Bill, and he took one big sip before returning it to Kevin. Kevin thanked Bill for reminding him to bring a bottle. They were probably going to be out here for a while. They had gone a little quiet on their next portion of the walk, and Bill suddenly got more attentive to the environment, glancing at the ground more often and pivoting his head left and right. We're close now? Kevin asked. Yeah, Bill reticently said as he crouched down. He touched the ground and looked ahead of him before saying, This is it. Here are Ninja's tracks. Kevin saw footprints on the muddy ground, disappearing into the grassy area in front. How can you tell they belong to Ninja? It's the same type of shoes. It's either him or another camper, but these are still kind of fresh, so I'm going to guess it's him. He began walking forward, still crouching. Kevin followed closely behind, but still gave Bill enough space to do his thing. Bill kept a focused gaze on the ground, swiveling his head in various directions. From time to time, he crouched and put his hand on the ground, staying still for a longer time at moments. Kevin tried to understand what Bill was doing, but all he could discern was that he focused on the footprints in random portions of the ground. Ninja went through here, Bill said. He was walking normally for a while, but here he started running. How can you tell that? Kevin asked. More distance between the footprints, and they're deeper. See over there? A different set of footprints. Bill pointed to the right at more grass. Kevin couldn't see the other set of footprints until Bill took a few steps forward. He then saw a bigger, heavier set of what looked like boot imprints, overlapping with Ninja's footprints, some mostly consuming them under their weight. A chill went down Kevin's spine at the thought of a masked person hunting Ninja. He couldn't help but wonder where he was right now, and if he was okay. He thought about the last time he saw him, on that cliff when they were running from the masked guy, right before Kevin tumbled down. The pursuer continued chasing Ninja instead of Kevin. Were he and Bill close to that cliff right now? Kevin looked around in curiosity, but saw only one not-so-steep elevation of the ground on the left. No cliffs. Then again, there was no way he'd be able to recognize the place even in broad daylight, since they ran during the night and could barely see anything. These are pretty fresh, Bill said, as he swung the bow above his head and grabbed it with one hand. Let's hurry. And keep your guard up. Kevin gripped the hatchet a little firmer, glancing around. He honestly expected someone to jump at him or to see someone prowling around behind one of the trees, but he then remembered that the chances for that were pretty low. That's at least what the detective from a forensic documentary said, that the chances of encountering the criminal on the crime scene a few hours later were abysmal. Bill led on, now swerving in various directions, still focused on the ground and the footsteps in front of him. He was trying to zigzag him. The killer was probably faster than him, so he had to outmaneuver him. Kevin noticed something small and green out of place on one of the nearby trees. He squinted and got closer and realized he was staring at a piece of fabric. He bent over it and snatched off the small, pointy piece of a broken branch protruding from the tree. Rubbing the fabric between his fingers, he felt its rough texture. This is his uniform, Kevin said, locking eyes with Bill. Bill immediately stood up and squinted at the piece of cloth. He nodded and said, Yeah, we're definitely on the right track here. Let's hurry. Bill began following the tracks with more hurried steps, more frantically glancing at the ground, then intermittently running forward a few steps. Kevin bumped into him a few times, but Bill hadn't uttered a word about it. They turned right around a hill, and the sound of water murmuring filtered through the air, and Kevin realized there was a creek slithering like a snake along their pathway to the left. Bill led the way around the hill and through an area sparsely filled with trees. "Oh no," he said as he stared at the ground. "What is it?" Kevin curiously looked over Bill's shoulder. "See the footprints? They're uneven. Ninja either got tired here and couldn't run properly anymore, or was hurt and started limping." "Shit," Kevin said. He looked at the footprints, which were much clearer here in the sparse area that had nothing but dirt, and realized Bill was right. The smaller footsteps were going in various directions and were random distances from each other, kind of like a drunk person walking, whereas the boot prints looked composed and even. The distance between them was shorter too, which probably meant that the killer was at this point walking. They went forward some more, and that's when Bill scratched his cheek and said, "The trail ends here. It's hard to see among the leaves. Let's look around and see if we can find anything." "Sure," Kevin said. "Look for any footprints or disturbed ground or grass." Kevin began walking forward, squinting at the ground as if he were looking for a lost key. He had no idea if he saw anything or if it was his eye playing tricks on him. In some moments, he felt like he saw something, but then he'd blink and the imaginary trail would be gone. But then he saw something that definitely stuck out in the environment like a sore thumb. "Hey, Bill, get over here," he called out to the camper, who immediately rushed to his side. "Got something?" Bill asked. "Yeah, look at this." Kevin pointed at the ground where there were tiny wedges. The ground itself looked like something was dragged through it, but Kevin couldn't quite connect the dots until Bill said, "He must have fallen here. See? He was probably using his shoes to push himself back on the ground. Look, there's even dried blood here." Kevin hadn't even noticed it until Bill pointed to it. A few small, dark red dots spotted the ground next to the disturbed area. Kevin looked up, and his heart jumped into his throat. He then felt his legs cut off. "Oh no. Oh shit," he said as he stood up, fixated on the sight in front of him. A few dozen feet away, peeking from behind one of the trees, he saw a foot with a shoe facing upward. And not just any shoe. It was a Camp Firwood shoe. Bill's facial expression changed as well from indifferent to one of palpable fear. He slowly stood up and stared in the direction of the foot, pale as a ghost. Kevin glanced at him and then back at the foot. For a moment, he couldn't see it anymore, which made him think the person just up and left. But a second later, he saw it again, well camouflaged among the trees. The two campers stared like that for what felt like hours, even though Kevin knew mere seconds had gone by. They couldn't delay the inevitable forever. It was time to check out the body. Kevin took the first step forward, the rustling of the grass resounding beneath his foot. Each subsequent step he took was less hesitant until he was striding confidently toward the body. As he got closer, he was able to make out more and more features. The exposed shins that were bruised and scratched, probably from the running through the shrubberies. The dirtied socks and shoes. The wrinkled pants. The lower part of the body, up to the waist, was entirely visible now since Kevin was only a few feet away from it, but everything above the waist was hidden by the thick tree trunk. Bill's footsteps pounded behind Kevin, but, unlike before, they sounded timid and tentative. Kevin stopped. He needed to brace himself. He couldn't shock himself by just jumping in front of the body. He had killed a person yesterday, so, by all rights, he should not be afraid right now. And yet, he felt cold sweat forming all over his body, and his heart rate beginning to speed up. Come on, just look at the body. Just look at it. A part of him was screaming in his mind at the body to move, to show that the person behind the trunk is alive, that it wasn't a corpse after all. But of course, the chances of that happening were probably non-existent. He closed his eyes and took a deep breath. With his eyes still closed, he took a long step forward, facing the body. He couldn't will himself to open his eyes. Moreover, he kept them firmly shut, as if he was afraid that they would just shoot open on their own. His heart was beating so quickly that he felt it all the way up to his throat. This was it. He opened his eyes and looked at the face belonging to the body on the ground. The eyes were vacantly staring at the canopies of the firs above. The mouth was agape, and a single fly skittered around it, producing an occasional buzzing sound before flying onto a different part of the face, sometimes getting dangerously close to entering the nose. The color of the face was pale, ghostly even. The body had a slash from the chest all the way to the bottom of the stomach, leaving the Camp Firwood shirt cut in half from the chest down. The cut on the stomach was so deep that it revealed internal organs that the flies were massively feasting on. Kevin put his hand over his mouth, feeling his breakfast climbing up. He turned around and vomited into the grass, pieces of undigested beans and bile and water spewing out of his mouth. He retched 3 times before the food stopped coming out. He spat and gasped, leaning on his knees, feeling wobbly. "It's not Ninja," he said. "Come again?" Bill asked from behind. "The dead body isn't Ninja," Kevin repeated. "What?" Bill said. Kevin got irritated when he thought he'd need to repeat what he said, but a moment later, he realized that Bill's question was more of a surprise than an actual question when he took 2 fervent steps forward and glanced in the direction of the body. "Shit," he said. "I know him. It's Camper Carlos." Kevin stood up and spat one more time before wiping his mouth. "He's from Cabin 5, if I remember correctly. He was chosen for repentance a few days ago. He was caught stashing meds from the infirmary." "Caught? How?" Bill frowned. "No idea. They searched his locker, or so I heard." Bill's expression turned from shocked to stern. He said, "They can't be right. The counselors never searched the campers' lockers." "Well, that's what they said. Unless..." Bill emphasized the word before pausing for a long moment and staring at Kevin. Kevin stared back, waiting for his response before saying, "Is there a continuation of that statement, or..." "Unless someone ratted him out," Bill finished his thought. They stared at each other in silence. Kevin shook his head and said, "No way. Why would anyone rat other campers out? For better privileges? It's happened before. You really don't know how the camp's punishment and reward system works, do you?" Kevin scratched his cheek. "I do. You fuck up, you get punished. You rat someone out, you get rewarded. Right?" he asked. "Yeah. You reduce your detention time, have fewer chores, stuff like that. I never tried it, so I don't know." Bill nodded. "And you think someone back at the camp is doing that?" "Not just someone at the camp. I think it's someone from the camper's cabin." Another moment of silence filled the air, excluding the chirping of the birds and the breeze gently blowing through the woods. Kevin pondered the sentence Bill just uttered. "A traitor from Cabin 5? No, that can't be right. I mean, who could possibly do that?" Kevin asked. Bill shrugged. "Could be anyone. My suspicion is on cowardly Adrian. He's been against everything we ever planned so far. He doesn't believe we're in any danger. I think he's bullshitting us." "Maybe. Not to mention, he's been spotted talking to Dwight and Mr. Adams privately a few times." "Yeah, if he really ratted his cabin mate out, then he is fucked in the head." Kevin spent a moment thinking about that. Would anyone really go that far to alleviate their own stay in the camp? If anyone had Dwight's personality, then maybe. But they were the campers. They weren't Dwight. They were supposed to stick together. "I guess we should get going," Bill said, finally breaking the silence a moment later. "What about the camper?" Kevin motioned with his hand toward the body. He happened to glance at the guts visible in the open wound and felt nauseous again. He averted his eyes to Bill in order to avoid vomiting again. "Well, what do you want to do with him?" "Bury him?" Bill asked. "We can't just leave him here." Bill glanced over his shoulder at the body momentarily with a disgusted look on his face, before turning back to Kevin. "Listen, his corpse is still fresh. He's been dead less than a day. That means whoever killed him may return to pick up his body. And if they see it's been moved around, they'll know someone else was here." "So you just plan to leave him here to the flies?" Kevin frowned, motioning more furiously toward the body this time. "Yes. He probably would have done the same. We have to think about our own survival right now, okay?" Kevin looked down reticently before nodding. He knew that Bill was right. They had the upper hand by not letting the killers know that they were still alive. They had to use it to their advantage. "All right," Bill said, putting his bow over his head. "Then let's find a place to rest. And then, I have something else to show you." Chapter 17. The Building. Kevin and Bill sat next to one another on a toppled tree trunk. Kevin drank a few sips of water from his bottle, which he offered then to Bill. Bill declined with a disgusted look on his face, after which Kevin remembered vomiting just earlier. Kevin wasn't feeling exhausted from the walking, but he was wobbly from the puking prior to sitting down. Now he felt his strength slowly returning, was just about ready to get going again. Bill stared in front of himself with a grievous expression on his face. It felt awkward, sitting in silence with him in the middle of the forest, but the forest sounds alleviated that awkwardness somewhat. Still, Kevin felt the need to strike up a conversation with him. So, they call you Caveman Bill, right? Yep. Got it on the second day in the camp. Why? Bill shrugged and pursed his lips. Because of my survival skills, I guess. I told Baldwin that he was making snares the wrong way, and the name kinda stuck after that. Wait, you made a better snare than Baldwin? Kevin chuckled. Bill nodded. Yeah. He tried mouthing off and showing us the snares, but was using the old method that isn't even used anymore. So when I told him that, he ordered me to come up front of everyone and show them how a snare should be made. He wanted to embarrass me. I could see it on him right away. But I made the snare, and he couldn't show the campers where I was wrong. Kevin laughed. He imagined Baldwin's glistening head turning red from anger, and him shouting at Bill to get back in line with a bulging vein on his neck, while Bill complacently returned to the other campers. So, what did he do? Kevin asked. Nothing. Told me the snare isn't bad, but needs some work. Which is bullshit, of course. He just wanted to save face in front of the teenagers. Some teams laughed, and he gave them extra chores. What a loser. Kevin shook his head. So why were you sent to the camp in the first place? Bill asked. Disobedience. I wrecked my parents' yacht. You? Something like socializing or whatever. They wanted me to gain more people skills. That's a first. Bill continued staring in front of himself while tapping his foot on the ground. He then suddenly turned his head toward Kevin and asked, So, how come you were friends with Beryl Mark? I mean, how did you two even get acquainted? Kevin thought for a moment with a frown. He remembered his first day in Camp Firwood, which seemed like a million years ago. Has it really only been 1 week? What day was it today, anyway? Well, the day I arrived, he was assigned to help me get my things and explain the basics to me. You know, the bed making, the uniform folding, all that shit, he finally said. Yep, Mark's a good guy. Well behaved. Never got in any trouble, come to think of it. And everyone's been in trouble at least once as far as I know. I'm actually surprised they haven't let him leave the camp yet. Bill frowned as if contemplating what he just said. Yeah, well, that's because they're probably not letting the campers go. But you're right. Mark is a good guy. Showed me all the ropes. We never got to talk too much, but we agreed to meet up after the camp and play some Mortal Kombat. I'm not sure if that's still happening, though. I sure hope not. Mortal Kombat sucks, Bill said with an entirely serious tone. Kevin shot him a bemused glance before asking, Well, what fighting games do you play, wise guy? Bill shrugged. Tekken, Dead or Alive, Soul Calibur, that kind of thing. But I don't play fighting games much. Wait, Dead or Alive? You mean the game with half-naked chicks that moan every time they get hit? Bill's face turned red, and he looked down. It's a good game, he said as he drew a shoe across the dirt back and forth. It has realistic fighting moves. Sure it does, especially when the girls jump and their skirts flutter above so you can see their asses. Or when the fight is over, and you can watch the jiggle physics of the tits. Kevin winked. Well, how would you know about that? Bill accusingly asked. I played it once. The game's shit. Bill awkwardly chuckled and looked at the ground. He cleared his throat and stood up before saying, We should get going. Kevin stood up as well and asked, What is it that you wanted to show me? It's hard to explain, but trust me, you'll want to see it. He began walking down the grassy land, and Kevin followed behind. And what about Ninja? He asked. I didn't see any tracks from him. If we run into a set of footprints, we'll follow them. Ninja is versatile. If we haven't run into his tracks yet, then he's probably alive. Got it. Kevin didn't like leaving Ninja on his own in a place like this, but he knew that there was nothing they could do right now, so he instead opted to follow Bill and hoped that whatever he had to show him was worth their time. They trekked for around 15 minutes with a quick pace before Bill slowed down. He wasn't looking at the ground anymore, but Kevin did notice him pivoting his head left and right occasionally, at some moments even staring at certain spots for a longer time. What's wrong, caveman? Kevin asked. Bill shot him a glance with a grimace before saying, Nobody calls me that. And what do you mean, what's wrong? Well, I see you looking around. Bill produced a humph sound before saying, Just want to make sure we're going in the right direction. Some areas in these woods can be hard to recognize from time to time. Some? Kevin asked. How do you recognize any of the areas? Hell, how do you not get lost in these woods completely? Bill lifted a branch above his face and gently lowered it while speaking. The area we're in is pretty easy to navigate for the most part. Either you have traversable areas or you don't. Think of it like a sandbox video game. What do you mean? I mean, you have paths to follow, but there's no way you can reach the area beyond the paths or the area outside of the map. At least, not with a huge amount of effort. Oh, I get it. Most of the areas we walk through over here are the same ones we'll be using in the future if we stay that long. Kinda makes me think that the camp staff deliberately chose this place, or made it that way to trap us. That suddenly got Kevin thinking. He hadn't had the time to think about it so far, but how were they going to escape? Hey, so what is the plan anyway? We just stay here and hope we don't die until it's safe to run? He asked. I don't know, Bill said. Kevin grinned sourly. You've been here a whole week, and you haven't devised a plan to escape? Well, excuse me for focusing on trying not to starve to death in the woods while being hunted by a psychopathic killer. Fair enough. But once we're back in the cave, we should start working on a plan. Inform the other campers. Do something. Bill kept silent, and Kevin wasn't sure if that meant he agreed or if he wanted to avoid answering that question directly. They had climbed over a small hill where they used the trees for support, and as soon as they moved down, they were greeted by a rather flat, grassy area full of densely packed trees, moss, and rocks. Bill stopped by this point and crouched, darting his eyes in various directions ahead of him with much more scrutiny. Kevin had no idea if they should be aware of potential danger here, but just to be on the safe side, he crouched too and silently awaited Bill to give him the next sign. Okay, Bill spoke up. We're close. Be very, very quiet here and move slowly. If you see anything moving, don't scream. Just grab my shoulder, get down on the ground, and stay as still as you can. What the fuck, Bill? Don't ask me. We can't talk here, all right? Just follow me, be quiet, and keep a lookout. Kevin nodded, now getting a little apprehensive. He instinctively scanned the horizon, expecting to see another masked killer just standing and staring at him with that mouthless face and a butcher's knife in his hand. No, the killer or killers from last night didn't have any finesse that Michael Myers from Halloween possessed. We'd hear him before he attacked us. That's at least what he tried telling himself. He didn't want to train his brain to constantly be aware of something lurking behind him. He was sure he'd lose his mind that way. Bill raised one index finger and pointed it in a random direction before leading the way. He took much more cautious steps this time, stepping gently on his heel first, and then placing the rest of his soul down to produce as little noise as possible. Kevin mimicked his movement, doing his best to avoid any stray twigs on the ground. The forest was much quieter over here, bringing with its stillness a sense of dread, which Kevin became increasingly aware of the more they moved forward. He hated not knowing what they were up against, and wanted to stop Bill to ask him so that he could at least know, but they were too deep inside the thick, woodland area to start speaking now. Before Kevin could even finish that thought, Bill stopped behind one of the firs and placed his hands around it. He peeked around the tree at something before looking back at Kevin. There. See it? He whispered. Kevin leaned forward so that he was even with Bill's face and squinted. He spotted it right away among the trees. A small, gray concrete building sitting in the middle of the woods. What the Kevin started, but was interrupted by Bill's shh. Kevin stared at the building in awe. Just a plain concrete building with 2 windows visible on the side they were on, and literally nothing else special about it. For a moment, he thought it was just an outdoor restroom like the one they had back at one of the parks in Portland, because it fit the looks and size. But Bill wouldn't bring him here just to see an abandoned old restroom, would he? We have to be really careful from here on, okay? Bill whispered. Kevin nodded as he held his breath. Bill nodded back in approval and stepped around the tree as he started leading the way, this time crouching while he moved. Kevin crouched behind him and followed as they went from tree to tree, slowly inching toward the building. It must have been around 200 feet away, and whenever Kevin looked up at it, it seemed to barely move any closer. It reminded him of the time his dad tried teaching him how to swim. He took him out into deeper waters with an inflatable air mattress for the beach, and then threw him into the water. Kevin was only 7 back then and panicked, desperately trying to get back onto the mattress, but his dad kept swimming away, just out of reach. Kevin's arms were getting tired, and water kept filling his mouth from the panicked breathing. He pleaded with his father to let him back onto the mattress, but his father ignored him and told him to keep going. Since he was facing the beach, he could see the shore getting closer with each passing second, but it was gruelingly slow progress. He felt that he wouldn't make it to the beach before his arms gave out. About halfway through, his father stopped swimming away and allowed Kevin to grab on. Never before had resting in the middle of the deep waters felt so alleviating, despite him not being able to touch the ground with his feet. His father simply shot him a disgusted look before he took them back to the beach. When Kevin's mom asked how it went, his dad gave a comment down the line of, "Pretty goddamn horrible." His mother responded by telling Kevin to try harder next time, while grinning from her sunbathing position. This repeated a few times, and Kevin quickly learned how to swim, albeit the wrong way. Now that he was older, he realized what horrible consequences such teaching methods could have had on him, even giving him thalassophobia. He was simply lucky it didn't happen. The gray building was much closer now, only 100 feet away. Kevin even noticed what looked like a trail crossing in front from left to right. As they got closer, he realized that it was indeed a beaten path wide enough for two people to walk on, side by side. Kevin followed the trail with his gaze and realized that it ended on the right in front of the building, but, on the left side, it disappeared among the trees, leading God knows where. What was this place? "Get down," Bill said when they were around 50 feet away from the building. They fell to the ground on their stomachs, staring at the building. They were lying on the grass, and hopefully their shirts helped them blend in with the environment. Kevin still couldn't discern any more prominent details on the building. It was still just a concrete building, no bigger than a gas station restroom, with two dirty windows on the side that they faced. He couldn't see the entrance from here. "Bill, what is this?" Kevin asked in a whisper. Bill opened his mouth but then closed it, bringing his head down even lower as he stared at the building. Kevin instinctively jerked his head toward the building and saw a figure emerging from the right and stopping in front. The security guard? Kevin gasped when he saw one of the security guards from the camp standing in front of the concrete building. He was lighting a cigarette with a hung head, cupping the lighter with his hands. A moment later, he placed the lighter in his pocket and exhaled, plumes of smoke leaving his mouth and dispersing upward in the air. A moment later, a second guard came out of the building and stopped in front of the first one. They started talking, but Kevin couldn't make out what they were saying from here. They seemed to be engaged in small talk, rather than a formal conversation, since the guard whose face Kevin could see from here with his peripheral vision was laughing from time to time. The guard looked in Kevin's direction while talking, and for a second, Kevin thought that they had been spotted. However, the guard moved his gaze back to his coworker a moment later, confirming that he saw nothing. The two guards then turned in the opposite direction and stared over yonder. The second guard, who came out of the building, was gesturing something energetically, while the first one stared at him and nodded every few seconds. A minute or so later, the first guard dropped his cigarette on the ground and crushed it under his boot, before the two of them returned inside the building. "We need to get closer," Kevin whispered to Bill. His eyes had been focused on the guards, so when he looked at Bill, he saw the camper's eyes widen. "They'll kill us if they see us," he said. "How do you know that?" Bill pressed his lips together, obviously hesitating to say something. He opened his mouth slightly and said, "Because that's how the camper who was with me died." "What?" Kevin raised his eyebrows. Bill sighed and looked at the ground, pretty near touching it with his nose. He took a deep breath, looked at the building, and then said, "That first night in the woods, Victor and I got attacked by two people. Different ones than the one from last night. They attacked us while we were walking through the woods, and we had to make a run for it. We actually wanted to talk to the people, ask them for directions, but then we saw the machetes, and we knew that talking to them would do no good." Bill stared at the building intently, pausing for a second before continuing his story. "Somehow, while running through the dark, we saw some lights. We followed them and found this building. We managed to escape from the killers by then, but we were exhausted. We figured that someone helpful might be in there, but Victor had his suspicions, so he told me to stay here while he checked it out." Kevin virtually held his breath the whole time. He knew that the ending of the story wasn't a happy one, but he was still on the edge of his seat while listening. Bill continued. "So Victor knocked on the door, and the guard came outside. He pointed the gun at him, ordered him to get on his knees, started asking him questions, how he found the building, where the other camper was. But he said he came alone, that he accidentally found the building. By then, the other 2 guards had come out to see what the commotion was all about. They started radioing someone, telling them that a camper found them, asking what they should do with him. Bill looked at Kevin with a quivering lip. Victor looked scared shitless. Of course, he was. I'd be too. Whoever they were talking to on the radio ordered them to dispose of the camper. What the fuck? Kevin said. The guard didn't look like he wanted to do it. He asked whoever was on the other end if that was really necessary, if they should just send him back to the woods. But the person in charge started shouting over the radio, and in the end, he had no choice. He killed him? Just like that? Bill looked back at the building and sniffled. Victor looked in my direction with pleading eyes just before the guard shot him. I should have helped him. Should have distracted them or done something. Kevin saw tears forming in Bill's eyes. There's nothing you could have done. They would have killed you too, he said with as much compassion as he could muster. Bill wiped his eyes. I've been trying to find the building ever since, but I couldn't. Up until yesterday. He looked at Kevin with dreary eyes and said, I'm gonna make those motherfuckers pay. Kevin glanced at the building. It was quiet and still, but that didn't mean that the guards couldn't pop out any second. Walking up to the building would be too dangerous. Kevin looked at the bow on Bill's back and asked, How good are you with that bow and arrow? Good enough. What have you got in mind? Bill asked. Kevin pushed himself with his elbow to get a little closer to Bill. He pointed to the right of the building. Take up a position behind one of the bushes over there. I'll get closer to the building and see if I can't find out anything useful. Have your arrows ready, and in case they spot me, shoot them. Sounds like a plan. There are 3 guards in total. I think I could take 2, maybe even all 3 of them if I hide well. But if you do get spotted, I don't think all 3 of them will run outside with their guns drawn. There'll probably be just one of them. All right. I'll try not to get spotted. I'll wait here while you find a good spot. Bill nodded and immediately propped himself up with his palms. He began loping to the right, keeping his body bowed low as he moved, carefully glancing at the building every second or so. His footsteps were nimble and silent, which was highly impressive, especially given the fact that there were lots of fallen, dried twigs that he had to avoid stepping on. Once Bill was behind one of the larger bushes, kneeling with his bow drawn and an arrow in his hand, he gave Kevin a thumbs up. Kevin sent the thumbs up back and slowly stood up. He wiped his dirty palms on his already dirty shirt and slowly began moving toward the building in the same crouching position as Bill. He moved from tree to tree, prudently glancing at the windows and the right side of the building where the door was, so he could quickly hit the floor if a guard came out. The building was getting closer now. 30 feet. 20 feet. Kevin stood behind a tree that was right in front of the trail. He knew that crossing the path would expose him since it was stripped of any cover and that he would need to cross it quickly. He glanced at the windows and saw the tip of a figure's head moving from left to right. He realized that the building's interior was illuminated by a sickly yellow light, even though it was still light enough outside. The windows were too narrow and probably provided meager light inside. One of the windows facing the road was left open on the upper side in a tilt and turn style, and Kevin heard muffled, indecipherable voices inside. He moved to the left along the tree line until he was out of direct sight from the windows. There was another smaller window on the left side of the building, but it was too high up for him to reach and peek inside it. He looked left and right down the small dirt road. The coast was clear. Laughter broke out inside the building a moment before the muffled speaking resumed. Kevin's heart jumped into his throat instantly, but then resumed its normal, elevated pace. He had to get across. He braced himself by putting one foot back and slightly crouching. He then propelled himself and, as quickly as he could without making noise, crossed the road and hugged the corner of the gray building. He felt the cold, concrete wall at the tips of his fingers and waited a moment to see if anything would happen while his heart rate went through the roof. He expected any moment to hear a voice from the inside say something like, "Did you hear that?" Instead, the silence resumed, and then the muffled speaking continued, albeit much clearer now. Kevin still couldn't discern what the voices were saying. He strained to decipher some words, but the more he tried, the more difficult it became to understand. He just then became aware of the chirping of the crickets and cursed them for drowning out the voices inside the building so loudly. Kevin reckoned he'd be able to make out some of the sentences if he got closer to the window, but he'd be too exposed facing the road. He would have to check the other side. He followed the building on the left until he reached the corner and then peeked to the right, which was the side opposite the road. Another 2 windows were here, both of them also open on a tilt and turn style. Kevin grabbed the hatchet with his left hand and then held his right palm on the concrete wall as he slowly made his way toward the windows, careful not to step on anything that might attract the guards' attention. As he approached the window, he realized it wasn't high up at all. If he stood up straight, the bottom of it would easily reach down to his chest. He slowly stopped right under it, leaning his back against the wall, and squatted. The voices were much louder now, and he could discern a word or two here and there, but it was still impossible to understand anything more. He looked up at the window above him, staring at the light meagerly gleaming through the glass. Suddenly, the light in the window disappeared under a shadow, which began dancing left and right across the glass. A masculine voice came as clear as day, just above Kevin's head. "Yeah, I told her not to do it, but she still does it." Another voice responded indiscernibly. Kevin held his breath and pressed his back against the wall harder, feeling the surface of the concrete digging into his skin through his shirt. He felt his heart pounding 1,000,000 miles an hour, but he remained still. "Yeah, she still does it, and she got to—" The voice faded away, and with it, the light returned to the window. Kevin breathed a sigh of relief as silently as he could. Ever so slowly, he used one hand for support and turned around to face the wall. He put his free hand just under the window and knelt on one knee as he held the hatchet in the other, hanging limply at his side. Holding his breath, he slowly raised his head, inch by inch, as the interior of the building came into view. First, he saw the ceiling and the simple ceiling light dangling above. Then the windows on the opposite side came into view. Then, 2 tops of short-haired heads. One was moving around while the other was still. Kevin didn't stop there. He continued raising his head until he realized he was staring at the group of guards. One was standing in front of a bunk bed on the right side of the room while the other sat on the bed itself. The third guard was on the left side of the room, sitting by a desk facing the wall. Overall, they seemed jovial in their conversations. The room seemed pretty small, barely enough to hold all 3 of them. The size of the room was smaller than the entire building, so he assumed that there was at least one more small room, maybe a bathroom, on the right side where he had seen the higher window. One of the guards turned around to face the window, and Kevin immediately ducked down. The silence was so deafening that Kevin heard his own heart beating against his chest. "Oh shit, he saw me." "So, anyway," one of the guards continued, and the conversation went on with its regular flow. Kevin breathed a sigh of relief. But then another thought occurred to him. What if they had cameras around the building? He immediately looked up toward the top of the wall, scanning it from one end to another. No surveillance cameras. He breathed another sigh of relief before deciding to continue moving alongside the wall. When he reached the corner of the opposite side, he peeked around toward the spot where the guards had come out from just before. He noticed a sturdy, metallic door that served as an entrance. He then returned behind the wall and scanned the tree line ahead of the door. It took him a moment, but as soon as Bill began waving, he saw him crouched behind a bush. Kevin assumed a more relaxed pose, and as if on cue, the sound of the door opening reached him where he was hiding. Kevin instinctively stuck his back and hands on the cold concrete wall and turned his head to the right to have a better view. He gripped the axe in his hand firmly, but didn't raise it. The voices he heard before were no longer muffled, but clear as day. Kevin remained as still as possible. "Yeah, well, let's see how it's gonna go," one guard said. Kevin saw Bill knocking his arrow. He hadn't pulled back the arrow yet, but he looked like he was ready to fire. Kevin slowly raised one hand toward him in a stop sign before putting it down. Sounds of rustling footsteps shuffled around the front of the building. Seconds later, Kevin saw the shoulder of one of the guards around the corner. He pressed harder against the wall but was too petrified to move. The guard shifted his weight from one foot to the other, intermittently getting closer and further. Kevin gripped his axe tighter. Should he run? Should he lie down on the ground? He looked at the ground, attempting to assess whether it was safe to move before he heard the guard's voice again, making him jerk his head back to the right. "Any news on that new disposal yet?" "Actually, yeah," another voice said. "The director radioed in today. Said they'll organize another choosing on Friday." "So soon? Why?" "They have a batch of campers arriving. A big one. And they want to clean up the ones who have been here a while to make room." "Well, they sent a bunch of them running into the woods. We might have more situations on our hands like the one from a week ago." The guard whose arm was peeking around the corner took a crunching step to the right, moving farther out of sight. Bill was still at the ready from what Kevin could see. It was difficult for even Kevin to spot him in the bushes, let alone the guards who were oblivious to the camper's presence. Yeah, well, I sure hope not, one of the guards said. I don't want to shoot any kids. I hear ya, the other guard said. That Eli is a cold son of a bitch. But I guess that's why they recruited him. Did you know that he worked as a mercenary before joining the camp? The first guard scoffed and then lowered his tone. Well, I'm not surprised. He does look the part with his constantly serious attitude. Let's just hope we don't get on his bad side. He heard the sound of footsteps shuffling again, and then the door shut, silencing the voices once more. Kevin's heart was beating violently against his chest, and just then he realized how hard he was pressing against the wall. The rough concrete imprinted into his hands and his back, painfully reminding him of his injured side. He couldn't stay here any longer. This was a close call, and he wasn't sure if he was going to be so lucky next time. He looked in the direction where he assumed Bill was, taking a moment before he located him blended with the bushes' green environment. Bill waved him over, but Kevin still made sure to peek around the corner toward the door. It was clear, and he wasted no time running diagonally away from the building, using the trees for cover as much as he could, while glancing back at the door every few seconds. Reaching Bill felt as relieving as reaching the shore when his father took him swimming. He ducked behind the bush and stared at his friend breathlessly. Bill stared back, his wide eyes begging Kevin to start speaking. The choosing, Kevin said. They're going to organize another choosing. Chapter 18. The Return. So, now what? Bill asked. What are we going to do about the choosing? They were striding through the woods toward the cave. It was late afternoon, and Kevin was already starting to feel the exhaustion and the hunger getting to him so much that he couldn't think straight. Let's first find our way back, he said as he held onto the hatchet. The thought of eating some of the canned goods like beans, tuna, or whatever else Bill had in the cave made his stomach growl in response, and his mouth began salivating. He estimated it would take them at least 30 minutes, up to an hour, to reach the cave. So, what did you hear from the guards? Bill asked, somewhat out of breath from the quick strides. The two of them must have been too adrenaline pumped and were therefore walking really fast without even realizing it. They were talking about a disposal, Kevin said. That's what the guards called it. They were referring to the choosing. They said a new batch of campers is arriving soon, and the camp is going to organize a choosing to make room for them. Holy shit. They plan to cull the camp? Either that or they plan to let us go home earlier, but my bet is on the first one, Kevin sardonically said. What does happen to those campers who get chosen for departure? They get to go home? Happy ending and rolling the credits? Yeah, I don't think that's what happens. Somehow, I think whatever happens in departure is probably way worse than the trial or repentance. Bill maintained a focused gaze for a breath, as if pondering what Kevin just said. A moment later, he shook his head and said, I don't know how much worse than this it could be. You never know, Kevin retorted. They walked in silence for the rest of the way back to the cave. As soon as they were inside the unpleasantly cold cave, Kevin slumped down on the sleeping bag with one of the cans of spaghetti and tomato sauce. He hoped it would at least be half as good as the mac and cheese MRE he had last night, but still kept his expectations in check. He was right to do so, because the canned spaghetti was essentially a watery, puke-like food with over-salted tomato sauce and bland pasta. Whenever he speared the spaghetti with a fork, the tomato sauce would essentially slide off of it and back into the can to join the rest of its soupy liquid while leaving naked pasta on Kevin's fork. After eating the spaghetti, he still felt hungry, so he tried drinking the sauce and narrowly escaped puking again. Feeling disgusted, he pushed the can full of tomato water away and washed it down with tons of bottled water. Bill, on the other hand, ate packaged oatmeal and a dry-looking brownie. At that moment, though, it looked to Kevin as the best brownie ever. Bill was generous enough to share a bite. Sure enough, even though it was dry and somewhat bland, the sugary taste felt heavenly. They sat in silence for a while after eating, both of them probably too tired from the expedition and too sleepy from the food. Daylight was slowly burning, and with it, the dreadful dark approached, ominously reminded Kevin of last night. He looked at the entrance of the cave and wished he could barricade it somehow. Although the cave made him feel safe, it also made him uneasy, knowing that someone could just waltz inside. But then again, he knew that it would be hard, impossible even, for anyone outside to spot this particular place, even in broad daylight. His thoughts wandered back to Ninja. He wondered if he was okay, and if he had made it out alive and was now hiding somewhere in the woods like Kevin or Bill, or if he was unlucky and his dead body was now rotting like Carlos. He hadn't even thought about it until now, but now that the image of the dead camper crept into his mind, he couldn't get it out. The vacant, staring eyes, the open mouth with a fly buzzing in the proximity of it, the gutted torso. Kevin momentarily felt pain in his own stomach as a placebo effect. He lay on his back and stared at the cave ceiling. As time went on, the image of the dead camper faded from his mind, and he instead found himself thinking about other things. "I miss music," he suddenly said aloud, much to Bill's surprised glance. Bill was splayed on his own sleeping mattress on the side as if he were on a beach. After a moment of silence, he said, "What kind of music do you listen to?" "The loud, obnoxious kind. Punk rock, heavy metal, that kind of thing." "You mean the really loud screaming into the microphone?" Bill asked. "Sometimes." Bill didn't respond. "I miss coffee." He finally spoke up, to Kevin's surprise this time. "You drink coffee?" Bill nodded. "I thought we would be getting it in the camp, or at least some mild version of it. Or some tea would have been nice. I hate hot beverages. How do people even drink coffee? It tastes like shit. How do you survive without drinking it? Besides, I don't drink it for the taste. I drink it to wake up. The smell is also nice." Kevin scoffed, dismissively waving his hand above himself. He started thinking about his cell phone, and how he'd use it while lying in bed on his back, always firmly holding it to prevent it from falling on his face. When was the last time he held it in his hand? The last time he checked out a Facebook comment or a meme on Instagram on his newsfeed or responded to a message? How many messages did he have piled up in his inbox up until now? Did people even remember he existed? "I miss technology," he finally said. "Amen to that, brother." Bill nodded. "I didn't even realize how addicted I was to my phone until Mr. Adams took it away from me." Kevin laughed. "Well, I guess that's one thing you can thank the camp for." "I miss video games," Bill said. "I was halfway through that new Zelda game before I was taken to the camp. I even brought my Nintendo Switch with me to play it here. But of course, those assholes took it. I wonder if it's still there. I'd hate to lose all my progress in the game." "I think losing your progress in Zelda is the least of your worries, man." "It's debatable," Bill said, much to Kevin's amusement. He continued thinking about the things he used to have and do in his life before all this happened. What was it that he had outside the camp that he enjoyed doing? The answer came surprisingly late in his mind. Hang out with my friends, of course. He thought about Amy. He thought about her every day. Not as much as he'd like to, since the camp kept him pretty busy, but whatever happened in his daily life, he wished he could share it with Amy. He wondered if she thought about him as much as he thought about her, or if she completely forgot about him and went about her normal life. That thought made him sad. He wanted to run all the way back to the camp, sneak inside the storage room, grab his phone, and call her. He just wanted to hear her voice, or if possible, see her face in a video call. Hell, even a message from her would do it. He closed his eyes and thought about her features, her pretty shoulder-length black hair, her green eyes, the freckles on her face, the cute way she smiled and laughed, especially the way she laughed at Kevin's corny jokes. He noticed that he had difficulty remembering her features clearly. Her face was in his mind's eye, but it was as if he couldn't recall all the features exactly as they were. Slight panic began brewing inside him. He focused harder and tried to remember her. He tried imagining her with various expressions: serious Amy, angry Amy, happy Amy. But none of the faces came as clearly as they should have. How long would it be until he completely forgot her face? "Amy, I wish I was with you right now." And then another voice told him that he could be with her, but he needed to do something about it. Feeling a surge of adrenaline pumping inside him all of a sudden, he sat up and said, "We need to go back to Camp Firwood tonight." "What? Why?" Bill asked with a frown. "To warn the others," Kevin determinedly said. Bill stared at him with an unblinking gaze. "But why tonight?" he asked finally after a moment of pause. "To give them enough time to prepare. If we're going to attack Camp Firwood, we'll need to get some weapons." Whoa, slow down there, partner," Bill said before Kevin even finished his sentence. "Who said anything about attacking?" "You get a better idea?" Kevin interjected. Bill opened his mouth and then closed it. He scratched his chin, staring Kevin down. "We could tell the campers to stash the hatchets and knives from the storage," Bill said. "Won't they know that the items are missing?" Kevin frowned. Bill shook his head. "Not if they're careful. Here's how the item count works in Camp Firwood." He leaned forward and raised a hand as he started gesturing. Chapter 19. The Plan. Things were starting to fall into place. Kevin and Bill had gone to Camp Firwood every night after dinner time, by the camp standards, to meet up with Mark and Michael. Over the last 2 days, the campers managed to snatch a bunch of knives and folding spades. They stashed them in the woods behind the cabins, in a spot beneath a pile of leaves. Mark made sure to conceal all the weapons well enough and secure them with a couple of rocks, in case the wind blew the leaves away. The campers agreed that only the 4 of them should know the spot where the weapons were hidden, in case someone ratted them out. They did agree, however, not to talk even if the counselors put pressure on them. Mark claimed that there was no way they could know about their plans, even if they saw him or Michael leaving the building with the tools, which they couldn't have because they were extremely careful. There weren't nearly enough tools for every single one of the campers, but they couldn't risk stealing more since it would be noticeable. Mark told them that he saw a lot of MREs in the storage too, in case they decided to walk out of the camp and needed food for longer periods of time. His suggestion was to send Bill and Kevin packed with MREs and water to look for help, but Bill disagreed. Any civilization was far away, and there was no guarantee that they'd be able to make it even with Caveman Bill's skills. As the day of reckoning grew closer, Kevin became more and more anxious. The days seemed to be passing slowly, and since he didn't have too much to do during the day, he spent a lot of his time racking himself with worry. As a result, he decided to occupy himself by getting ready for the plan. He asked Mark to get him binoculars from the storage, and as soon as he got his hands on them, he started sneaking close to the secret building in the woods daily. He'd observe the guards, trying to learn their patterns and routines. Unfortunately, it was hard to tell if they even had patterns. They'd come out for a smoke break multiple times a day, and sometimes walk around the woods near the vicinity of the building, but never did anything more than that. Kevin hadn't even thought about it until the following Tuesday, but the trail in front of the building bothered him. He asked Bill where it led, and Bill confirmed that it simply went in a circle and merged with the tiny road that led directly to Camp Firwood. When Kevin asked Bill if they could simply use the road to walk out, Bill shook his head, stating, again, that it was too far from anything. And, according to him, Andy told him there were rumors of nearby outposts with guards inside, waiting to catch unsuspecting campers who tried escaping. When not spying on the building, Kevin spent the rest of his day practicing with the hatchet. He'd swing it at various branches from multiple angles, trying to see what the best way to strike would be. He briefly tried learning how to toss the hatchet and have it embed itself in the tree, but that proved much more difficult than the heroes in movies and TV shows portrayed it to be. Not only would he miss the target most of the time, but on the rare occasions where he did hit it, it would bounce back because it hit the tree with the blunt end. Not to mention that tossing the hatchet and missing would effectively leave him without a weapon, so he'd no longer have the upper hand. A scene from the TV show Spartacus replayed in his mind over and over, where the main character chucked the sword in the direction of his opponent, but his opponent deflected the attack. The slave trainer then sternly shouted, "You hurl your sword in the arena, you are dead. You hurl your hatchet at the counselors, you are dead." Eventually, he decided to just focus on striking from close quarters. He'd imagine the trees and branches being Mr. Adams, the director, or Dwight, and he'd strike them from various angles. Unfortunately, whenever he'd think of that, the image of the man he killed would pop into his mind. He'd see his masked face, the hatchet embedded in his skull, the blood pouring out of it and soaking his mask, and then finally, his unmasked face. A normal-looking face that Kevin would never suspect to belong to a killer. The images were sometimes remarkably vivid, but in most cases, he managed to push them back and continue training. Bill, on the other hand, practiced using his bow. He was a pretty good shot, and was even able to shoot trees from a huge distance of over 100 yards. He would then progressively practice knocking the arrows and releasing them faster, as well as shooting multiple different targets Kevin would mark for him. Overall, they were confident that they would have no trouble taking down the guard at the building, provided nothing went south. They had already devised how to get the guard out of the building and incapacitate him. Bill was confident that they would be safe from the others being alerted even if he happened to fire from his gun. However, if he radioed for help, the plan would go to hell. They revised the whole plan with Mark and Michael back in the camp and with Andy in the cave. They planned on doing exactly what they discussed with the groundskeeper prior to returning to the camp, with no changes. Andy would be in charge of taking down the guards escorting the director. Kevin and Bill would take down the guard in the building. The campers would hide their weapons in their side leg pockets and calmly go to the choosing grounds. Once everyone was there, Andy would come back and either sneak up to the director to take him hostage or simply pull his gun out and threaten him. If he somehow failed to take down the guards, the campers would have to take the director hostage and get the counselors and guards to stand down. Once everyone was taken care of, they would call for help and escape. This is why Bill's bow would come in handy. If Andy did fail to take down the guards, Bill could threaten the director with the bow, while the rest of the campers, including Kevin, backed him up. They kept revising the plan to see if there was a better way to execute it, and they kept going back and forth over whether they should kidnap the director before taking care of the guards. Andy was adamantly against it because of the previous reason he stated. The guards could then call for backup. It was Thursday morning, and Kevin had just finished his late breakfast. He had woken up earlier and was unable to fall asleep, so he snuck outside to train while Bill continued snoring. It was a miracle to Kevin that no one had discovered them so far due to the loud noises coming from the cave at night. The sun was already up, and it was a little colder that morning, but the cold felt good. It helped sober him up and get his mind off things. He'd had a bad dream, but he couldn't remember what it was exactly. He knew it was something about his friend Henry and that something bad was happening to him. But the harder he thought about it, the more the dream seemed to slip out of his memory. He eventually let it go and focused on striking the tree in front of him. He was going to try to bring it down, but the more he managed to chip away at it, the more resistance the tree seemed to give. He was also worried that he might make the blade duller than it already was, so he decided to take a break. Bill had woken up by then and went to check out the snares he'd set out the previous days. When he came back, he looked as ecstatic as Mark was the day they were served burgers for lunch. He was carrying a dead rabbit in his hand, proudly showing it to Kevin. Kevin couldn't say that he was indifferent about it, because catching a rabbit with a snare in the middle of the woods was pretty damn impressive. Bill wasted no time preparing the rabbit and setting up a campfire and a makeshift grill to cook the catch. Kevin warned him about the fire making smoke, but Bill said that he knew how to avoid letting the fire smoke. Just to be on the safe side, they made the campfire a few 100 feet away from the cave in case they were discovered. And so, pretty soon, the rabbit was cooking, the smell of savory meat filling Kevin's nostrils. It had been days since he tasted anything freshly cooked. The cans and packaging of the MREs were strewn about the cave, looking like a bunker of a person who hadn't been in civilization for a long time. And while the two campers had enough food from what the groundskeeper managed to bring them, Kevin wanted roasted meat. Sometime later, he and Bill were eating the cooked rabbit, moaning in pleasure at every bite they took, loudly smacking their lips. It was unsalted, but it was tender, and it was the best meal Kevin had had since the sinewy sausage and old bread Mark gave him on his second day in the camp. "Bill, tell lunch lady Daisy to step aside, because she's got some fearsome competition," Kevin exclaimed after finishing his meal and burping. "I'll have to set up some more snares," Bill said with excitement in his voice, "and in different locations. There may be more rabbits there." "Well, your snoring probably chases away the ones around the cave, so that makes sense," Kevin shrugged before standing up. "Listen, I'm gonna go scout out the building." "Right, and I'll go do some archery and set up the snares." Kevin patiently lay on the ground on an elevation that overlooked the secret building. He felt like a soldier doing recon of the enemy base before an attack. Only, he knew that he wasn't the main hero of the movie here, and the odds of him getting killed were pretty high. As he lay on the ground, the solid dirt surface painfully digging into the formed scabs on his knees, he couldn't help but wonder how in the hell the movie heroes were able to just shrug off a bullet wound and continue fighting. The building was quiet, for the most part. No one going out, and no movement detected inside the building either. And then, after about an hour of patiently lying on the ground, the front door of the building opened. 2 guards waltzed outside and closed the door behind them. They talked for the next 5 minutes or so, while one of them smoked a cigarette. "I hope your lighter stops working and you have no others lying around, asshole," Kevin thought to himself. He didn't know which one shot Camper Victor, but it didn't matter. All 3 guards were equally evil for standing by and doing nothing. The guard dropped the stub of his cigarette and crushed it under his foot. They were about to head on inside. No, they weren't. Instead of going back inside the building, the guards climbed down on the trail in front of it and started following it. This was unexpected. Was another choosing about to happen already? After days of observing the same boring routines, this sudden change got Kevin's blood pumping. He stood up from a prone to a crouching position and watched with his binoculars as the guards intermittently disappeared behind trees and then reappeared. Since they were moving farther away from his position, he decided he would need to follow them. He went down the elevation and, from the cover of the trees, watched as they followed the road. Whenever they would get a little farther away, he'd run to the cover of a tree closer to them, but still kept his distance. He knew he was well camouflaged in the woods, provided they didn't see him running like an idiot, but he also wanted to avoid alerting them in case he accidentally made some noise. The whole time, his heart kept pumping quickly, and he had to train to push down the thoughts of what would happen if he got caught. Just like Bill said, the path went in a sort of circle on the left, leading all the way around the camp. It took them about 30 minutes, but once the guards reached a portion of the trail, merging with the big dirt road, they turned left. Kevin waited for them to move ahead some distance, and then got closer to the forking and looked to the left. He saw the guards walking down the path, and beyond that, sure enough, there it was. The big arc that said, Camp Firwood. He suddenly remembered the day he arrived at camp. He remembered seeing the arc when his parents drove him to the camp, the first time he saw Mr. Adams, the cold demeanor of his father when they said goodbye, the nagging of his mother to behave well. It was a painful memory. It felt like it was a lifetime ago, and that the Kevin from that day was an entirely different person than who he was now. He wished that he could go back in time, to run away from his home before his parents could take him here, jump out of the car, anything just to avoid being taken to the camp. His innocence was destroyed, and he would never get that back. He was forced to kill a person, and he would probably be forced to kill again, or be killed. Kevin looked left and right down the road. The guards were facing away from him on the left, and the right side was empty. There was no way he could tail the guard inside the camp, but he could get a better view from the tree line at the campers' cabins. He took the risk, and sprinted across the road to the other side of the forest. From there, he freely ran through the woods all the way in a circle until he reached the area with the campers' cabins. He stayed at the edge of the woods, observing the main grounds. From this position, he saw the army of campers lined up in front of the mess hall, tiny ants from such a distance. The distinct figure of Mr. Adams stood in front of them, gesturing something, while the campers stood still. And then, Kevin saw two figures coming from the left, from the direction of the main lodge. The guards. They stopped behind Mr. Adams while he continued to gesture. This lasted for a few minutes until one camper got in front of the line, and then another. Kevin couldn't see from here who the campers were. The guards approached the campers and began escorting them somewhere. Kevin couldn't see it clearly from here, but it looked like they were headed for the study hall. What are they going to do to them? They disappeared inside the building, or behind it, Kevin couldn't tell, while Mr. Adams and the other campers went their own way, toward the meadow where Andy's cabin sat. Kevin quickly made his way back through the woods and to the road where it merged with the trail leading to the guards' building. There, he took up a position and observed the main grounds, past the arc. The guards would have to go back to the building in the woods, and he'd get to see if they were coming back with the campers or without them. He didn't have to wait long. Within the next 30 minutes or so, by his estimation, he saw the guards emerging under the Camp Firwood arc and making their way back, without any campers. Kevin wasn't sure if it was a good sign or not. He followed the guards all the way back until he made sure they were back inside the building. But then, what happened to the campers? They had to still be in the camp, right? Unless the director made a surprise visit and took them away. No, that couldn't be the case. Kevin would have seen or heard the car, and they had a choosing tomorrow. Why would they do it 2 days in a row? Or 1 day earlier? Maybe they know about the plan. Dread filled Kevin, and he immediately left the area with the secret building in the woods to make sure Bill was still okay. Upon returning to the cave, his nostrils were filled with the same juicy aroma of the cooked meat as before. He saw Bill, complacently sitting on the ground and chewing on a roasted rabbit, a bigger one this time. "It's our lucky day, cocky Kevin," he said. "No, it's not," Kevin said. He explained everything he saw just now, and Bill's face vacillated from confused to downright scared. He stood up, holding the half-cooked rabbit in his hand, and said, "We have to make sure tonight the plan is not jeopardized." "Agreed." "They did what?" Kevin asked, dumbfounded. He intermittently stared at Mark and Michael, who nodded. Bill had just arrived behind Kevin and was scratching the back of his head. Prior to meeting with the two campers, Kevin and Bill agreed that one of them should stay behind in case their plan was discovered and someone was waiting to ambush them. Once it was safe, Kevin signaled Bill to join him in the conversation with Mark and Michael. The 4 campers were in the woods behind the cabins. It was dusk, and it was approaching time for the 2 who were still in the camp to start getting ready for bed. "Okay, so tell us the whole story again," Bill said. Mark inhaled and started. "The guards arrived at the camp after lunch. Mr. Adams picked 2 volunteers for an interview with the guards. It was supposedly similar to a healthy survey." He made exclamation marks with his fingers. "No one volunteered, of course. So Mr. Adams picked Sneaky Rob and Michael." Kevin and Bill looked at Michael with penetrating gazes that clearly demanded answers. Michael stared nowhere in particular. "Mike?" Bill asked. "What did they do?" Mike sighed before locking eyes with Bill. "They took us into the study hall, got us in 2 separate classrooms, sat us down and interviewed us. They first asked me some mundane questions like, 'What do you think about Camp Firwood? How friendly are you with the other campers? How would you rate the counselors?' That kind of thing. I didn't want to seem suspicious by answering positively to everything, so I told them what irked me about Mr. Adams, Dwight, and so on. But then the questions got weirder." "Weirder how?" Kevin asked. Michael scratched his chin and frowned and then continued. "Well, they started asking me things like, 'Have you or your fellow campers ever planned on running away? Have you ever tried running away? Is anyone in the camp conspiring right now to run away?' And so on. And then he told me about the reward program, like how reporting someone for acting in an undisciplined manner would get the camper who reported the incident a huge reward. He even knew who I was. Said I only had 1 week left until I was out of here. Said that I could be out by tomorrow if I reported someone for bad behavior, but that I would stay longer if I lied." Silence hung in the air for a long moment between the campers. "So? Did you talk?" Kevin decided to ask the awkward question. When he saw Michael looking at him in confusion or enmity, he added, "In the interrogation." "No, I didn't tell him anything," Michael sternly said. "You guys think they know something about our plan?" Kevin asked. "I mean, why else would they interrogate us now? It seems too coincidental." "Maybe just precaution," Mark shrugged. "Maybe a hunch. Maybe just a crazy coincidence." "I don't like it." "We'd better be even more careful," Bill said. "Well, the plan execution is tomorrow," Kevin said. "I say Bill and I should introduce ourselves to the other campers and lay out the plan for them. I'll get the groundskeeper." Bill grinned complacently. "You ready, Cocky Kevin?" Mark asked as he put his hand on the door of cabin 4. "Yeah, just go on and assemble them." Mark nodded. He had entered cabin 4 while Michael went inside cabin 5. Kevin sat by one of the benches outside the cabins, trying to assume a cool guys don't give a shit position by putting his legs up on the table. Within seconds, he heard Michael bellowing inside cabin 5, saying something he couldn't understand. He heard nothing from Mark's cabin, but within seconds, the armies of campers began swarming through the entrance, some already in their pajamas, some in their uniforms. All of them had bewildered looks on their faces before even spotting Kevin. But then, when they saw him at the table, their eyes widened even more. "Holy shit! It's Cocky Kevin!" Tough Norton pointed his finger. "Shh!" Michael scolded Norton. "We can't let the counselors know, so everybody shut up!" By the time the campers of cabin 4 and 5 gathered around Kevin at the bench, cabins 1, 2, and 3 had emptied as well, forming an ever-growing circle around Kevin. Excited murmurs filled the air, and Kevin raised his hands and stood up from the bench. Whoa, slow down, everyone. I can give you all autographs, just one person at a time." "Dude, how did you survive? Did you see the Wraith?" "I told you the trial was safe." Various voices filled the air until Steve, the natural leader, silenced them all. "Ryan, keep a lookout for any counselors or Dwight. You like to avoid crowds of sweaty, dirty men anyway." "Fuck you, Steve," Ryan said, but complied in looking over his shoulder to see if anyone was coming. The good thing about the cabins was that they were separated from the rest of the campgrounds by a large open field, making it easy to see from afar when someone was approaching. "Cocky Kevin, go on," Steve calmly said. "Tell us what the hell happened." The crowd was quiet by now, giving Kevin the ability to talk at whichever tone he liked. "The Firwood Wraith doesn't exist," he said. "Ha! Told you!" Clean Ryan triumphantly exclaimed. "There are people killing the campers sent on the trial," Kevin added. More murmurs filled the air until Steve silenced them once again. Kevin continued. "I don't know who they are, but but they killed the camper who got sent for repentance, Carlos, and camper Victor who got chosen with Bill. What about Ninja? Is Ninja still alive? Norton impatiently jumped in. Kevin shrugged. We got separated the night we were attacked. I haven't seen him since then. Shit, Norton swore. Kevin raised one hand and said, Look, the details don't matter. What matters is that Bill and I are here to warn you all, and to tell you about our plan. Where is Bill, by the way? One camper asked. Other campers exchanged surprised remarks at Bill still being alive. Right here. The voice came from the tree line next to cabin 5. Bill came waltzing down the grassy ground toward the campers, which produced sounds of awe and exclamations of surprise. Their surprise was short-lived because, in the next moment, Clean Ryan shouted, Guys, the groundskeeper is coming. We gotta split. Kevin looked down toward the grounds where the main lodge was and saw Andy's hunched-over figure coming over to them. Relax, Bill said. He's on our side. The group now formed in front of the two campers while they waited for the groundskeeper to arrive. He was a few dozen feet away from the group, which seemed to grow tighter, dodging the groundskeeper, when he said, You kids are in serious danger. Some of the campers widened their eyes and exchanged glances with each other as if unsure that the words had actually come out of the groundskeeper's mouth. The groundskeeper stopped in front of the group, opposite Kevin and Bill, and put his hands on his hips. There's a new batch of campers coming tomorrow. A whole bunch of them, the groundskeeper spoke up. There's not enough room for more campers, Steve dared to speak up, causing a few heads in the dark to turn in his direction. Exactly. That's why, Andy scratched his unkempt beard. The director will be arriving with them. It took the campers a moment to understand the gravity of what Andy had just said, and when it did, it hit like a ton of bricks. Shit. Shit, Ryan said. They're gonna have another choosing, aren't they? Andy's silence was their answer. Mierda, what are we gonna do? Javier asked. A few panicked murmurs resounded in the group. We have to attack them now, Norton shouted. Others agreed or disagreed. Despite the loud arguing, as soon as Andy spoke up, the air went silent. Now, don't get so excited, he said, shifting his weight from one leg to another. You can't go rushing like idiots now. Wait until morning when the director arrives. Your friends Kevin and Bill already have a plan. The heads turned to Bill and Kevin. Bill took the effort to explain the entire plan to the campers, telling them to be ready to fight during the choosing. But the guards, they're armed, Javier shouted. It don't make no difference, Andy said as he scanned the group of campers. I'll take care of 2 of them. Bill and Kevin will take down the last one. Then we can take over the camp. You can't just go against armed guards, Steve said. I can, and I will. You just make sure you're ready to attack if something goes south. Because if it does, and they manage to subdue all of us, we're all gonna die. The weight of his words seemed to hang heavily in the air as the campers exchanged worried glances with each other. It's gonna get messy tomorrow. Don't do anything stupid unless I tell you to. That especially goes for you two, you hear? He was referring to Kevin and Bill. With that, he turned around and began walking back the way he came. The group was left with flummoxed expressions on their faces, unsure of what they should do. Everyone looked scared, much more scared than Kevin had ever seen them before. I know none of you want to do this, Kevin said. I know some of you probably still don't believe any of this, but it's true. The fact that Bill and I are standing here right now, still alive after spending days in the woods, proves that this camp is fucking evil. And if we don't fight, they won't hesitate to kill us. Trust me, I know. Some of the campers hung their heads down. Others stared at Kevin in silence. Kevin felt compelled to continue. Mark and Michael have already stashed the weapons in the woods. They'll give them to you in the morning. And then once we take the director down, the counselors will have no choice but to surrender. We do that, and we can all go home. But if we don't, if we keep waiting as we did so far... He didn't know how to finish the sentence without bluntly telling everyone that their lives would come to an end. You're right, Steve said as he stepped in front of the group next to the 2 campers. He's right. We need to fight back. We sat idly, believing that the counselors would let us go if we behave, and instead, They rewarded us by killing us off one by one. That ends now. Fuck yeah! Norton shouted along with a few other campers cheering. The other campers seemed to agree as well, nodding their heads and murmuring words of approval. Kevin smiled. He felt his strength increase tenfold. With the entire camp unified, there was no way they could fail. We're with you! Sneaky Rob raised his fist. Kevin scanned the faces of the campers. Everyone seemed to be in on the plan. Even the ones who seemed reluctant, like cowardly Adrian, nodded their heads eventually, agreeing to the plan. The campers began breaking down into smaller groups and murmuring amongst each other, the spotlight no longer focusing on Kevin and Bill. Michael approached Bill to talk with him privately, while Mark stopped next to Kevin. Good going. Managing to get all of them assembled, Mark said. No one has ever done anything like that for as long as I've been here. No one has ever tried, Kevin retorted. That's what makes you even cooler. Maybe a new name would suit you well. Cool Kevin. Survivor Kevin. Or maybe something more epic like Kevin, Bane of Camp Firwood. Kevin laughed at that. Now that I like, but you would need a name too, because let's face it, Barrel Mark won't suit you. Mark's half-smile dropped, and he shrugged. Let's not jump into giving me heroic names before the battle. Are you kidding? You already deserve an epic heroic name. Mark nodded with a somber look in his eye. We'll see tomorrow. For now, we should probably get back inside the cabins before Dwight shows up. Mark was right. The talking had faded away, and the campers had to return to their cabins, since it was nearing time for roll call, while Bill and Kevin returned to the cave. The entire time on the way back, Kevin kept thinking about whether someone would spill the beans in front of Dwight, but campers like Steve and Norton reassured him that no one would talk. This was it. It was almost time to execute their plan. Chapter 20. Ambush. So, how do you feel about, well, everything? Kevin asked Bill, amazed at how he was able to eat at a time like this. Bill had a mouth full of rabbit in his mouth, sitting next to the flashlight pointed upward at the ceiling. The light cast ominous shadows across Bill's face, making him look old and gaunt. It was a late night, and they both should have been asleep, but it was evident that their energy level was high, and they would not be going to bed any time soon. Bill shrugged, taking another bite of the rabbit. Are you serious? Kevin chuckled. I mean, I'm not indifferent. I'm worried, yeah, but I think everything happens for a good reason. So whatever happens here, happens. I believe we can't really change some outcomes, that it's a force higher and more powerful than all of us. God? I'm thinking more like fate. Kevin smiled. Wish I could think like you. Don't worry, Kevin. What happens in the morning, we'll end it one way or another. Hey, if the guard manages to shoot me, don't be a hero. Just run. Don't even go back to the camp. Just stock up on supplies and go as far as you can. Bill cocked an eyebrow. Why? Because most likely the guard will have already alerted the others, and the campers are going to be captured. And Andy will likely get killed, too. We'll need someone to inform the outside world of the horrors of Camp Firwood. Bill stopped chewing his food, glowering at Kevin. After a moment of contemplation, he nodded. All right, fine. But there won't be a need for that. We'll take down the guard, safely, and go help the other campers. And once all of that is done, we're all getting out of here. Everybody involved in this sick operation is going to rot behind bars, while we're hailed as heroes. Let's see if you're right, Kevin said as he slumped on the sleeping bag, staring at the ceiling of the cave. He flicked off the flashlight, engulfing the cave in utter darkness. For a moment, he saw nothing, and then some features started getting discernible. Hey, Kev, Bill asked after a moment of long silence. Yeah? I have to tell you something. Kevin waited, still staring at the ceiling. When no continuation came from Bill's side, he said, Go on. Bill sighed. I lied to you. They didn't send me to the camp because they wanted me socializing. Kevin pivoted his head so that he faced Bill, even though he couldn't see him in the dark. He frowned and asked, Why did they send you then? Because I'm gay. Kevin propped himself up until he was sitting. He stared at Bill, his silhouette barely discernible in the dark. He opened his mouth to say something, but didn't know what to say. I just figured you should know that before, you know. Bill finished his thought. I see. Well, that makes your parents assholes. Sorry to say that. I know. So, did they, hope to cure you here or something? Kevin cleared his throat. Yeah, my dad wanted to anyway. He thinks being gay is an illness. Your dad's a dipshit. Bill laughed. Kevin lay back down and, as he stared at the ceiling, said, Well, if it's worth anything, it doesn't change my opinion about you one bit. That means a lot to me. Bill sounded hesitant and yet touched. They lay in silence for a while. Kevin thought about everything Bill said. He felt like he should say something about it, but he honestly didn't know what to say. Well, we should try to sleep, he finally said awkwardly. Yeah, Bill yawned. Despite having excitement surging through his entire body, Kevin felt his eyelids becoming heavy. He closed them, fantasizing about Amy, before he drifted into sleep. The morning anthem blared, startling Kevin awake. No, it wasn't the anthem. He must have dreamed about it. He could still hear the anthem of Camp Firwood in his mind so vividly that he thought for a moment that he was back at the camp. Daylight seeped inside the cave, illuminating Bill's figure. He was sitting with his hands huddled around his knees, and a half-eaten jerky sat on the ground next to him in its packaging. Upon seeing Kevin stir, he said, You're up. Good. We should get going soon. Here. He snatched up an MRE pizza on his other side and tossed it to Kevin. Kevin managed to catch the pizza packaging, surprised that they even had pizza. He unpackaged it, and it looked exactly how he'd expect an MRE pizza to look. It was a block of dough with strips of cheese and little cube-shaped pieces of meat on top. The dough was hard and cold to the touch, and Kevin took a small bite first to see if it would make him gag. It wasn't great, but it wasn't terrible either. The dough was better than the bread they served in the camp, and the meat wasn't hard and sinewy like Kevin expected it to be. He reckoned this slice of pizza would be good enough to keep him satiated until they were done with everything for the day. Well, let's go then, he said as he clambered up to his feet. Bill mirrored his movement, and the two grabbed their hatchet and bow, ready to go. He hadn't even thought about it during breakfast, but now that they were out in the woods and heading to the building, it hit him. They were about to do something perilous. Kevin began feeling a little nauseous, and at that moment, he was thankful he didn't eat more food, even though he initially wanted to after finishing his pizza. He pushed the negative thoughts away and focused on what was ahead of him. They wouldn't fail. The walk through the woods to the area with the secret building was slow and uneventful. The only sound in the air was the rustling of Bill's and Kevin's shoes, since they didn't speak the entire time. Bill kept staring at the ground a lot of the time, but he didn't seem distressed. Kevin wondered if he regretted telling him what he told him last night. The day was sunny, and the weather too cold for what could be called summer, although it could have been the fear causing that sensation. Once they were on the elevation Kevin had used previously to scout out the building, they lay on the ground and observed the place with the binoculars. For a long time, they saw nothing. And then, the door of the building swung open. A loud voice of one of the guards echoed in the area as he said something jokingly. Kevin clearly heard him say something down the line of, All right, see you later, man, before he and his partner went down the trail. The remaining guard closed the door of the building behind them. There they go, Kevin said as he put his binoculars down. Right on schedule. I sure hope Andy gets them. I'm sure he'll do fine. Time for us to do our thing, Bill said. Okay, Kevin exhaled. Get in a good shooting position. I'll grab the guard's attention. Bill nodded and pulled the bow off his back. With hasty steps, he made his way toward the same bush as last time. Kevin, on the other hand, instead of going back to the back of the building, made his way around the other way and to the front where the door was. He firmly held his hatchet as he approached the door, his heart drumming against his chest. He glanced back at Bill, who was in position and ready to knock an arrow. Just like last time, he was concealed really well, and it would take someone who has an eagle eye or thermal vision to spot him along the well-blended leaves and branches. Kevin gave Bill one final nod of approval and turned to the door. He raised his free hand and loudly knocked 3 times. When he'd finished knocking, he retreated around the corner to the right, in case the other guards decided to come back down the road and he found himself cornered. Even before the door opened, he heard the guard's voice behind the door. What? Back already? What'd you forget? The sound of the metallic door squeaked as it opened. Hey, the guard said in what sounded like confusion. Kevin gripped his hatchet firmly with both hands, with his back tightly against the cold concrete wall. He heard the guard taking tentative footsteps on the ground, enough to see his figure standing in front and swiveling his head left and right. Kevin saw him scratching his chin in confusion before putting his hand on the holster where his gun rested. He was about to turn around when an arrow whistled through the air and embedded itself on the back of his thigh. The guard shrieked in pain and fell onto his knees before toppling sideways. He strained to look at his wounded leg, placing a palm on the side of the thigh. Kevin knew he didn't have much time before the guard called for backup or drew his gun. He jumped out from the corner and rushed him. The guard managed to jerk his head toward Kevin and put his hand on the holster before the blunt side of the hatchet struck him directly across the forehead. His head fell backward on the ground. In the midst of the commotion, he managed to draw his gun but had it pointed to Kevin's left, which confirmed that the hit disoriented him. Another arrow whistled through the air and struck him on the forearm that held the gun. The guard yelled again, instantly dropping the gun and groaning in pain as he cradled his arm. "Son of a bitch!" he shouted. Kevin dropped the hatchet and scrambled to pick up his gun. The Glock felt heavy, much heavier than he assumed it would be from what he'd seen in movies and video games. He had no idea how to use it, but he hoped that pointing it at the guard would be enough to intimidate him. The guard's groans and swearing stopped, and he raised his uninjured hand in a stop sign, his eyes wide with palpable fear. "Wait. Just wait," he said in a surprisingly calm tone. Kevin's hands were trembling, but it didn't matter. He got the effect he wanted. He heard the quickened footsteps on his left approaching and looked to see Bill coming toward him with his bow and another arrow ready. "You okay?" Bill asked. Kevin nodded. The guard was now staring at Bill with a bewildered look on his face. He was probably starting to realize that he had been bamboozled. He reached with his uninjured hand for the radio, and Kevin pointed the gun more firmly at him, taking a step closer. "Go on. Make my fucking day," he said, shooting the guard the most glower he could muster while trying to hold his hands steady from shaking. Bill had also knocked an arrow and pointed it at the guard from a 2-foot range, waiting to see what he would do. The guard stared at Kevin silently with his hand on the radio before glancing over at Bill. As if realizing that he was outnumbered, he lowered his hand indignantly. The bluff worked. "Good. Now let's go inside. We need to talk," Kevin said. 5 minutes later, they were inside the building with the guard tightly bound to a wooden chair with duct tape that Bill managed to find inside the desk. The building looked as cold on the inside as it did back when Kevin observed it from the outside. It was devoid of any life or soul, with only the same gray concrete walls closing in on the room. The floor had cracked white tiles that looked like they were in need of a good scrubbing, and the 3 beds looked exactly like the ones the campers were using, and were clustered together on the opposite end of the room like sardines in a can. Kevin noticed that the guards didn't have to bother making their beds like the campers, as they were left messy, with the sheets all wrinkled up and the blankets thrown on top in a mess. The sight of it would make Dwight lose his shit for sure, Kevin thought. There was a single desk in the room, right next to the entrance, and a dirty, rusted kitchen by the adjacent wall. A small refrigerator sat next to the kitchen, and perched on top of it were stacks of canned food, with a lot of empty cans tossed on top, the contents of the moldy food visible on the inside. On the other end of the room, past the 3rd bed, was another door, leading into a tiny bathroom. The guard made grimaces in pain as he sat in the chair. His hands were bound behind his back, and his ankles were tied to the legs of the chair. Bill had carefully removed the arrow from the guard's leg, but left the one in his forearm. Since the arrowheads were not made to kill, but rather just to practice archery, the guard was at no risk of bleeding out. Hopefully. Kevin placed the gun on the desk, still skeptical about holding it. He knew that keeping his finger off the trigger would make sure it didn't go off, but he still didn't like having such a dangerous thing around. He turned to the guard, the hatchet limply dangling from his hand. "Now, you're going to tell us everything we want to know. Got it?" The guard had his head down but stared at Kevin from under his forehead with an expressionless face, like a subdued wild animal. He must have been no older than 30, but he definitely looked like the cold-blooded type capable of committing murder. "Start talking, or I'll shoot another arrow in your leg, asshole," Bill commanded, waltzing over to the guard, towering above him. The guard didn't budge. He stared at Bill and then at Kevin before smiling vaguely. "You kids are so fucked," he said. "When the other guards find out about this, they're gonna ass-rape you with those fancy weapons of yours." He let out a meager chuckle. Kevin punched him in the face. The guard's smirk disappeared, but he didn't seem fazed by the punch. Kevin punched him again, and again until the guard's mouth started bleeding. He continued punching over and over since he lost all control, and anger took over. Anger over being taken to the camp. Anger over the innocent campers who got killed. Anger over the guard being a part of all of that and having the audacity to laugh. Kevin, that's enough. Bill put his hand on Kevin's shoulder and pushed him back. Kevin took a deep breath and turned around, just then feeling the pain in his knuckles. Bill took over the interrogation. Tell us what's going on over here, and I promise we're not going to kill you. But if you refuse or lie, then we're slowly going to torture you. We have more than enough time until the choosing is finished, and when your buddies come back to find your mutilated corpse in here, we'll do the same to them. Kevin turned around to see Bill staring the guard in the eye mere inches away from his face, impressed by his interrogation skills. No doubt he watched a lot of action movies. The guard's bleeding mouth contorted into a spiteful grimace, his nose intermittently wrinkling up and down. A moment later, he looked away from Bill's intent gaze and locked eyes with Kevin. This isn't a summer camp, he said. Yeah, no shit, Kevin said. It's not a re-education camp either. That's the backup story the ones running the camp use in order to take suspicion off themselves. So, what is it then? Bill asked. The guard hesitated for a moment before he spoke up again. It's a game. Both Bill and Kevin stared at the guard while he glanced back and forth from one camper to the other. When he realized that they demanded more answers, he continued. It's a game where teens like you are brought into the camp and hunted by the rich. Excuse me? Kevin chuckled at the absurdity of the guard's statement. You expect us to believe that shit? You've seen the people in the woods, right? They attacked you, chased you. They were hunting you for fun. Kevin felt like he was in a dream. No, more like in a horror movie where he was the victim. Tell us everything from the beginning, Bill said. The guard looked at Bill momentarily, and then averted his gaze to the ground before saying, Camp Firwood buys teens from parents who don't want them anymore. They get sent to the camp under the pretense of getting a re-education. But in reality, the parents who send their kids to Camp Firwood simply want to get rid of them for a fee. Bullshit, Kevin interjected. No, it's the truth. The guard looked at Kevin. Kev, let him finish, Bill calmly said. The guard took a few breaths before continuing. The kids who get sent to the camp participate in a hunting game. The rich elite, who have way too much money and way too much time on their hands, pay to hunt the campers. So that's who these people are? Kevin asked. Some rich assholes who kill campers and then pose for photos that they post on some dark fucking web version of Instagram? Pretty much, yeah. What about the one we killed a few nights ago? Bill asked. We didn't even know anything went wrong there. The clients are not our problem. The director said that the clients pay, hunt, and then leave without a word. And it's our job to either kill any stray campers we come across on our patrols, or escort the ones who get chosen for disposal. Disposal? You mean the choosing? Kevin asked. No, I think you guys call it departure. Bill and Kevin exchanged glances. They both knew that using the word disposal instead of departure was not good news. What happens to those campers? Kevin looked at the guard. I don't know. We escort them to the director's car, and he drives them off somewhere. And he doesn't tell you guys where he takes the campers? Bill asked. No. You goddamn liar, Kevin angrily retorted. I'm telling you the truth, the guard said. We know about the clients paying for the hunt, but that's pretty much all they tell us. We're just as much pawns as you are. Oh yeah? Do you also get sent into the woods to get hunted by fucking knife-wielding, masked psychopaths? The guard remained silent. Tell us what they plan to do today, Bill said. The guard looked up at him. They'll bring a new batch of campers, and they plan to send some of them to the woods for the trial and others for disposal. They plan to get rid of the 10 surplus campers, right? Kevin said. The guard guffawed. 10? No. All 50. What? Bill and Kevin asked at the same time. Summer's almost over, kids. They're organizing a big fucking hunt. The grand finale. They're gonna choose the campers either for disposal or to send them into the woods and then let the clients hunt them. They're gonna be competing for the most kills, and the winner takes a grand prize, whatever that is. That's too many campers. They'll disperse easily, Kevin said. No. They're bringing in more guards tonight to cordon off the area so that the campers can't go too far. He locked eyes with Kevin and grinned. You're all gonna die. Kevin felt a wave of panic surge through him. What if the guards were already there? What if Andy got in trouble? A crackling voice coming from the guard's radio snapped him back into reality. Hey, Travis, how are things on your end? Over. The guard stared at Kevin in anticipation, while Bill's eyes widened in palpable panic. Yo, Travis, you asleep there? The voice repeated. If they realize something is wrong, they'll call for backup, the guard said. Kevin gripped the hatchet firmly and put his other hand on the radio. He looked the guard dead in the eye with determination and said, If you so much as say one wrong word, I'll kill you. Don't think I won't, because I've done it before. Got it? Hello? The voice over the radio called again, playfully this time. Kevin pressed the button on the side of the hand microphone on the guard's shoulder and held his breath. The guard continued staring at Kevin with defiance. Yo, Travis, if you don't respond soon, I'm gonna have to report this, the voice said. Hey, sorry. I was taking a shit. All clear here, the guard finally said. Kevin let go of the button and waited. There was silence for what felt like minutes before the radio crackled to life again. The voice on the radio laughed before saying, All right, man, no worries. We'll have to keep shit formal in front of the director, though, all right? So make sure to respond with that base and patrol and sit rep bullshit. Kevin pressed the radio button again. Roger that, the guard said. Once Kevin let go of the button and stepped back, Bill said with worry in his tone, We gotta get back there and stop them before it's too late. Yeah, let's do that. Kevin nodded before gesturing to the guard. But what about him? Bill scratched his chin for a moment. We can lock him up in here, but we have to take his radio away. He approached the guard with lightning steps and wrenched away the hand microphone on his shoulder. We can simply toss this thing so... Bill failed to finish his sentence, because the next thing Kevin knew, the guard swung one hand from behind his back and punched him across the face, instantly knocking him to the ground, still holding the hand microphone in his hand, with the wire dangling from it and across the guard's shoulder until it detached entirely. Bill! Kevin shouted. The guard had freed one hand and was now struggling against his restraints with full force and a furious expression on his face. His shoulder heaved up and down with each swing, and he was getting closer to yanking his hand free. Kevin charged at the guard with a hatchet above his head. He was ready to bring it down on him, with the sharp end of the blade this time. The guard grabbed Kevin by the arms, effectively stopping his strike. He was strong, preventing Kevin from moving in either direction. The guard grunted and pushed Kevin so hard that Kevin fell backward across the room on his back, dropping the hatchet from his hand. He immediately raised his head to see the guard bending down and struggling to rip the duct tape off his ankles, the arrow still sticking out from his forearm. Bill had managed to stand up and was drawing an arrow from his quiver. The guard noticed this and jumped up from the chair, his feet still taped to the legs of the chair. He jumped on top of Bill, knocking the arrow and bow out of his hands. The guard then reached for the arrow on the ground, but Bill took hold of the arrow hanging from the guard's forearm and twisted it. The guard screamed in pain, his hand convulsing uncontrollably. The arrow broke with a loud snap, leaving only half of it embedded in the guard's forearm. Kevin crawled toward the hatchet on the floor, lifting it and preparing to stand up and charge the guard again. The guard punched Bill in the face again and gripped the arrow in his forearm. With one yank, he pulled it out, causing blood to momentarily spurt out of the wound. He raised his hand, ready to stab Bill with the pointy part. Kevin didn't think. He swung his arm, releasing the hatchet. The hatchet flew toward the guard, and the distinctive words formed themselves in Kevin's mind. You hurl your sword in the arena, you are dead. The blade struck the guard across the shoulder, causing him to stumble backward with a loud yelp, along with the chair still stuck to his ankles. The hatchet didn't embed itself in the guard's shoulder, but it was a good enough hit to cause his shoulder to start bleeding. The guard grabbed at his shoulder, blood flowing between his fingers. His eyes fell on the hatchet on the floor, and he immediately began pushing himself with both hands to rotate his body toward it. Kevin clambered up to his feet, but the guard's fingertips had already grasped the hatchet, and then his entire body twitched momentarily, and he fell face down on the floor. It took Kevin a moment to realize that the guard had an arrow sticking out of his temple. Bill was standing above the guard, breathing heavily with the bow in his hand. Kevin took shallow breaths and asked, Holy shit, you okay? Bill nodded. Fuck that guy, he said, wiping the blood off his lip. Kevin glanced at the guard's now lifeless body one more time. A trickle of blood poured from the spot on his head where the arrow was embedded, while the guard's eyes vacantly stared at nothing in particular. Was he really a killer? Or was he simply doing his job? Not able to withstand looking at the body anymore, Kevin tapped Bill on the shoulder and said, "We gotta get to the camp." Chapter 21. The Showdown. They practically ran through the woods toward Camp Firwood. For the first 5 minutes or so, Kevin couldn't get the image of the dead guard out of his mind. He also couldn't help but notice how much closer he was to feeling indifferent than when he killed the man in the woods. He remembered the words from a video game character he heard years ago. Unfortunately, killing is one of those things that gets easier the more you do it. And it was true. Kevin had no doubt that if he continued down this path, he'd become a ruthless, cold-blooded, desensitized killer in no time. He didn't want to consider himself a killer yet, though. Everything thus far was self-defense. When they got close enough to the camp, they slowed down to preserve their energy. They had to be ready, either to fight or to run. They walked all the way through until they reached the tree line near the groundskeeper's place. "Think Andy's okay?" Kevin asked. "Sure hope so. Our plan depends on him," Bill coldly said. His jaw was starting to swell slightly from the guard's punches. They followed the tree line all the way to the left and went through the small portion of the woods that opened into the choosing grounds. The campers were already there, seated on the stumps of the trees, anxiously waiting. A lot of them had wide, fearful eyes, shuffling left and right in their positions. Others, like Stephen Norton, looked calm and composed, but none of them were talking. However, that wasn't what caught Kevin's attention. What caught his attention were the new faces among the campers, already dressed in the Camp Firwood uniforms. He tried counting the ones he didn't know, and realized 10 new teens were sitting among the group. They already integrated them into the camp. They could help us in the attack. The counselors weren't there yet. Bill and Kevin took up positions near the edge of the woods, hiding behind tree trunks. Now, they just needed to wait. Kevin repeatedly clenched and unclenched the hand, gripping the hatchet, more out of nervousness than anything else. He was itching to swing it. He tried imagining what the best way to swing it would be for a sure hit. He envisioned the director standing in front of him and blocking the blunt hit from above with his elbow, or striking him over and over on the side until he keeled over, cowering under the campers. The murmurs that suddenly came from the campers as they looked over each other's shoulders behind them told him that the counselors were coming. Mr. Adams and all the counselors came into view. Mr. Adams was giving some instructions to the others in passing while they followed him. Pretty soon, they got to the front of the group, all dozen or so of them, and then climbed onto the stage. The counselors stopped at the back of the stage while Mr. Adams stood at the front. What few meager sounds had been coming from the campers prior to their arrival were now extinguished entirely, and all eyes focused on the orchestrator of the show, the head counselor. Mr. Adams motioned with one hand to Dwight to get closer while he held his notepad in the other. Dwight rushed over with thudding footsteps, glancing up at Mr. Adams's towering figure like a curious puppy. Mr. Adams explained something fervently to him before patting him on the shoulder and looking away from him. Dwight nodded and ran down the stage and through the meadow, out of sight. Mr. Adams faced the campers and looked down at his notepad before taking some notes. Even though Kevin couldn't hear it, he saw Mr. Adams clicking the pen multiple times. "Good morning, campers." He suddenly looked up and grinned at the campers. "Good morning, Mr. Adams," the campers chanted, the new ones looking around in confusion. He hadn't even realized how much he didn't miss the whole Camp Firwood obedience bullshit. Mr. Adams looked down at his notes and began a roll call. He called out name after name, looking up from his notepad with raised eyebrows, scanning the group until he found the camper that shouted, "Me." Once all was done, the head counselors started nervously pacing around, glancing over the heads of the campers. The director's arrival sure seemed to put him on edge every time. The ominous silence seemed oddly familiar, but this time carried with it an overwhelming sense of dread that seemed to choke the air surrounding the campers and settle deep into their bones. Any minute now. The whirring of an engine started in the distance, from a location Kevin couldn't pinpoint. At first, it was barely audible, but slowly it grew in intensity. and it became clear the sound was coming from the left where the main grounds of the camp were. Some of the campers tried turning their heads, but Mr. Adams reprimanded them for it. Kevin and Bill pivoted their heads to the left, but couldn't see anything yet. Within seconds, though, the front of a familiar, pristine, black car came into view, speeding toward the choosing grounds, leaving a billowing cloud of dust behind itself before passing onto the grassy ground. More and more campers turned their heads, and Mr. Adams had to start shouting since his reprimands weren't working anymore. The black car slowed down and came to a halt, a few dozen feet to the right and a little bit behind the choosing stage. The engine was barely audible now that the car was stopped, and within seconds, it ceased producing all noise entirely. He caught the sound of the door opening on the left, and out came the gray-headed, suited figure of the director. Only upon seeing him did Kevin feel relieved because it meant that the guards were telling the truth, and that he was not paranoid. He feared that, had the director not arrived, the campers would not believe him and would potentially withdraw from the attack. It also made panic brew further inside him because he knew it meant that the real attack was about to begin, and that the campers were almost out of time. The director smiled and waved to the counselors while closing his car door as if he were a celebrity whose photos were being taken by the media. He walked up onto the stage where Mr. Adams stood wearing his usual ass-kissing grin. "Mr. Director." Mr. Adams stuck out his hand and shook with the director. The director gave him an aloof nod of the head, only briskly smiling. "Campers, please give a warm welcome to the person responsible for making all of this happen. The director of the camp," Mr. Adams jovially exclaimed. "Good morning, Mr. Director," the campers chanted with much less enthusiasm than Mr. Adams. The director only briefly raised his hand in a greeting. He nodded to Mr. Adams, and the head counselor went over to join the ranks of the other counselors at the back of the stage. The director took a few steps to his right so that he was in the middle of the stage. He inhaled deeply and said with an authoritative tone, "Campers, recite the Camp Firwood core values." The veteran campers began unanimously. "Discipline is the mother of all values. Discipline is the bridge between goals and accomplishments. By following the rules of the camp, I will become a disciplined and better person. Discipline is the core value of Camp Firwood. Discipline is the core value of life." Some of the new campers opened their mouths or swiveled their heads left and right, but were taken aback by the recital. The director applauded complacently, before spreading his arms welcomingly with a PR grin on his face. "Welcome, new campers, to Camp Firwood," he proclaimed theatrically. Kevin couldn't help but conclude that no matter how much the director flashed his pearly teeth, he would still always look like he sucked the souls of innocent children to keep his hair slick. He continued, "I am happy to see so many faces here. Camp Firwood has only been operating for 3 years, but we've had a success rate of over 95% satisfied clients. As you know, Camp Firwood values discipline over anything else, and in order to provide good quality to both the campers and clients, we need to continue to improve the education methods here." He clapped his hands together and grinned as he exclaimed, "Ah, right on time." He was staring above the campers' heads, and upon realizing this, the campers began turning their heads around to see what the director was looking at. Kevin and Bill did the same, but couldn't see anything from this position. And then they saw who came into view, following the trail and into the meadow. The 2 guards from the secret building were striding side by side with furious steps, directly toward the choosing grounds, but they weren't alone. Between them, squeezed tightly under their arms and dragged across the ground, was groundskeeper Andy. "Oh no. Shit, no!" Kevin chanted quietly over and over when the gravity of the situation hit him. He watched as the guards with the groundskeeper inched closer toward the stage, more and more features becoming prominent on them. Andy's face was red and bleeding like he'd been beaten pretty badly. His overalls were dirty, indicating that he was probably thrown on the ground in the fight. His feet dragged behind him across the grass while his head hung limply, his eyes staring at the ground. The guards ignored the curious and now terrified campers' gazes as they made their way to the right and toward the stage. Kevin saw one of the new campers standing up from his seat to better see what was going on. and before he knew it, a few other campers joined in curiously, peeking at the guards. "Sit down!" The director's surprisingly sharp voice instantly caused the teens to return to their spots. So many things happened at once. Kevin stared as the guards brought the beaten groundskeeper up on the stage and to the director's left side and dropped him to the ground. Andy groaned in pain and remained prone on the floor. The guards then drew their guns, one of them pointing it at Andy, while the other guard stepped behind and around the director and to his other side, holding his gun firmly with both hands but pointing it downward. "Campers, toss away your weapons. Now!" The guard with the lowered gun shouted as the director calmly stood next to him with his hands behind his back. The campers exchanged confused glares with each other before the guard raised his gun and loudly shouted, "Right now!" The campers, one by one, started obeying and unzipping their side leg pockets. Kevin watched in desperation as they brought out their foldable spades and knives and threw them on the ground in front of them. "Now, put your hands behind your heads," the guard shouted. This seemed to come as a surprise to the counselors as well, because they exchanged wide-eyed glances, intermittently darting their eyes from the director to Andy, to their fellow staff members, to the head counselor. Mr. Adams was the only one who seemed composed and nonchalant, staring in front of himself with a bemused expression on his face. The director looked at the campers and said with a smile, "As I said, discipline is extremely important. And unfortunately, someone here decided to disrespect that." He turned to the counselors. "Marvin, thank you for performing an outstanding job as always." He gave Mr. Adams a wide smile. "My pleasure, Mr. Director." Mr. Adams slightly nodded with a complacent smile. "You've proven to be a valuable asset to the company, and I believe you will do even better in higher positions. Let's discuss it in your office later." He then turned to face Counselor Baldwin and said, "Mr. Baldwin, how does the position of head counselor sound to you?" Baldwin stepped forward and nodded with his shiny head. "I'm honored, Mr. Director. Thank you," he said before returning to his place in line. The director turned to his left toward the woods, staring just to the right of where Kevin and Bill were. He grinned as he raised a forefinger and slowly scanned the woods with his gaze. Kevin's heart jumped into his throat. "Camper Kevin! Camper Bill!" the director called out. "Come out, or I will order the guard to shoot groundskeeper Andy." The seated campers swiveled their heads left and right in confusion, their hands still stuck to the backs of their heads. "Shit! Shit!" Bill swore, peeking at the director from behind a large tree trunk. "Fuck! What do we do?" Kevin asked in a panic. "Campers, I'm going to count to 3. If you're not out by then, my guard will shoot Andy," the director ordered. "Don't listen to them! Run!" Andy shouted. He was on his knees when he shouted that, and the guard in front of him hit him over the face with the pistol. Andy fell on his palms with a yelp. 1, the director counted. "We can't let him die," Bill whispered to Kevin. "If we show ourselves to them, we're as good as dead," Kevin retorted. 2, the director's voice reverberated. "Fuck! What then?" Bill asked. There was no time. Kevin stood up and stepped out into the open. All right! Don't shoot!" he shouted, still holding the hatchet in his hand. Bill followed his lead and stepped out as well. All the campers seated in front of the stage stared at Kevin and Bill, their hands still held on the backs of their heads. The director locked eyes with Kevin, smiling complacently. Well, he said. "The organizers of the great plan, correct? Come closer." Kevin tentatively took the first step forward, to which the director said, "Oh, and please be sure to drop your weapons there, will you?" Kevin let the hatchet fall limply out of his hand. Bill hesitated, but eventually threw his bow on the ground with force before unbuckling his quiver and letting it fall on the ground too. As they slowly walked toward the stage, Kevin felt defeated. It was over. They were caught, and now they were going to be severely punished. Probably even killed. The panic that started building up in him when he first saw the guards dragging Andy had now reached a tipping point, and he contemplated whether he should simply take his chances and run back into the woods. It still wasn't too late. He still had a chance to escape before the guards started shooting at him. But then he looked at the other terrified campers, especially the new ones, who had no idea what was going on. Despite his urge to survive, he kept moving closer to the stage, each step diminishing his odds of successfully running away. No more running. It's over. Kevin and Bill stopped a dozen feet to the right of the stage, looking up at the director, who still had a grin plastered to his face. "You two have caused us a lot of trouble, haven't you?" he asked. He looked away from them, toward the seated campers, and raised a finger to his chin. "Now, where is Camper Mark? Where are you?" He swiveled his head left and right, scanning the rows of campers. Kevin turned his head toward the campers and saw Mark standing up from his seat in the middle, his hands behind his head. "You can put your hands down, camper. Come up here now. Don't be shy." The director motioned with his hand. Mark had a petrified look in his eyes, staring at the director, and his face was drained of all color. He tentatively put his hands down and made his way past the campers and onto the stage, stopping a few feet from Andy and the guard that had him at gunpoint. The director raised one hand from behind his back and curled his forefinger as if to motion Mark to come closer. Mark went around the groundskeeper's kneeling figure and stopped in front of the director, trembling violently from head to toe. Kevin's heart was beating a million beats a minute as he waited in anticipation and fear of what they would do to his friend. "Don't hurt him! This was my plan all along. He had nothing to do with any of this," Kevin rapidly recited. The director looked over Mark's shoulder toward Kevin, still smiling. He gently put his hand on Mark's shoulder and spun him around so that they both faced Kevin. "You misunderstand, camper," the director said. "I wish only to award Mark for his cooperation." Kevin opened his mouth but had nothing to say. He wasn't sure if he understood the director's sentence clearly. "I'm sorry, Kevin," Mark said. "They threatened to bring Sherry into the camp. I had to cooperate." Kevin couldn't believe what he was hearing. Mark? His friend Beryl Mark? No, that couldn't possibly be true. But it was. The panic he felt up until then began morphing into a white-hot rage that blinded him to everything else. "It was you all along, wasn't it? You're the one who ratted Carlos out about the meds, and us about the plan. That's why you were talking to Dwight that one time I saw you. That's why you never got in any trouble. You sold us out, didn't you?" He took a menacing step forward, but the guard with the lowered gun shouted aloud, "Hey!" which caused him to stop. "You double-crossing son of a bitch!" Norton shouted, and stood up with his hands down, only to have the same guard point his gun at him, barking at him to sit back down and raise his hands. Norton unwillingly listened to him and returned to the previous position. Now, like we often said, disciplined campers are rewarded in Camp Firwood. Camper Mark here will be offered a position as an assistant counselor. Mark was looking down at his feet the whole time, visibly feeling ashamed, or faking it in front of the other campers to save face. Kevin didn't care how he felt. He wanted to strangle him alive. But then something else caught his attention. Just under the stage, through the supporting pillars, he saw some movement in the darkness. He couldn't tell what it was because it was so subtle, and he thought that his mind might have been playing tricks on him. The director turned back to the campers, smiled sadistically, and said, "Now, as for you campers, we can't have you doing this again, can we? So starting today, these two guards will be present all day with the main group. You'll have roll calls 4 times a day. The tools will be kept in complete check. And of course," he knelt in front of Andy, who was still on his knees in front of the director while the guard held him by the shoulder. The director continued, "We'll need a new groundskeeper." He looked at Andy with pity as he said in a lower tone, "Andy, we know who you are. We've known who you are for a while now. We just wanted to see how long you'd keep up the act before we got rid of you." He stood up and triumphantly spread his arms, giving a speech about the severe punishment that staff members suffer, calling the campers lucky to not be in their shoes. "And as for you, campers, I'm very disappointed. A lot of you could have gone home much earlier," the director finished. "Liar! You've been killing campers all along," Bill shouted defiantly. Murmurs from the campers filled the air. "You've been sending campers to be hunted like wild animals by your rich clients. The guard told us everything," Bill continued. More murmurs before the director ordered them to be quiet. He laughed and clapped his hands together while staring at Kevin. "Well, You spoiled the surprise, camper, but it doesn't matter. A moment later, he turned to the guard standing above groundskeeper Andy and said, "Do it." Kevin's heart jumped into his throat, and then the other guard screamed. He fell on his side, holding his foot and wailing in pain while the counselors and the director stared at him in wide-eyed confusion. The shadow under the planks slinked toward the back of the stage and, with great finesse, jumped and scaled the stage, emerging into the light. The figure pushed its way between the rows of perplexed counselors and grabbed the director from behind, pulling him down on top of himself. "Ninja!" The guard who had Andy at gunpoint by then looked toward the director in confusion, his eyes wide in a what-the-fuck manner, not dissimilar to the expression the guard back at the building had when Kevin and Bill ambushed him. That was all Andy needed. With incomprehensible speed, he seized the gun from the guard in front of him and turned it on him. A loud bang caught them all by surprise, and the guard's head kicked back. Blood and pieces of his skull skyrocketed into the air before they toppled down along with his lifeless body. Andy turned to the other guard, who was already raising his gun. Another bang had everyone turning toward Andy again, and the guard's head recoiled back, hitting the floor of the stage. Screams filled the air as confused campers and counselors stood in awe, not knowing what to do. The counselors were about to start running when Andy pointed his gun at them, swiveling it left and right. "Don't move! Get on the fucking ground now!" he shouted authoritatively. Most of the counselors obeyed. They immediately started dropping on the stage floor, but Counselor Baldwin refused to do that. He turned around and jumped off the stage, bolting toward the woods. He was fast. Andy took 2 quick steps forward and fired another shot. A scream pierced the air, and Kevin saw Baldwin falling forward toward the ground and gripping his leg in pain. Andy made sure that all the counselors were on the ground and then turned to the director. Ninja was under him, holding a blood-stained knife to his neck. The director was panting, holding his hands up in the air, the smug smile gone from his face. Mark stood on the stage next to them, trembling like a leaf in the wind. The campers at the seats were now standing up, some of them grabbing the weapons they brought in apprehensive positions. Others were confusedly staring up at the stage, and a small number cowered on the ground. "Is everyone okay?" Steve asked, glancing around himself. "Groundskeeper?" "Fine, son. Drag Baldwin back here," Andy ordered. Immediately, Steve and a few other campers rushed behind the stage toward the shot counselor. Andy strode toward the pinned director. "I got this, son," he said to Ninja, pointing his gun at the director. Ninja slithered out from under the director and jumped to his feet with as much finesse as he displayed when climbing the stage. The groundskeeper approached the director and hit him across the face with the butt of the gun. He kept hitting over and over before taking hold of him by the collar and pointing the gun to his forehead. "What is this place? What are you doing to the campers here?" Andy asked. The director panted as he shook his head. Kevin watched in relish as Andy punched him 2 more times. The director's nose was effectively bleeding now, and he coughed a few times, staining his once pristine suit with red and uttering a few barely coherent words. Okay. I'll tell you," he said. "Talk!" Andy shouted angrily, and it looked like he was just about ready to pummel him to death. "We take away children from parents who don't want them. We offer them a small fee, and they sell them. Then, we enlist them in our game, which the clients pay for. The ones who get sent into the woods are hunted. And the ones who are not," the director hesitated. "Talk!" Andy bellowed. "They're brought by the clients to be used however they see fit." "What do you mean, however they see fit?" Andy pressed the gun against the director's head harder. The campers were as still as statues, and complete and deafening silence filled the air, save for Baldwin's groaning, as he was dragged and tossed on the ground next to the stage. "Answer me," Andy requested. "I mean exactly that," the director said. "Some clients want new organs. Others want a child they can add to their family because they can't have their own. And some simply want company." "You sick fuck!" Kevin shouted. "My son, Owen. He disappeared from the camp last year. Now, you better remember his name, or I'm gonna blow your fucking head off," Andy hissed through his teeth. The director held his hands up, panting and staring at Andy. "He's dead," a voice said, but it wasn't the director. All heads looked up at Mr. Adams, prone on his stomach with his hands on the back of his head. The head counselor locked his eyes with the groundskeeper and huffed. The short, smart kid, right? He was chosen for disposal. The director took him away after that. Shut up, Marvin, the director retorted. Andy's face contorted into a grimace of anger. He looked back down at the director, pressing the gun harder against his forehead. What did you do to him, you son of a bitch? He asked. The director started laughing mildly, and soon that laughter broke into a cackle. Andy looked like he didn't know what he should do. The director shook his head as his laughter reached a halt, and he said, I remember your son, Andy. Your ex-wife had everything planned out. She didn't want a brat to interfere with her and her new boyfriend's life. But she also didn't want you to get the pleasure of having him back. So she sold your son for a meager $3,000. Oh, Andy, Andy. You had no idea how thrilled the clients were to see a pretty little thing like your boy join the program. They were practically fighting each other over who was going to bid more for him. He smiled complacently before Andy pushed the director down on the stage planks and gripped the gun with both hands firmly. The director's smile remained plastered over his face as he continued talking. He was the first one to go in the choosing. The client who won him in the end was a plastic surgeon from Minnesota. He really, and I mean really, liked little boys, especially cute ones like yours. Andy clenched his fist and the gun more tightly, bulging veins appearing on his hands and his chest heaving as he stared at the director. The director seemed unaware of this, or simply chose to ignore it as he continued talking. Unfortunately, Dr. Harris has one major flaw. He gets bored with his toys rather quickly, and when he does, he likes to experiment with them, push the boundaries of aesthetic surgeries. If I remember correctly, his specialization was facial reconstruction. I don't even want to think about what your son had to go through in those last moments, before he decided to recycle him like a used-up condom. The director barely had the chance to finish his last sentence because before anyone knew it, Andy was on top of him, holding him by the collar and hitting him with the gun over the face. He ferociously pummeled the pretentious director's face over and over, the old man's smile now gone and replaced by a grimace of agony, and his arms hanging limply by on the floor. Droplets of blood flew in the air in various directions, and after a while, the only thing that could be heard was Andy's grunting with each punch he threw, and the thud the gun would make upon contact with the director's face. None of the campers wanted to intervene. Andy earned this. A whole year of unimaginable torment, only to find out it was all in vain. Andy finished off with one final punch before dropping the director, sobbing loudly. The director limply fell to the floor, but was still alive. His face was swollen so much that one of his eyes was completely covered, and it looked like a few of his pearly teeth had been knocked loose. He coughed painfully, blood flying out of his mouth and on the side of his face, trickling to his ears. He raised his head as Andy pointed the gun at him, gripping it so feverishly that veins bulged on his forearms, and his hand shook violently. You killed my son? Andy sobbed, his voice sounding like it was a mix of immense rage and sorrow. The director took a few shallow breaths, coughing and spitting more blood before speaking with a slur. We could have killed you long ago, Andy, but we didn't. That was a mistake. He put his finger on the trigger and took a deep, hissing breath. Andy! Kevin shouted. Instantly, the tension in the air seemed to ease up a little. Andy looked at Kevin with bloodshot, tear-riddled eyes, staring at the teen as if he were seeing something unfamiliar for the first time in life. Andy, don't do it, Kevin said. That's what he wants you to do. Andy looked back at the director. The old man laughed wheezingly before coughing up more blood. Come on, you pussy. You don't even have the guts to finish off the man who murdered your son, he said. Andy got closer to the director, pressing the gun to his bloodied forehead. Andy, please, Kevin begged. A moment of intense silence hung in the air as Andy held the finger on the trigger, and then he lowered the gun. He placed it in the pocket of his overalls and grabbed the director by the collar. He picked him up like he was nothing until he was face to face with his mutilated face. He said, You have a daughter, right? She and the rest of the world are going to find out what kind of monster you are. You will rot in prison for the rest of your pathetic, worthless life." With that, he dropped him on the ground. The director groaned in pain and then coughed up some more blood. A long moment of silence hung in the air before Andy looked at Bill and said, "Bill, go get the ropes from my cabin. Go." He tossed the keys with a jingle to Bill, who caught them graciously. Bill immediately started running toward the woods, in the direction of the groundskeeper's cabin. Some of the campers began climbing onto the stage. Kevin stopped in front of Mark, who had a look of shame on his face. He was staring down, avoiding Kevin's glance. The eerie silence was pierced by Norton's voice behind Kevin. "You fat son of a bitch!" He charged at Mark, but Ninja and Steve held him back. Mark recoiled momentarily, while Norton shouted profanities and threats at him. "Enough! No more violence!" Andy shouted in a mix of authority and desperation. "Enough blood has been spilled here. It's over." He was completely red in the face, and his eyes were swollen from tears. Norton immediately got diffused by this. Andy's voice seemed to intimidate the entire group of campers, all 50 of them. Minutes passed, and most of the attention was divided by now. A lot of the campers displaying amazement at Ninja's ability to survive. He was as dirty as Kevin and Bill were, but was in a much better condition than the two of them, looking like he just went on a stroll through a muddy park with no major scrapes or wounds on him. A lot of the other attention was focused on Andy and the director, some of it on the dead bodies of the guards, and only Kevin was undividedly staring at Mark. "I can't believe you did that," Kevin said. "I trusted you. We were friends." Mark didn't look up. It made Kevin want to hit him, and it took everything in him not to do so. He turned away from him, fearing that staring at him any longer might cause him to do something classless to Mark, like punch him or spit in his face. He instead turned to Andy and the director. The groundskeeper had flipped the director onto his stomach and forced him to spread his legs and put his hands on the back of his head. "Hey, did anyone see Dwight?" Steve asked. Everybody exchanged glances, but no one gave an answer. "Fuck. I was really looking forward to beating the shit out of him," Norton angrily retorted. "Don't matter. He's got nowhere to go," Andy said. "Let's wait for Bill to return and tie up these bastards." While waiting for Bill, Norton tried to attack Mark again, but the other campers held him back again. Only when Ninja tried talking to him did he calm down. Kevin observed the new campers, who looked confused as hell. He sat on one of the tree stumps, doing his best not to look at Mark. "Good to see you again, cocky Kevin," Ninja said, tapping Kevin on the shoulder and sitting on the stump next to him. Kevin smiled and stretched out his hand. They firmly shook hands as Kevin said, "Bill and I went looking for you. We thought you were dead." "Nah, not me," he said in his usual lethargic tone. How someone could be so physically active and yet so dead while speaking baffled Kevin beyond words. "What happened to you that night when we got separated?" he asked. Ninja snorted and made a grimace before saying, "I managed to run away from the Firwood Wraith. I hid somewhere and waited until morning. From there, I looked for a way back into the camp because, fuck it. And at night, I caught one of the campers from Cabin 5 when he was taking out the trash behind the mess hall. Told him to leave a window open, and he did." Kevin heard too much information to process it at once. He talked step by step with Ninja about what they both did to survive in the woods since that night when they got separated. Soon, Bill returned with stacks of ropes hanging around his arms and neck. They bound the counselors' and the directors' hands behind their backs, and as soon as they were done, Andy forced the director on his feet. The director's face was so swollen and messed up that it looked like an entirely different person. "Line all of them up so we can get them to the detention center. Bill, get a group, round up Nurse Mary and Lunch Lady Daisy," Andy said. "You got it, Mr. Andy," Bill obediently said. Once all the prisoners were lined up, the campers formed a circle around them with their foldable spades and knives, in case any of them tried running away. Baldwin's leg was patched up, and he was carried by Ninja and Norton under his arms. Norton himself seemed to be just waiting eagerly for the counselor to try something stupid. Andy personally made sure to escort the director separately from the group. Chapter 22. Barrels, Part 2. Andy pushed the director, not taking the barrel of the gun off his back. The director stumbled forward, but regained his balance momentarily. Kevin quickly noted how the director's now dirtied suit and shoes no longer looked as flawlessly clean as they did earlier when he arrived. He smiled at the irony of the tables turning so fast. The director stepped forward, stopping in front of the detention center door. All the campers, new and old, were there, still encroaching on the bound counselors. Nurse Mary and Lunch Lady Daisy were added to the number of prisoners, their wrists indiscriminately bound just like the others. Dwight was nowhere to be found. Mary pleaded and cried, but the campers ignored her. When Andy threatened to put a gag in her mouth if she didn't shut up, her desperate pleas turned into quiet whimpers. The lunch lady, on the other hand, looked as indifferent, irritated even, as she usually did, as if getting kidnapped by a bunch of campers was the most normal everyday occurrence. The director stood in front of the door, his shoulders tense. Andy grabbed him from behind in a chokehold, using his other hand to point the gun to his temple. "Open it," he commanded. The director submissively raised his hands but said nothing. "I'm gonna give you the count of 3, and then I'm gonna blow off one of your kneecaps. How does that sound?" Andy angrily commanded. Okay, calm down," the director nervously said. He probably knew that Andy meant business, and that he was not going to waste time asking. Andy released the grip and pushed the director toward the door. The director knocked 3 times. A familiar voice broke the silence from inside. "Who is it?" the person behind the door asked. "This is the director of Camp Firwood. Detention Center counselors, open the door." "Right away, Mr. Director," the voice said with more excitement this time. Kevin recognized the voice as Jordan's. He suddenly remembered how he and Peter treated him when he was in the detention center. It still made him boil with rage. Andy caught the director by the shoulder and shoved him back toward the other prisoners. He then gripped the handgun with both hands. Kevin quickly strode over to Andy and looked up at him. "Andy, can us campers be the ones to take care of the counselors here?" Andy stared down at him as if searching his face. "You want to kill him?" he asked. "No, we won't kill them. We're done killing." Kevin shook his head. Andy stared down at him for a few seconds before putting the gun back into his pocket and nodding. The tongue of the lock clicked in the next moment, and the door swung open. Kevin wasted no time. As soon as Jordan saw the army standing in front of the door, his eyes widened, but it was too late. Kevin used the momentum of his entire body to swing a punch. His fist connected with Jordan's jaw in a perfect blow, and the counselor fell on the ground, holding his face painfully. "Payback, motherfucker," Kevin triumphantly said as the other campers began storming in. It felt great punching him and seeing him on the ground with a perplexed and scared look on his face. It took everything in him not to step closer and continue pummeling his ugly fucking face. "What the f—" was all Peter could utter before Norton's anvil-like punch connected with his nose. The counselor fell on the ground, writhing and holding his face, repeating the phrases, "You broke my nose," over and over. "Lock them up," Andy ordered, and the campers got to work right away. As soon as they opened the cell block doors, Norton pointed at Mark and asked, "What do we do with him?" "Lock him up with the rest of them. He betrayed us," Kevin said, shooting daggers at Mark. The whole time, Mark was quiet and reticent, probably waiting for his sentence. "No, we can't leave him in here," Andy interjected. "What?" Kevin protested. "Andy, he sold us out. We almost died because of him." Murmurs of bickering campers filled the air until Andy cut them off. "I said, leave him be," the groundskeeper snapped, causing the campers to recoil. "He's as much a victim as we are. It's over. Now, let's get the staff members inside the cells." Kevin frowned at Mark before turning away from him. Andy inserted the key he'd taken from the detention center counselors into the first cell door, unlocking it. The door screeched in protest, and the groundskeeper shoved the director inside, causing him to stumble before he caught his balance. He locked him up and then gave the keys to Ninja to open the other cells. The campers took relish in opening the cells and shoving the staff members inside. They put them in pairs in each cell, save for the director, who was placed at the far front of the block near the entrance, alone. Ninja locked up all the cells and made sure they were nice and secure. He made a show to dangle the keys with a jingle in front of the director's face before giving them back to Andy. "Think of this as your sneak peek for what's to come," Ninja jovially said, which caused a few campers to laugh out loud. The counselors were nothing short of distraught and terrified. Good. Let them feel a fraction of what the campers felt. Nurse Mary was inconsolable and hysterical. She clutched the cell bars with a feverish grip, her face pressed against the metal. "Please, you don't have to do this. I never wanted to do this. They made me do it. Andy stopped in front of her cell with visible resent in his eyes. How did they force you, Mary? Did they put a gun to your head and tell you that they'd kill you if you didn't obey? Or did they simply offer you a ton of money to stay quiet? Mary opened her mouth, a dry gasp escaping, before she shook her head, wiping away the tears on her face. I'm sorry. I made a mistake. Please let me out. I'll testify against them all. Andy, please. Too late for that, Andy said, and turned around to leave. Mary got even more hysterical by that point, but he ignored her. He turned around to face the exit, and then froze in place. Kevin jerked his head in the direction that the groundskeeper was facing, and saw a figure standing at the door. It was Dwight. He was holding a pistol pointed in front of himself, randomly waving his hand with jerky motions at the various campers standing in the way. Don't move, he shouted rapidly. Hands up! He pointed the gun at Andy, and immediately the groundskeeper raised his hands. Take it easy, son. Just take it easy, Andy said. This is all your fault, Dwight said, pointing the gun directly at Kevin. The campers around Kevin had dispersed to avoid getting shot, but Kevin remained still in the middle of the cell block. Dwight, put the gun down, Andy commanded. Dwight didn't seem to hear him. He had a crazy look in his eyes mixed with rage. Kevin couldn't help but notice how he was holding his finger on the trigger, and with such jerky movement, expected the gun to go off any moment. Shoot them, Dwight! The director shouted from the back. Kevin looked at the director's cell and saw his mangled face staring at Dwight with a voracious look in his eye. Dwight glanced at him momentarily before facing Kevin again. Don't do it, Dwight, Andy calmly said. If you shoot, you'll kill an innocent person. You'll throw your life away if you do that. Do you really want that? Dwight looked indecisive about what he should do. Most of the unarmed campers had already retreated to the back of the block, with Andy and Kevin at the front in a fierce standoff with Dwight. You can still make it out of here alive, son, Andy said with the tone of a compassionate father. You didn't know what you were getting into. It's not your fault. The director cackled like a movie villain before saying, Didn't know what he was getting into? He knew exactly what he was getting into. He looked in Andy's direction and said softly, Unfortunately, he had no other choice. When I found him, he had just begun serving his 25-year-long sentence in prison for stabbing an autistic boy and leaving him to bleed out, all because he lost in a game of cards. Isn't that right, Dwight? That's... Shut up, Dwight shouted, not looking in the director's direction. The director got closer to the bars and gripped them gently. He said, Dwight, you listen to me now. You shoot them both right where they stand, and you can walk free. No questions asked. But if you don't do as I say, you're going back to prison where you can rot until you are a middle-aged man. Shut the fuck up. Dwight, don't listen to him, Andy said as he took a step forward and slightly lowered his hands. Dwight responded by jerking the gun hand toward Andy, making him recoil and raise his hands back up. There was no way they could jump him. It was too risky. Dwight looked at the director and then back at Kevin, shifting his weight from one leg to another. Shoot him, the director calmly said. Dwight grimaced as tears streamed down his face. Shoot him! Dwight feverishly gripped the gun, staring at Kevin with what looked like pure, agonizing rage. This is all your fault! It all happened so fast. Kevin felt someone pushing him to the side just in time for a loud bang to thunder in the cell block, making Kevin's ears ring. Screams filled the cell block, and when Kevin looked to the left, he saw Mark lying on his back, a red dot on his chest growing by the second. No! Kevin shouted and quickly rushed to Mark's side, falling to his knees. Mark opened his mouth, and a trickle of blood ran down his cheek. Mark, stay with me, Kevin pleaded. He instinctively pressed the wound on Mark's chest to stop the bleeding. Hold on, Mark. Hold on. You're gonna be okay. Mark gasped before looking at Kevin and smiling. You were right all along, Mark muttered. What? About what? Kevin asked, letting a tear drop on the floor. Mark coughed and took a shallow breath before saying, We're not going to be laughing at those barrels after all. He let out a chuckle and then ceased all movement, his face frozen in a contorted smile. Mark? Mark! Kevin started shaking his friend, but he wouldn't budge. His eyes remained open, the smile still barely plastered to his face. Everything around Kevin seemed to fade into nothingness as he placed Mark's head on the floor and gently closed his eyes, stifling his whimpers. As if remembering just then, he looked up at Dwight. He was looking at Mark's lifeless body with wide eyes, pale in the face. Andy was slowly approaching Dwight with his gun drawn, uttering words of negotiation. But Dwight didn't seem to hear him as he was transfixed on Mark. You killed him, Kevin hissed. Dwight shook his head and, through tears, said, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to. Son, just put the gun down, all right? Andy politely said. Dwight sobbed uncontrollably for a moment before calming down. He exhaled deeply and then calmly said, I'm sorry. I can't go back. He put the muzzle of the gun in his mouth, and a loud bang filled the room once again. No! Andy shouted, but it was too late. Blood painted the wall and door behind Dwight, and Dwight's lifeless body fell to the ground as more screams filled the air. His head was turned sideways, and Kevin saw a large hole at the back of his head. A pool of blood rapidly grew around the gunshot wound. He was dead. Everyone stared at his dead body in a trance for what felt like minutes, even though Kevin realized it must have only been seconds since Dwight stopped moving. He had never seen a dead body, let alone watch someone die before he joined Camp Firwood. After everything he's been through here, he knew that he would need years of therapy. As he stared at the assistant counselor's now lifeless body, he couldn't tell what he felt. Dwight was a victim turned killer just like him. A cackle filled the room, coming from the director's cell. He gripped the bars and said, Looks like you can't protect any child, can you, Andy? He laughed some more, but Andy ignored him. He stared at Dwight's body before saying, Kids, come on. We need to leave. We'll get your cell phones and call the police. Come on, move it. The campers hesitantly started leaving the cell block one by one, making their way around the dead bodies. Kevin looked down at Mark's lifeless body again. With his eyes closed, he looked like he might simply be peacefully sleeping. Kevin knelt next to the body and put a hand on Mark's already cold wrist. He let out another sob before saying, I'll protect Sherry for you. I promise. Kevin felt a gentle hand on his shoulder. Son, we have to go, Andy said forlornly. Kevin sniffled and nodded. Yeah, he uttered. As Andy slowly ushered Kevin outside, the director stared at them and hissed, This isn't over. You think you're doing something here, Andy? But you're not. This is only one camp. There are more of us all over the country. You can't stop us. For the first time today, there was spite in his voice. Kevin looked at him, but Andy muttered, Don't pay attention to him, son. You have no idea what you've gotten yourself into. You hear? The director continued more violently, now that Kevin and Andy were closer to the exit. The company will not let this slide. As soon as they were through, Andy grabbed the doorknob and slammed the door of the cell block shut. The campers went into the main lodge and retrieved their personal belongings. Most of them were feverish about getting their hands back on their cell phones. Kevin himself knew that he would have been too had he not felt numb after witnessing the tragic event just earlier. He expected to have the campers fight over who would charge their phone first, but they were instead woefully quiet, like a funeral. Andy brought some power strips from the storage to let more campers charge their phones at once. Even with the 5 power strips, the campers still had to divide over who would charge their phone first. They split into 2 groups. Kevin was in the first group, and he impatiently waited like a drug addict, constantly checking how much percentage he had, more to get his mind off things than for any other reasons. The glowing screen of his phone gave him slight comfort when he turned it on. There was still no signal, and connecting to his own internet proved useless. Despite that, he entered the last conversation he had with Amy in Messenger and stared at their final exchange. It was a meme he sent her, and she replied with multiple emojis that expressed crying from laughter. He laughed at it, suppressing newly formed sobs in his throat. That was about 2 weeks ago, but it felt like years. Would he receive some missed messages from Amy when he got a signal? Or would she have forgotten about him by now? Somehow, at this moment, he didn't care, even though he knew he would later. 29%. 30%. 31. Mr. Andy? Bill said. What is it, son? Andy asked. Look at this. Kevin looked up with dreary eyes and saw Bill holding stacks of paper that he had pulled out from the desk in the storage room. He handed them to Andy and said, "This has the names of all the campers, and all the information about us. How much we were sold for, and even what happened to us. Look." Andy took the papers and flipped through them with an expressionless face. The loud voices of the campers filled the air as they rushed to ask about their own names. Andy started reading the papers loudly and calmly, causing the campers to shut up. Samuel Taylor's, sold for $9,534. Status, disposal. Norton McCready, sold for $6,005. Status, blank. Son of a bitch, Norton cursed. The groundskeeper kept on reading, passing on to the campers the papers he was done with. And then he came to Kevin's name. Kevin Nilsson, sold for $11,600. Status, trial. Kevin couldn't believe what he was hearing. Andy handed him the paper, and he stared at his name at the bottom of the list. $11,000. That's how much his parents valued his life. He was considered more expensive than the others. Mark, who was near the top of the page, was sold for meager $4,000. "I don't believe this," Kevin said. "The guard was telling the truth. Our parents sold us to be killed off or used like fucking toys." Andy snatched the paper away from him. "It's evidence. This is exactly what we need to bring down Camp Firwood. I need to make a call. Somebody give me a phone." One of the campers gladly gave Andy his phone, and the groundskeeper nodded before dialing a number, putting the phone up to his ear, and going outside into the hallway. Kevin returned to his phone on the charger, staring at the screen, but not seeing it. The gravity of the enormous discovery they just made began setting in with the entire group, as concerned murmurs filled the air. Kevin heard some of the campers trying to justify the evidence, stating that it may have been the camp's way of framing the parents, but there was no denying it. Their parents wanted to get rid of them. Kevin looked at the battery percentage. 39, 40. Fuck it. He detached the phone from the charger and clambered up to his feet, storming toward the exit. "Where are you going?" Bill asked him. He was in the minority that didn't sit glued to their cell phones while they were charging. "The watchtower," Kevin said in passing, and practically ran outside. As soon as he was out, he sprinted across the grassy field, onto the shabby trail, and into the forest. Running felt good. The pain in his muscles and lungs reduced the mental pain. He couldn't keep up with the sprint the whole time, though, so he slowed down into a jog until he could speed up intermittently again. The wind stung his eyes. Or maybe it was his own tears forming. He couldn't tell. He couldn't reach the tower soon enough, and when he did, the climb seemed like anything but bothersome this time. As much as he wanted to run up the stairs, he still had a slight fear of heights, and didn't want to risk slipping. That would be such a glorious way of dying. Taking down a pedophile, black market, organ-stealing criminal organization, and slipping, and falling to your death on a goddamn watchtower. He pondered whether falling down and dying would really be so bad. With that thought, he slowed down. He had a mini heart attack when he put his hand on his right side pocket and didn't feel his phone in there. He stopped and frantically dug through the pocket before he remembered that he actually put it in the opposite pocket. Relieved, he continued the ascend. "One day when we're out, we'll be laughing at those barrels." The image of Mark came into his mind, encouraging him in his time of despair. And then, another image of him happily eating a burger in the mess hall. "Oh boy! Kevin, look! Burgers!" Kevin had to stop. He leaned on his knees and exhaled steadily. He felt a weight on his chest, slowly and steadily causing him to have trouble breathing. His vision got blurry from the tears forming in his eyes, and he felt something getting caught in his throat. "Mark, oh God, I'm so sorry." He allowed himself to collapse, so he was sitting on the stairs and let the floodgates open. He cried for his friend. He cried over the fact that they would never be able to meet outside the camp, to play Mortal Kombat, that he would never be able to introduce Mark to Amy and meet Sherry. And he cried over the way he behaved toward Mark just minutes before his death. The betrayal seemed like a million years away, an insignificant thing that would do nothing to taint their friendship. He just wanted his friend back. Minutes later, when his tears had dried and he felt numb again, he was ready to continue climbing. He was eager to take out his phone right there and then and see if he had a signal, just to see if he could feel something. But the only thing stopping him was the fact that he could drop the phone, and that would leave him with two potential problems: going all the way back down and assessing whether his phone had been shattered. By the time he made it to the top of the platform, he was panting, and his legs were burning. He wasn't aware of the pain until he stopped there. That wasn't important. What was important was seeing if he had a signal. Before he even reached into his pocket, he felt his phone buzzing. And it wasn't just buzzing. It was going haywire. It was as if he was bombarded by message after message every second. He pulled out his phone, thrilled to see that he indeed had a signal and that his cell phone was rapidly collecting all the things his friends and a few annoying marketing companies had been sending him in his absence. Dozens of notifications for missed calls, dozens, if not hundreds of messages, some emails here and there, notifications from social media. He kept swiping right, dismissing all of them. He saw a few messages from Rick, Lewis, and Henry, asking how he was doing in the camp. Lewis was frantic, sending a lot of question marks and asking if he was still alive. They still remembered him. They still cared. And it invigorated Kevin. But they'd have to wait for his answer. Right now, he had something more urgent to see. He entered his messenger, which was going crazy from the updates. Icons of people on his list kept swapping places with each other like shuffling cards, until the action finally halted, and he was left with the still screen of his unopened messages. He didn't even need to scroll down. Amy was on top, which meant that she was the last person who contacted him. He clicked her name, and the conversation opened to a bunch of missed messages and voice messages from her. "Hey Kev, you got any signal there? I guess we probably won't be talking until you're back." The next message was only a day later. "I spent some time with Rick and Henry today. Carla and Amanda were here too. It's not the same without you here." The following message was 3 days later. "Check out the kick-ass top I got today." There was an image below. It was of Amy taking a picture in her bedroom mirror, wearing a black t-shirt that said, "Yes, I'm goth. No, I'm not satanic." Kevin smiled and couldn't stop smiling. The shirt was cool, yeah, but he smiled at Amy's face. Her disheveled black hair, her comically raised eyebrow, her provocatively pouted lips. Kevin zoomed in on her face. That's her. That's her face. I remember her clearly now. He let out a laugh, with newly formed tears in his eyes. He couldn't tell what kind of tears those were, of happiness and relief, or of sadness over what he had witnessed in the camp. He stared at the picture, trying to absorb every detail about her as if he would go on another long period without seeing her. The next message was 2 days later. "I know you probably can't see these messages, but I'll just keep updating you, so you can read them when you're back online. Anyway, I went to the mall with Judy and Elizabeth today. There were some creeps hitting on us, but I threatened to kick their asses, so they left. You should have seen how I did it. Judy and Elizabeth said even they got scared of me. Smiley face." Kevin felt a pang of jealousy, and at that moment, he was happy to feel anything. It meant that he was alive. He decided to scroll to the last message. It was 2 days ago. "I went to Barton Park today. The day was nice. It reminded me of the day when you and I went there and ended up running from the ranger. I know you can't see these messages, but I like to at least pretend I'm talking to you. I would never have the guts to tell you this if you were here or online, but I miss you." Kevin's heart jumped. That was Amy's last message. She probably felt embarrassed after sending that. Embarrassed, but hopefully not regretting it. No, she could have simply deleted the message. He exited the messenger and opened the dial. He input the first few numbers of Amy's number, which he still remembered, and pressed the call button. His heart raced as he placed the phone to his ear and listened to the first ring. He held his breath in anticipation. The second ring ended. Click. "Hello?" A confused feminine voice stated on the other end. Kevin opened his mouth, but no words came out. "Hello?" the voice repeated with irritation this time. Kevin realized that he was smiling dumbly to himself, but he didn't care. He didn't want to even try to contain the stupid grimace on his face. He heard Amy's voice, and right then, nothing else in the world mattered. Her voice was like a melody that dispersed all the bad around him. "Amy?" He swallowed the invisible noodle in his throat and finally spoke up. Her name felt sweet on his tongue, so much that he felt like he could say it over and over. "Kevin?" Kevin, is that you? The way Amy raised her tone told Kevin that the excitement in her voice was tangible. Yes, Amy, it's me. He found himself not knowing what to say. Where would he even begin? How would he explain anything about Camp Firwood without causing her to think he was trying to mess with her? Luckily, Amy took over the reins. Kevin! Oh God, it's been 2 weeks. I thought you had forgotten about me. How could I ever forget you, Amy? He wanted to say in the flow of sudden emotions he had, but he decided to contain them. He couldn't dump all his overwhelming emotions on her. It would probably creep her out. No, of course not, he said. I thought you forgot about me. Even he could hear how tired his voice sounded, like ninjas when speaking normally, but he hoped Amy wouldn't notice it. Don't be ridiculous. You have no idea how empty it is without you here, she said through laughter. Kevin felt butterflies in his stomach. Heh, okay. I'll probably be coming back home soon, he said. Really? She asked, again with excitement in her voice. Didn't you say you'd be there much longer? Yeah, but some things happened here and, we're all going home, he said as he stared at the endless firs over the horizon, feeling a sudden heartache again. Is something wrong, Kev? Are you okay over there? Do you need me to come pick you up? Always so intuitive. He didn't want to worry her, so he simply said, No, everything is okay. I mean, he stopped mid-sentence to suppress a sob. Where is the camp? Tell me, and I'll come to get you. Kevin cleared his throat and regained his composure. No, don't worry. Everything is fine now. Plus, you can't drive, Amy. His voice was shaky. What? You think I'm not ballsy enough to take Quentin's car and drive all the way out there? Kevin laughed. That's Amy, all right. Kevin, seriously, though, Amy's voice began breaking up, and Kevin frustratedly tried to catch bits and pieces of her speech. When he couldn't, he said, Amy, you're breaking up. The signal is really bad over here. Amy. Oh, no, she said. Get Amy. The call ended. It didn't matter because, in the next moment, a ping notified him of a message that arrived on his phone. It was from Amy. Kev, are you really okay over there? Kevin rapidly typed in a message. Yes, I'm okay now. I'll be back soon, all right? Okay, smiley face. Try to stay safe out there, all right? Amy wrote. Don't worry about me. I'm as tough as a tank. He sent her a winking smiley face. And Amy? He typed. Yeah? She asked. Kevin typed in the next message and hovered over the send button. He wanted to send it, but there was also something stopping him. He stared at his phone while his heart thudded more violently than any time he had been in a life-or-death situation in the camp. Yes? Amy sent him a sardonic message when she probably saw in the chat that he was typing and then stopped. Before he gave himself the chance to chicken out, he clicked on the send button. I miss you too. Chapter 23. 6 years later. Kevin was sitting in front of the cabins with the rest of the campers. Suddenly, an all-too-familiar voice boomed from the front. Campers, line up. It was Mr. Adams. The campers hurriedly rushed to their respective spots. The whole commotion lasted only a dozen seconds or so before the air went entirely silent. Mr. Adams began a roll call, and once everyone was accounted for, he started giving the campers chores. He told Kevin to follow him so that he could show him to his own duty. Kevin felt that something was off, but he couldn't tell what. He went along with Mr. Adams all the way to the back of the mess hall, and only when he saw a bunch of rusted, worn-out barrels did he realize what it was. He wasn't supposed to be here. When did he return to the camp? And how? I can't do this anymore. He would need to start planning an escape. This time, it would be much harder to trick the counselors. Just the thought of going through the whole process demoralized him beyond words. He felt like crying. No time for tears. He had to fight. He was going to make it out of here. Even as Mr. Adams commanded him to clean the barrels, even as Kevin took the brushes and began scrubbing, he knew that he had to get out. The barrels remained tarnished, and no matter how hard he scrubbed them, no rust or stains came off. He rubbed harder, scraping his knuckles on the rust in the process. He felt no pain. Scrub, scrub, scrub. The rust refused to come off. It was going to take him at least 2 hours to finish all the barrels at this rate, and he had to hurry because the choosing was taking place soon. Someone would get sent into the woods. I can't do this anymore. Suddenly, a horn started blaring loudly. Was it the Camp Firwood anthem? No, it was something else. Maybe a warning for the campers to assemble for the choosing? The sound got louder and louder at a rapid pace, as if moving in Kevin's direction, until it was all he could hear. Kevin jolted his head up with a gasp. He looked around in confusion while his heart pounded heavily in his chest. It took him a long moment to realize that he wasn't back in Camp Firwood, and couldn't have been. He was in his apartment. He rubbed his eyes, realizing that he must have fallen asleep at his desk. He stared at the messily strewn papers on top before getting up from the rickety old chair. A horn blared outside on the street again. A frustrated driver who was in a hurry, undoubtedly. Kevin approached the window on the left and peeked outside. It was still raining. The light drizzle was slowly turning into a downpour with droplets incessantly battering the window. The sky was gray, verging on black, making it look like it was verging on nighttime. He glanced at his watch. It was only 3 p.m. He ran a hand through his greasy hair, contemplating whether he should get something to eat before getting back to work. He gave a once-over to the desk with the messy pile of papers, cringing at the sight. Realizing that he had a lot of work to do for the day, he waltzed over to the foyer and put his coat on. He grabbed the umbrella and the apartment keys off the shelf next to the entrance, opened the door, and stepped outside. He lived on the 4th floor, but since the building had no elevator, he had to stroll down the staircase. He inadvertently glanced at the peeling walls of the apartment hallway. It was the first thing he noticed when he moved in, and it bothered the hell out of him. But now, he barely even noticed them. He saw the old lady from apartment number 21 slowly climbing the stairs up to the 2nd floor. Kevin stopped and asked her if she needed help climbing up, but she showed no indication that she heard him whatsoever. Kevin muttered an, "Okay then," before continuing down the stairs. The drumming of the rain became audible as he approached the entrance. As soon as he opened the door, the sounds of crunching upon the pavement got much louder. A car drove by with a swooshing sound down the street, much slower than it would on a normal, sunny day. Kevin opened his umbrella and raised it above his head before stepping outside. As he walked down the street, he kept thinking about the dream he had earlier. He could vividly see Mr. Adams's face, his annoying grin, his grasshopper-like tall figure, his camp shorts that were pulled much higher than they should be, and the socks that were stretched so high up that they almost reached up to his knees. He could even hear the head counselor's voice in his head, greeting them and doing the roll call. "Good morning, campers. Camper Kevin. Camper Norton. Camper Mark. Camper Mark." Kevin felt a pang of pain in his heart, as well as a wave of destructive emotions building up in him. He quickly tried to shift his thoughts to another topic to avoid causing his pain to resurface again. But whichever subject came to his mind, it wasn't a pleasant one. I can't do this anymore. He turned left around the corner and continued down the empty street. A car occasionally passed by, but other than that, there were no people outside. Kevin's mind inadvertently shifted onto the events directly after Camp Firwood. The final day at the camp felt so vivid and yet so blurry. He remembered everything up until he climbed the watchtower and contacted Amy in absolute clarity. But then the rest of the day, the arrival of the choppers, the special police units that stormed the camp, the arresting of the Camp Firwood staff, the ushering of the campers inside the choppers, the 3-hour-long flight over the endless woods, the arrival to the police station in Portland, the flashing of the news photographers' cameras, the polite interrogation by the detectives. Andy was with the campers the whole time, save for the moments when he was needed by some tough-looking police officials. They set up a temporary shelter for the campers inside the police station since they couldn't send them back to their homes. The evidence Andy brought in was more than enough to convict not just the staff of Camp Firwood, but the outside operating staff and the parents. Kevin remembered it like it was yesterday. The entire process was quick. The campers, one by one, stepped up and talked in front of the courtroom about their grisly experience in Camp Firwood. The jury was appalled, if that word could even be used to begin describing their reaction. Kevin knew that the people involved in Camp Firwood were convicted before the judge even gave them their sentence. On top of all that, Andy's evidence only further sealed their fates. The director wasn't smiling anymore when he was brought inside the courtroom, no longer wearing his fancy suit, but orange prisoner attire. His face remained blank when the judge sentenced him to life in prison, just like Mr. Adams. He never said a word even when the judge personally called him forward to present his own words of defense. It was clear that the judge wasn't convinced that the counselors were not coerced into collaborating with the director, and he wanted to give them a chance to explain their actions. But when Mr. Adams said nothing, the judge simply frowned and sentenced him to 150 years in prison. The rest of the counselors got between 40 and 60. Nurse Mary got only 25. She presented a tear-jerking story to the judge about how hard her life was and how she didn't have enough money to feed her younger brother and was thus forced to join Camp Firwood. It almost worked for her. Almost. But when Andy presented the evidence pertaining to Mary's contract in the camp, which clearly explained that she was aware of basically everything that was going on in the camp, the judge's compassion disappeared instantaneously. Mary was dragged out of the courtroom, kicking and screaming. Next came all the parents involved in selling their children to the camp. Kevin watched in relish as his mother and father were sentenced to life in prison, and how their faces contorted into pure fear. Kevin's mother searched the crowd for her son, and once she found him, she began pleading and screaming for him to say something, to stop them from being taken to prison, swearing that they would never do that to their child. Kevin simply watched with an expressionless face, locking his eyes with his parents until the moment they were out of the courtroom. The satisfaction wasn't enough. He wished that he could watch them suffer in prison. Mark's parents came about 3 days later. They were pompous-looking people with a look that pretty much matched that of the couple who would sell their child to a shady company. Kevin saw similarities between Mark and his parents in physical appearance, and it disgusted him. He didn't want to see anything of Mark and those horrible people. The campers were called on, one by one, to testify about Mark's death. Kevin spent the longest on the witness stand, talking about his and Mark's friendship, about the fact that they planned on escaping until he betrayed them in order to protect his little sister, and how, eventually, he tragically got shot by Dwight. He broke down while talking about it, but managed to regain his composure and tell the whole story. When he saw Mark's little sister Sherry climbing on top of the witness stand, clutching her teddy bear with swollen eyes, he felt sharp, knife-like pain in his heart. She looked devastated. But more than that, she looked frightened beyond words. She kept glancing at her parents in the courtroom until the judge ordered the police officials to escort them out. Sherry then tentatively opened up about how the parents verbally abused Mark, especially the dad, calling him a fat, useless piece of shit and other names, telling him how he wished he was more like the other kids. Kevin knew that Mark's parents were bad, but he didn't know to what extent that went. Mark only told him bits and pieces. They never had a chance to talk more about it after the camp. Mark's parents got the same sentence as Kevin's parents, but were sent to a maximum security prison. After the court, Kevin approached Sherry and introduced himself as Mark's friend. He said that he would be here whenever she needed something and that she should never hesitate to call him. She was placed in a foster home where Kevin made sure to visit her with every chance he got. He even sent her financial support as much as he could since he inherited a lot of money from his parents. He really didn't care about spending it on himself. As for the campers, most of them were sent to either their closest families or put inside a foster care home. Kevin himself was adopted by his Aunt Kelly, his mother's sister. Aunt Kelly and Uncle Roy were more than happy to add Kevin to their family. His cousins, Anna and Patrick, were ecstatic to have a new sibling, although Kevin couldn't mirror their emotions. Not then. The campers had a heartfelt goodbye before they were separated. Kevin felt especially connected to Bill due to their time in the woods. He later learned that that bond is something soldiers called brotherhood, which was essentially a camaraderie they formed during their time on the battlefield together. Steve created a group chat on Facebook called Survivors of Camp Firwood, and he invited all the campers to join. Only a small number of the new campers joined, and around 30 of the older ones. The chat didn't stay active for too long, though, because people began leaving one by one after a while. Kevin himself muted the chat's notifications since he couldn't bear to be constantly reminded of the traumatic events he endured in Camp Firwood. It was unfair. Mark was supposed to be alive. He was supposed to go back to his sister and have a normal life with her until they both grew up. He and Kevin were supposed to play Mortal Kombat together and bond over something else other than camp-related stuff. "Hey, watch it!" a man on the street shouted when Kevin bumped into him with his shoulder. "Sorry," Kevin muttered, his eyes filled with tears at the reminiscence of Mark. "I can't do this anymore." He turned left and entered a small, inconspicuous burger place. The best one in town, in his opinion. He was going to take Mark here when they met up after the camp. As soon as he pushed the glass door open, the bell above chimed, and the lady behind the counter looked up at Kevin. Kevin gave her a slight nod of greeting as he closed his umbrella and made his way to her. The savory smells of the frying beef filled his nostrils, while the sizzling reached him from the back. He approached the counter, where the woman was, and scanned the menu pinned on the wall behind her. I'll have a regular burger, he said as he pointed at the nearest box. He looked down at the woman to see her staring at him with a suspicious glare. It must have been the way he looked. His 5 o'clock shadow, his tired eyes, his dirty jacket. The lady was probably wondering if he could even afford the burgers. How much? He asked. $3.45, the lady exclaimed, not looking away. Kevin fumbled inside his pocket and pulled out a wrinkled $5 bill and placed it on the counter above the stall. The lady reached out to take the bill and straightened it up with both hands before putting it into the cash register. She gave Kevin the change and then looked over her shoulder toward the kitchen and shouted, "One regular!" Kevin took a step back and glanced in various directions around the burger place. It was a nice, cozy place, overlooked by a lot of people in Portland. The staff were not that friendly, but that didn't matter, because their burgers were excellent. 5 minutes later, the lady slapped Kevin's packaged burger on top of the counter. "Your burger." "Thank you," Kevin said and grabbed the burger. He saw the grease penetrating the paper, but that somehow made it even more appealing. There was something magical about unwrapping fast, greasy food that always had Kevin salivating. He opened the door and his umbrella before stepping outside. The beating of the rain was harder now, and Kevin saw the first lightning appearing in the sky momentarily before disappearing. 10 or so seconds later, thunder followed. He remembered the day he was driven by his parents to the camp years ago. It rained, and he distinctly remembered thinking how the weather matched his mood. If that were the case, the rain today turning into a downpour was exactly what could explain how he felt now. As he walked down the street, he couldn't help but wonder how his parents were. He hoped that they were suffering in prison. He hoped that his father had a hole in his anus the size of a baseball, and that his mother got shanked by her cellmate or other prisoners in the courtyard. But that would perhaps be too fast. Maybe a life of suffering in prison is precisely what was needed for a fragment of justice. Kevin got a few letters from them at Aunt Kelly's address, but refused to read any of them. Even though Aunt Kelly allowed him to make the choice on his own, he didn't want anything to do with them. He was afraid that if he read something from them, it might ignite him to feel some compassion, and he didn't want that. He wanted to continue hating them. He wanted that hate to fester and grow until it replaced the years of agony his parents inflicted on him. And so, he never read their letters, and he never wrote back. He managed to step inside his apartment building just in time for the rain to suddenly become stronger. The drumming turned into a waterfall-like sound, and Kevin quickly closed the building door behind him to prevent the splashing water from getting inside. He closed his umbrella and climbed up the stairs to his apartment. He unlocked the door, stepped inside, closed it, and locked it again with the deadbolt. He strode over to the living room, or as he called it, multi-purpose room, since it was a one-bedroom apartment, and sat on the bed. Upon unwrapping the burger, the juicy aroma filled his nose once again, and he just then realized how hungry he was. He took the first bite, allowing the grease to flow down his chin. He knew that he was probably killing himself slowly with the kind of food he constantly ate, but he was too occupied with other things to care. Plus, he was still thin, which must have accounted for something. He'd go the entire day without eating, and then have one meal similar to this one. That couldn't have possibly been so damaging to him. Not as much as the meds and the alcohol, anyway. As he swallowed the next bite of meat, onions, and lettuce, he wiped his greasy chin and glanced at his working desk. The piles of paper were still strewn on top of it, but he wasn't looking at that. His eyes were focused on the wall above the desk. There were countless papers pinned on a huge board, some messily hanging, others pinned meticulously here and there. There was a map of the United States there, too, taking up the majority of the board, marked in various locations with little post-it notes and handwritten messages on them. Kevin dropped the burger onto the paper, suddenly no longer feeling hungry. He stood up and walked over to the wall of papers as he put his hands on his hips. He glanced at the map, at the area in Oregon near Portland. Mark's picture hung right above the spot where Camp Firwood's location was. Mark looked happy in the picture, grinning a wide grin. It was the same grin he had the day the campers were served burgers. It felt strange sometimes to look at Mark's picture and see him as a teen. Kevin couldn't help but wonder what he would have been like as an adult. Would he and Kevin have been hanging out after getting out of the camp? Would they have played video games together, or gone to all sorts of food places? Would they have gone to college and kept in touch? Would Kevin have introduced him to his friends and Amy? What would his girlfriend have thought about Mark? Probably nothing good. When he first got back to civilization, Amy was the first one to come visit him. They embraced in a long, tight hug. She knew what Kevin had been through, and she simply ran her hand through his hair, consoling him, telling him that everything was going to be okay. Rick, Lewis, and Henry arrived not long after her, but didn't stay as long as Amy did. When Kevin moved in with his aunt and uncle, Amy spent every day with him. She got him to move out of the house and kicked him out of his bouts of depression by hanging out with him. Whenever he was with her, Kevin felt rehabilitated. It wasn't long until they went back to Barton Park and Kevin finally gained enough courage to kiss her. Kevin picked up his phone and entered the messenger. He clicked on Amy's name and went into the search option. He typed in, "I miss you too." Hundreds of search results popped up, but Kevin searched the first one he'd ever sent her. "Oh, and Amy?" Then Amy's message below, "Yeah?" And then another, "Yes?" "I miss you too," was Kevin's message. He scrolled down through the old messages. They were constantly chatting with each other and sending all sorts of links, pictures, selfies, and stuff. Then, when they kissed and started dating, they were all lovey-dovey with each other. Hundreds of "I love you," "miss you," "can't wait to see you," and heart icon messages, cuddling and kissing all the time. And then, it gradually started to wane. The chatting became more sterile and formal, the "love you" and "miss you" messages less frequent, until they were essentially non-existent, the meetups more formal. Kevin went down to the final exchange he and Amy had 2 days ago. "I'll be there around 5, she wrote. "Okay," he replied. No new messages from her since then. It was expected. A part of him hoped that she would text him, but he knew it was just wishful thinking. 2 days ago was when he last saw her. She came by to visit him and bring him some food. She was cold and distant, and by then, Kevin already knew what the right approach was. Whenever Amy was quiet, it usually meant she had a problem she was trying to resolve in her head, and approaching her then and trying to offer some attention would do no good. So he decided to do what worked best in the past, let her deal with her own shit until she was ready to talk about it. He thanked her for the food and offered to make her some coffee, but she politely declined. Then came the difficult part. "We really need to think about where we are right now, Kev," Amy said. She was sitting on the sofa while Kevin sat on the bed across from her. He nodded. He knew that's why she was here. She mentioned that they needed to have a serious conversation. "We can't keep going like this. It's destroying us," she said. Kevin kept silent as he stared at the dust-covered floor. "Aren't you going to say anything?" she asked with concern in her voice. "I don't know what to say," he said, and looked up at her. "I can't stop now. I'm really, really close. Kevin, listen to yourself." Amy got more irked. "You sound like a crazy conspiracist. You have to let it go. They killed Mark, Amy, and countless other campers," Kevin hissed and furrowed his nose. Amy stood up from the sofa and shouted, "Mark sold all of you out, Kevin. He was going to save his own life in exchange for yours. He pretended to be your friend while plotting behind your back. No," Kevin shot up from the bed with a furious shout. "He was doing what he thought was right to protect Sherry. I would have done the same if it were your life on the line." He pointed a finger at her and turned away, not able to face her. There was a long moment of stifling silence before Amy finally spoke up again. "Kevin," she started. He heard her sigh before she said through tears, "I can't do this anymore." Her voice was quivering now, and she sniffled. Kevin turned around to see her red in the face, with a hand across her mouth. She sniffled once more and said, this time completely calmly, "I love you, but I'm sorry. I just can't do this anymore. I tried to help you. I tried to be supportive, but you just won't let go of the past. I can't fight your demons anymore. I can't. I can't keep letting you bring me down with you, as selfish as that sounds." She wiped the tears off her face and sniffled one more time. She put her hands on her hips and stared at the ground, biting her lip. She then looked up at Kevin and said, "I don't want to do this, but you're giving me no choice. You're going to have to choose. Either you forget about them and you start living your life, or—" She stopped, newly formed tears glistening in her eyes. "Or you'll never see me again." Kevin sat back down on the bed and stared at the floor again. He closed his eyes firmly, and after what felt like an eternity, responded, "I'm sorry, Amy. I can't let it go." Amy's face went slack. her eyebrows arching upward. She rubbed her shoulder and nodded before saying, "Just like that, huh? Well, I guess this is goodbye then." Kevin kept staring at the floor silently. She went over to pick up her purse, sniffling along the way. She trumped across the room to the door and turned around one more time to face him. "I wish you luck in your life, Kevin." And with that, she turned around and stepped through the door quickly, slamming it shut behind her. Kevin had no doubt that Amy broke down even before the door closed properly. He thought about chasing after her, hugging her tightly, asking for her forgiveness, telling her that he'd change. But he knew that was a lie. There was no escaping his past. Kevin closed out of the messenger. He felt numb for the past 2 days. Being without Amy felt like losing a limb. And to have the burden that weighed on him on top of that didn't make things easier. He didn't have anyone else to talk to either. Henry had gradually stopped hanging out with the gang. Lewis had moved across the country for college. And Rick didn't really speak to Kevin that much anymore. The people with whom he used to be able to share everything in the past were now complete strangers. His Aunt Kelly and Uncle Roy sent him messages from time to time, but he didn't want to bother them with such grave problems. And he definitely didn't want to bother Patrick and Anna with that, especially since they seemed to be having such good lives. Andy wasn't there to help him anymore either. Kevin looked up at the papers plastered to the wall. He glanced at a newspaper clipping on the left. "Former police officer killed in petty robbery." It was dated 2 years ago. It probably wasn't a petty robbery, though. Just like the cause of Slow Ethan's death wasn't choking by food at his computer. Everybody knew he was snooping around the dark web, trying to find out more about the company, and it was only a matter of time before they caught him. Kevin's phone started buzzing. It was an unmemorized number. "It's her." He swiped the green button and put the phone to his ear. "Hello?" he said with a croaky voice. "Mr. Nielsen, it's Selina. We spoke a few days ago." A formal female voice greeted him. "I remember," Kevin briskly retorted. "Well, I'm happy to inform you that the background check went okay, and we are ready to proceed with the next steps. Are you okay with that?" "Yeah," Kevin said as he leaned on the desk. "Good. Now, I have to warn you that after you make the final decision and sign the papers, there is no way to effectively terminate the contract until it is over. Do you understand?" "I do." "Good. Then before we proceed, I have to ask you one more time. Do you want to proceed with the next step?" "I can't do this anymore." Kevin pulled away from the desk and stared at the papers on the wall. He looked at the picture of Mark, smiling widely. The innocent smile that was forever extinguished by the mysterious company. "We aren't going to be laughing at those barrels." "Yes," Kevin responded before he could change his mind. "Good. In that case, the company vehicle will pick you up this Friday at 5 a.m. You don't need to bring anything since you will get all you need at the site." "All right, thank you," Kevin said coldly. The woman's voice suddenly became much perkier. She raised her tone jovially and said, "Welcome to Camp Oakwood, groundskeeper.